May the Force be with us.
My nephew, with that mighty Skywalker blood, and in my hubris, I thought I could train him. I could pass on my strengths. By the time I realized I was no match for the darkness rising in him, I went to confront him. And I was left with shame and with consequence. Because I was Luke Skywalker, Jedi Master. A legend.
Hey! Hey! Are you crazy? What's the matter with you? What happened?
What do you want?
You don't know who I am, do you?
Well, should I know who you are?
Not much time. Hang on, kid. I thought they smelled bad on the outside.
This is Rogue 2. Echo Base, this is Rogue 2. I found them. Repeat, I found them.
Fade in.
This is where the fun begins.
Hello there.
Crap. 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 Crap.
You know, you guys sure are friendly, aren't you?
I'll probably never meet him.
Might. Something different about him.
The Force is strong with you.
Had enough? What do you want? I'm busy.
Star
nothing special about you. You're nothing.
Now stand aside, worthy adversary.
'Tis but a scratch.
A scratch? Well, what's that then?
I've had worse.
You liar!
Come on, you pansy.
Victory is mine!
Just a flesh wound.
You will each be part of me, and together we will be complete.
Use the Force. Let go.
The Force is strong in this one.
I have you now. What?
You're all clear, kid. Now let's blow this thing and go home.
I once got busy in a Burger King bathroom. Cocainum. Like a rock.
Perhaps you referred to the imminent attack of your rebel fleet. Yes, I assure you, we are quite safe from your friends here.
He saved us. He really did it. May the Force be with us.
Greetings, programs! Together, we have achieved a great many things.
Greetings, programs. Welcome to the Not My Star Wars live stream. Star Wars news this week. Kathleen Kennedy, The Bad Batch, Gina Carano, The Dianoga, Dengar the Bounty Hunter, and the Book of Boba Fett. How is everyone today? I hope everyone's had a great week and a great Friday. And here we are again for Not My Star Wars. A few things to talk about tonight. We'll hang out and chat. And little bits of news. Nothing too special, but little stuff. And, you know, the typical shenanigans over here. So how is everyone? What's going on? Archie's excited. He's always excited for Fridays, where we have plenty of
Uba, Uba,
Uba Uba. Hello there. Hey, James. By the way, this is being simulcast on YouNow. If anyone wants to support over there, it is appreciated. And hello to the YouNow folks. Episode 8 of The Bad Batch. Something actually happened. Crosshair is finally doing something, and Cad Bane is back. I love Cad Bane, but I know they're going to ruin him there. 5 to 6 episodes of nothing. Something finally happened, and why does Wrecker Scar keep getting more detailed? I feel like I'm the only one that notices this. No, you're not the only one that notices it. I've been noticing it from the beginning. Someone mentioned it last week as well. I don't know where they're going with that mess, but we'll see. Video, something asking who their favorite female Star Wars character is. They purposely left out so many characters. At least Rose wasn't there. There's a reason Kathleen Kennedy is saying only 2 women were in Star Wars, because she keeps purposely leaving out the female characters out, leaving other female characters out to act like she's making Star Wars woke. When did she say there's only 2 Star Wars characters? I mean, that's kind of how she acts, but where's Isla Sakura, Luminara, Barra Sophie, Adigalia, Zamweso, Barry Lars, Mon Mothma? She doesn't know any of those characters. Not a single one of those. She's never heard of them. Video of someone saying Anakin prequel trilogy sucks because he's not likable in the Clone Wars. That's the whole point. If Anakin wasn't like that, Palpatine's plan would have failed. You're not supposed to like Anakin Skywalker. He's Darth Vader. It's like I've said many times, people watch Star Wars and have no clue of what they just watched. Totally clueless. Also found someone who believes Kylo Ren's theme song is the best villain song in all of Star Wars. I barely remember a note from that song. I don't even know his theme song. How ridiculous. Everyone knows Darth Vader's Imperial March. The Clone Wars. My favorite Star Wars prequel character is Ahsoka. Me. She wasn't in the PT, the Clone Wars fan. Yes, she was. The show takes place in between the PT, me, but she's not in the movies. The Clone Wars fan, overrated. Greetings, programs. Hello there. Hey. All these fans look 5 years older than me, but don't seem to know what they're talking about. Yeah, well, that's Dave Filoni's brainwashing. Greetings, programs, and all you rebel scum. Yes, you rebel scum. I just noticed what's up, D? I just noticed the thumbnail. In the thumbnail, you're talking about Dengar. Yes, a little piece of Dengar. Disney better not butcher Dengar, but I already know they're going to. Yeah, well, we'll talk about it. Who's Dengar? He's a bounty hunter. He's the one that has the wrap around his head in Empire when all the bounty hunters are there. He also had 2 little appearances in the Clone Wars cartoon. Dengar's a stupid man. Cad Bane is probably my 4th favorite bounty hunter. 3rd is Boss. 2nd is Django. 1st is you-know-who. Hello, Roberto. Cesar, thank you for subscribing. I appreciate it. Welcome to this live stream. Pretty good, pretty good. I've been very busy all week. Really busy today getting stuff together for tonight. But pretty good. YouNow is going pretty well. I took a complete week off of video editing. I didn't want to look at anything, think about any of that stuff. Well, that's not totally true because I made that video Monday, but that was just a little. But I just wanted to kind of like detach from it for a week. This weekend and next week I will certainly make something. But yeah, I just kind of wanted to mess around with YouNow and take a break. And I keep saying I'm going to start gaming, but it's like there's always something else going on. But yeah, doing okay. How was your day, buddy? Continuity error in Star Trek. In Season 1, Khan is in an episode. Then in Star Trek 2, Chekhov and Khan remember each other, even though Chekhov didn't show up until Season 2. That's interesting. I haven't seen that in so long. I couldn't possibly remember. Interesting. Again, I haven't seen it in a million years. Video Man. The home of Video Man. Not my Star Wars mascot. Video man. Almost every franchise broke continuity at least once, but Star Wars didn't until Disney ruined it. Yep. Star Wars was pretty much perfect. The Clone Wars cartoon early on was starting to jack shit up, but the movies, not a single continuity break. What do you mean we're not allowed to like Anakin? I'm playing a chaotic evil character. Yeah, no, of course you can like Anakin. I love Anakin. Just saying that you're not supposed to really like him because he's Darth freaking Vader. That's the point. It's, you know, he's not supposed to be lovable. You're not supposed to endear to him because you know who he is, what he does. He's a fool. So, and you're really a fool when you're one of the greatest Jedi of all time. You have Padme Amidala. I mean, people are never happy with what they have, though. It's just human nature. That's just human nature. No IG-88, James? Yeah. IG, I always loved IG. There's really good books on him. There's IG-86, 87, and 88. And all three are very similar. They're assassin droids, but the other two try to conspire against 88, and 88 takes them out. He's the last assassin droid standing. Hello there, my dude. Saw your comment the other day. Oh, good. Yeah, I listened to your whole stream. I was going to tell you did really good. It was you did a real good job. I don't know if that's the first time you ever streamed, but you did really well. StreamYard is really easy to use. And as a side note, if you ever want, we can do a private stream, and I can show you stuff. I can show you around if anything. I'm sure you can figure it out. But if you ever want to do that, I have no problem. We can hang out for an hour or two, and I can show you some stuff. But yeah, no, it was really good. I enjoyed it, and I think you should do more. Just don't do Friday, so you come over here, and then I'll go to yours whenever you do yours. So let me know. But yeah, it was good. And what you did is what I mostly do. Now, like today, you know, I have some stuff planned because of news. I have some articles, but most of what I do, you just be yourself. You know, go from your feeling, be yourself. You know, if people are going to like your stream, they're going to like it. It's that simple. That's what people cling to is you know, being yourself. IG-11. Yeah, you're right, Wes. What were you thinking, you noob? I found concept art of Obi-Wan with 2 braids. He looked weird. Yeah, I think I might have seen that before. 88 from Lego. Didn't know there was 2 other. Well, that's lore. That's EU in the books. But yeah, there's 87 and 88. Yep. Also found some of Anakin. He looked like an edgy teen from Hot Topic. Yeah, he kind of is a Hot Topic edgy teen. It's not, but it was the first time with StreamYard. Okay, yeah, I figured. I thought so. I've been driving all day, and I will continue. Oh, driving or drawing? And I will continue drawing while I hear you. Okay, sounds good, Roberto. Obi-Wan. Anakin, where have you been? All those death sticks. Leave me in my room to die. IG-88 was in the Clone Wars, I think. I think he maybe popped up once or twice. I don't remember, but I seem to think that he did. Okay, real quick, since D is here, and he usually drops out early, I'll mention the Dianoga thing. It's very small, but my buddy Dave, or D, had called me, and I don't know, it was like last Saturday or Sunday. And he mentioned that he happens to know a guy that used to work at Kenner back in the day. Hey, D. Carre, I see you. He helped programs. He happens to know a guy that worked at Kenner back in the day, in the original Star Wars days. So D had gave him a call. He actually lives like right up the street from D, like a block or two, I think he said, pretty close. Older guy, but he was at Kenner. He was an art director, and he did like all the instruction manuals for the toys and stuff like that. So anyways, long and short of it, D had called him up and said, "Hey, do you remember the Dianoga?" Some people say Dianoga. I always called it Dianoga. I'm not sure which one is right. I don't remember if I've ever heard George Lucas say it, but either way. So he basically asked him, do you remember the Dianoga? Do you know anything about it? And this guy that worked at Kenner at that time said that every toy that we made had to be approved not only personally by George Lucas, but by Lucasfilm. So, in unison with what I showed you guys last week, how that ridiculous Dianoga that phony baloney came up with from some concept art, and he thought he was going to be freaking clever, that would have to be in a foot of water. Well, the green Dianoga that I showed you with the shark face and the fins coming back that had the tentacles, that's the canon actual Dianoga. And Dave Filoni, have you ever watched Star Wars? So there you go. Straight from a guy at Kenner before Dave Filoni. Well, maybe not before Dave Filoni was born, but he was just a little speck. Dave Filoni's my age. He's I'm January, he's like September or something, so I'm just a little bit older than him. So he would have been about 3 like I was. Actually, he would have been still 2 because Star Wars came out in May. So Dave Filoni, thinking he's clever and slick, and this is a guy that he could call anybody on earth and be like, "Hey, this is Dave Filoni of Lucasfilm. I want to check something." Meanwhile, me, I'm just a guy with a YouTube channel, can do a little research and know more about Star Wars than a guy making probably 8 figures, the executive creative director. So not that I had any doubts, and I hope that you guys didn't have any doubts with my research, as I always do. But officially, canon. So there you go. The chat jumped on me. You look like an edgy teen from Hot Topic, I guess. Hail, D. Correa. Good to see you. Zero the Hutt was strange. Yeah, he was. Been reading some more of the EU comics I got from my video. The collection keeps getting bigger, and some of it is so damn good. Yeah, absolutely. So much beautiful stuff in the EU. Absolutely. All of it better than anything Disney has made. Better than anything phony baloney has come up with. He's purple and speaks English. And all they had to do, Dave could literally sit with his feet up on his desk and just read a comic every day, and would have Star Wars for decades to make. He wouldn't even have to work. He could literally just sit with his feet up, his stupid cowboy hat on, and read one comic per day and just make Star Wars. Dumbass. Kenner, wow, that takes me back. Are they still around? No, they were bought out by Hasbro, and they were in the Cincinnati, Ohio area, and then they moved to Rhode Island. I don't know the specific years. I believe in the 80s they moved, but they were bought out by Hasbro. Yes, the original Kenner Star Wars toys. Honestly, he reminds me of PC gamers who waste his time trolling kids online. Does Hasbro count? Wow, every Kenner toy is canon. Well, technically, yes. Absolutely. Yeah. They were all personally approved. Especially that first run, Star Wars. Yeah, absolutely. They were all personally approved by George Lucas himself. Yep. And that's the thing. You guys know how I always speak very highly of the EU, but that it's not canon. Because George, again, wasn't personally making those books and comics. he signed off on like big concepts, but he wasn't going through and reading the whole book and approving it. You know what I mean? That's a third party. That's Timothy Zahn. That's James Luceno. That's all these other people. But the toys, George was right there looking at them, holding them. He would have seen the prototypes, you know, because the toys were the direct reflection of the films. And when you think back, you know, the toys didn't look exactly like the films. They were toys, but they were damn close. If you knew those toys, they were damn close. They were really good. Those old action figures were really good. Now, you see them now and they look, you know, very dated because it was the 70s. But for what they were very good. And in fact, most of them were better made then than they are now. So, yep, every old original Kenner is canon. Now, this guy apparently worked on all Kenner stuff, not just Star Wars. So I can't say that all the Kenner toys are canon because I don't know how other properties treated their continuity. But from this guy's mouth, every toy we made at Kenner had to be personally approved by George Lucas and Lucasfilm. So all those old Star Wars toys are 100% canon. Hasbro bought Kenner in the early 2000s. Oh, okay. Thank you, D. Are we going to talk about the metal Tonka toys, not the plastic crap they are shilling? Hey, those things were, you could cut yourself, you could bang them around. I remember they would have scratches and dents, but those things were tough, boy. Tonka tough. Yep. What do you know about those Tonka trucks? Yeah. After Disney stuff, I'm surprised Hasbro isn't out of business, really. Cowboy hats are cool. Yeah. Especially when you shit on a franchise with it. The EU doesn't have a raised hand. That's true. I used to pretend my backyard was Endor, and I would swing my toy lightsaber pretending I found Darth Vader. No one wants to do that now because of Disney's crap. No, there's no kids doing that. Alexandro, thank you for stopping by. Who gives a shit? Hi there. Nice to see you. I met you a day or two ago. Nice to see you. If you're still around, thanks for stopping in. Hopefully you can hear me okay on YouNow. You should be able to. So let me know if anything. Pretty sure Kenner bought by Tonka, then Tonka was who bought Hasbro. Oh, so I heard. Yeah, I don't know that. I'm not sure. Not saying that it didn't, but I don't know. Have you had a chance? Have you had a chance to check out the archives book more? Barely. I peeked at it, but just so much other stuff. I've barely looked at it. We can take a look at it real quick, but honestly, I haven't had much of a moment to look at it. Alex497, thanks for stopping in. I hope you enjoyed the show. A lot of Star Wars action figures now look like Barbie dolls. Yeah. You will. Subscribe. Filoni contradicts himself again. In Clone Wars, Clone Trooper Tup doesn't remember killing Tiplar after he snaps out of his inhibitor chip trance, but Wrecker remembers attacking Omega. Yes, good point. Very good point. And we're going to talk about some more of his retconning in just a moment when we talk about Bad Batch. Yep. Good, very good point. Good catch. Show you my backyard. Oh, I thought you were saying backyard. Show me a picture or take a video with your phone or something. Is it all like wilderness? It looks like Endor. Well, since Dee brought it up, Dee was very gracious to give me a gift. It's been about 2 weeks now. This thing weighs literally like 5 or 7 pounds. Like you could seriously hurt somebody with this thing. There's the newer one, which is episodes 1 through 3, and that's where a lot of the quotes, like just the other day, I showed you guys the stormtrooper thing, how they were militia. I've mentioned before how we're Darth Maul and Darth Talon in the sequel trilogy, why George Lucas sold Lucasfilm, confirming that Anakin was made by the midichlorians or by the Force and not by Palpatine. Those things are coming from the newer one that's episodes 1 through 3. This is the original one, Star Wars Archives. Episodes 4 through 6, 77 through 83 by Taschen. As you can see, it's really thick. Absolutely gorgeous book. Super high quality. You can hear it. It's solid. And it's really nice. Like, it's got, look, the Not My Star Wars. It's got this flap that acts like a bookmark. And I don't want to bend it too much, but it has really gorgeous, and I know the light sucks, but really gorgeous pictures. But the main thing is, it's stuff that we've never seen. This is stuff that, believe me, guy, you know how I do. I go through so much stuff. I find articles and documentaries, and this book has stuff you just have never seen. I mean, you can see how thick it is. And this is actually the smaller version. Here, look at the Death Star. Again, I don't want to bend it too much, so I can only show you so well. But the print is pretty good size. Dee was asking me. It's pretty good size. It's not like tiny or anything. I forget what it is. 300 and... Man, I can't. It's insane how I need different glasses to see small stuff. 510 pages. One of the nicest books I've ever seen, to be frank. This is the smaller version. There's actually one that's like this big, like this thick. I think it's like another 100 pages. It's just a huge monster. I'm sure that thing's got to be at least 10 pounds. And it's very high quality like this. Like, you almost want to touch it with gloves. And in fact, I think Dee got the big one of this. So, oh, look at that. I just happened to, look at this. My homeboy, my homie. So yeah, I can't speak what am I trying to say? I can only speak insanely highly of this book because it's absolutely spectacular in every aspect. The feel, the paper quality, the thickness of the stock, the quality of the images, and the content is like interviews and behind the scenes stuff that like you would never know, that we've never seen or heard, or you know, all these images that it's amazing how much Lucasfilm has. So it's a reminder, as we were just saying, Phony Baloney could just hang out, read EU books, chill out in the archives, and you would have decades and decades and decades of authentic Star Wars. You see that? Yeah. You know who that is. You know, and it really, it goes through and breaks down all the main parts of the film, and you know, Leia's hair. There's stuff like this, like spreadsheets and bills from the films. just all kinds of stuff. Like, it's so amazing and interesting. I can't recommend this book enough. So with that said, I know the big one's about $250. I believe this one's around $30, $50. So by Paul Duncan. If you have a little bit of money and you want to get just something fantastic, and this is, again, the black one is 4 through 6, and then the red one is 1 through 3, which one of these days I'll get. I want the red one, but he said he's not going to make the smaller version. He's only going to probably make this big one. And I'm like, what the hell, dude? Because I would have bought the small one already. But anyways, an excellent buy if you're looking for a Star Wars book. It's not a story, right? But it's stories of all the behind the scenes stuff. So today I have a bunch of news and we're going to just hang out and stuff like that. But what I'm probably going to do is every stream, maybe I'll read a chapter and I'll show you guys the pictures and we can learn, all this behind the scenes stuff. I almost want to not read it so that we do it in the streams. Maybe we'll do a chapter every stream or something like that, a few 5-10 pages or something, and we can learn and see the stuff together. So I'm sure 2 or 3 videos are going to come out of this. That I have no doubt, because this is just chock full. Again, I don't have the biggest hands, but I'm trying to think of something that I can give you scale. A lot of you know what a controller looks like. So to give you an idea, there went my controller. Come here, you. So anyways, absolutely spectacular book in every aspect. The material, the quality, the content, and again, it's stuff that, what's it called? Most people will never have seen or will ever know about, because not everybody knows about this book. So there's just a ton of awesome stuff in here. And I'm thinking, like, what we'll do is every stream, maybe a chapter or 5-10 pages. I'll show you the pictures and I can read the stuff and we can see the stuff and have fun with it. Again, an amazing one. This one came out, I want to say, like roughly 5 years ago, maybe less, but roughly 5 years ago. And then the episode 1 through 3 just came out at the end of last year. So there you go. Star Wars Archives. Anyways, D, thank you. This is such a beautiful gift. The DVDs and your letters and stuff, I so much appreciate. But like, this is like one of the nicest, like highest quality things I've ever had. And truly, thank you so much. Look, again, Not My Star Wars. Just an absolutely gorgeous book. But it's like, it's not even a book. It's like this is like a collection piece. You put it on your shelf. I mean, it's such a big and beautiful, solid thing. So it's really substantive, not only like the product of it, but also, again, what's in here is absolute gems. So we will definitely dig into this and play with this, and it's fantastic. So if you're looking for something Star Wars to buy and you want to just, get some amazing, either that one or the red one. The red one, though, is only in the big version for now. So, but yeah, there you go. Thank you again, D. That's such a spectacular book. Truly appreciate it. And people think Dave knows. Yeah, he's so freaking clueless. I don't know. I miss my babes. I miss them. I saw Dead Girls recently, so I know she's okay. But even though I always want her to be here, but yeah, I'm really worried about Idana. It's been a while, over a month. The trees there are also why I never climbed a tree. Why? They're super tall. They're so small, they're like twigs. Oh, wow, really? Well, they must have been good for your action figures, though. Yes, thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, it's absolutely gorgeous. And the main thing is it's stuff that nobody's seen, you know? I don't know why the Clone Wars was made in the first place. The era was already filled with content from multimedia project from 2002 to 2005. Yeah. Ego. Real Star Wars sounds awesome. Yeah, hell yeah. We will do that. We'll see. Maybe even tonight I'll read a little bit of it. We'll see. It was originally made to show the adventures of Anakin and Obi-Wan during the war, but Dave made it into an excuse to make the Jedi look terrible, yes, and to make Ahsoka look like the bestest ever. Yes, make profit off of Ahsoka. Hey, Draman. Is it Draman or Draymond? I assume it's Draman 6. Nice shirt. I remember I used to have a cool Boba Fett shirt. I need to get a new one. Hell yeah. Boba Fett's my favorite character of all time. Across any franchise, TV show, anything. Boba Fett's my dude. I don't have many, but I have maybe 3 or 4 pretty cool ones. So that's my guy, Boba Fett. Greetings, Not My Stars and fellow programs. Good to see you, Adaptive. A little conspiratorial, but the Clone Wars was probably made to reboot the EU. Yeah, there probably was some of that there, yeah. Hey. Bad Batch is stupid, Cad Bane. Hello there, me. Shit, how does Dave keep finding ways to bring me back? Yeah, but, I mean, it's not like he did anything, and, you know, give it an episode or 2, he's going to screw that up. He already screwed it up. We'll talk about it. They're tall, but too skinny to climb. You should film a speeder bike chase. Speaking of Boba Fett, I feel they may bring him into Bad Batch due to Cad Bane appearing. Just another usage of fan servers to keep people interested because their current characters aren't cutting it. It's not impossible, but that's where the Dengar thing ties in. And first, I have to cover the Bad Batch episode, and I will show you why Dengar and the connection. Yeah. Dave manipulates more than everyone who hates me. Hello there, Weston James. Hey. Welcome. Also, with Bad Batch, the show looks too dark. Even on full brightness, I can hardly see. Yeah, it is really dark. Well, they adjusted the lighting because when they first came out, everybody was bitching that the clones are too light and they're too white, and it was this whole thing. So, hello there. Yeah. What are you going to do? So, I guess we can get into the news. Let's see. What's up, by the way, 88? They use the same excuse for The Mandalorian. Just because it fits the story doesn't mean reused characters aren't fan service. Correct. Yep. Absolutely. And that's one of the biggest mistakes that Filoni and Lucasfilm makes, is they think that we want fan service. No. There's a difference between fan service and callbacks. Fan service is the cheap shit. Oh, look, there's a Jawa. Ooh. But does it make sense for there to be a Jawa there? And should the Jawas have red eyes when they always had yellow eyes? That's fan service. Doing little shit to get you excited and pull you in. Even if it's out of place. Callbacks are when you properly, within the plot and in the canon, connect something because of good writing. And you connect it because what is canon is now supporting what you're presenting, and therefore making what you're presenting canon. As opposed to, oh, look, there's a jetpack. Oh, they fly now? That's fan service, stupidity. But it's a jetpack. They're going to freak out. Oh my God, it's a jetpack. That's fan service. So there's a big difference with callbacks. When they're done properly, they support the canon that exists, and because they fit in properly, then you can have the opportunity to make your callback canon. But Dave Filoni isn't that clever. Somehow I missed this one, I think. I didn't like episode 8, but it's better than the last few episodes of nothing but fan service. Hey, look, it's the Rancor. Hey, look, it's Bib Fortuna. It's Rex. It's those annoying ass Karens. Yes. Good writing, that's hard. Yep. And that's why you get paid 7 figures and work at Lucasfilm and have resources of entire teams and then archives and books. And it's not that hard. Nothing is that hard when you truly love and care. When you want to get it right and you have all the resources, it's not that hard. It takes time. It takes effort. Absolutely. It's work. But let me tell you something. If I had all access to all the things at Lucasfilm and full control over what's said and done, I wouldn't work a day of my life. I would be playing around and partying every day. It's not that hard. But when you have zero creativity, then yes, that is hard. What can you do? What can you do? All right, let me actually fix this. There you go. For the YouNow people. And I guess we'll get into the first little thing here. I'm just finishing up watching Halloween 6, The Curse of Michael Myers, Producer's Cut, Blu-ray. A limited run, very rare version from 2015. Recut mostly for the fans by the original producer. Interesting. The Curse of Michael Myers. By the way, the links to everything I'm talking about tonight are in the description if anyone wants to follow along or check back. The problem isn't just good writing, it's also about hiring people who give a damn, correct? Yep. Yep. All right, I guess I'll go in order. So, all right, tomorrow. Give me 1 second, guys. All right. Nothing big, but as a matter of fact, let me check something. only take a moment. And I had touched on this last week, but I just think it's so ironic. Here. On April 20th, oh, look at that, 420, I released a video. Rian Johnson might direct an episode of the Book of Boba Fett rather than The Mandalorian. I'm sure that most of you remember that video. That was supported by several articles within the video, but also, most importantly, an interview that pretty much nobody knew about. It was on Facebook of Rian Johnson being asked what would he really like to do if he had anything, a choice to do anything in Star Wars. And he said, I really like Boba Fett. I would like to make a film about Boba Fett or do some sort of project about Boba Fett. So I made that video. I shared it all over the place. And as I've mentioned before, man, Facebook is full of some lunatics. And on Facebook, a few people were like, the show already wrapped. This is so dumb. You're so dumb. Rian Johnson will never do it. And blah, 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 blah. And I got all kinds of bullshit. Stop trying to blackpill people and all this nonsense. And I was like, are you sure the show is wrapped? Yeah, they said the show was wrapped. Okay. And last week I showed you that Fennec Shan, Ming-Na Wen, said, oh, we just wrapped the show, remember? And she was giving her gifts. And here we are on 1 day ago. Tamora Morrison confirms the Book of Boba Fett has finished filming. Research. It's a thing. Exclusive Star Wars SFX talks with the Boba Fett actor about his experience filming the new Star Wars series. Okay, now this is a very condensed version because what they want you to do is go here. You can check out the full interview with Tamora Morrison in the current issue of SFX magazine, which says the Tomorrow War on the cover. So if any of you find it or want to look at it, whatever, the idea is to get you to, they give you a little taste so you run out and buy the magazine. So there's not a whole lot here, but there's a couple quotes. And the main thing is that he's now confirming that this show just wrapped. So a month and a half ago, I said this about Rian Johnson. I got all kinds of shit, but the show's already wrapped. You don't know what you're talking about. And meanwhile, it just wrapped. So then, speaking with SFX magazine while promoting his upcoming movie Occupation Rainfall, Morrison won't verify rumors that the working title for the series was Buccaneer. I can't get into that. My lips are sealed, my friend. He laughs, but can reveal that they have completed filming. So he is talking there about some film. It was quite difficult because of COVID, he says. You walk on set and you hear shields down, shields down. So we have to air those studios out every 20 minutes. It's called a purge. So, you know, you've got a toilet break then. There's a lot to shoot in one day, but with health and safety and the requirements, it filters out a lot of the bullshit, put it that way. Man, every 20 minutes, that's kind of hard to get shit done, but okay. Number occasions. We did he's talking about Bullock here, who played the original Boba Fett. We did many conventions together. He smiles. Me and Jeremy and Daniel Logan, who played the young Boba Fett in Attack of the Clones. The three of us together, so I knew him and his wife, Margaret. God bless his soul for what he gave to us. The Book of Boba Fett will reach Disney Plus before The Mandalorian, Season 3, blah, 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 blah. Okay, so there's not a whole lot here. Again, it's to try to get you to go pick up the magazine and read the full interview. But this is what matters, is that in an interview he just did he's confirming that now the Book of Boba Fett has wrapped filming. I just think it's hilarious. Okay, so anyways, there you go. Next. Let's close that. Another little tidbit, but just a confirmation on something. All right. Why is Gina Carano on the Emmy ballot for The Mandalorian? Now, I had mentioned this, and I'm sure a lot of you know that in the spring, early spring, the Emmy ballots came out, and Lucasfilm had Pedro Pascal, and then like the second or third name on that list was Gina Carano for Cara Dune. Remember the girl that they fired for no reason, and they've gotten nothing but backlash for her all this time? Well, they nominated her for the Mandalorian, for an Emmy for The Mandalorian. How convenient. They want the prize, but they got rid of the girl. Anyway, so this has been known, and it's not to say that there was any presumption that she nominated herself or that her management or anything like that. I think everybody pretty much presumed that Lucasfilm did that, right, to get the glory, even though they didn't want to, they publicly shamed her. So it's just a little bit interesting because we get an actual confirmation here. Again, it's not to say that anybody presumes she did this, but exactly 4 non-guest actors made this year's Emmy ballot for Disney Plus's The Mandalorian this year. One of them, Gina Carano. By the way, this is Vanity Fair, which they are a very highly trusted news source. These are not rumors, by the way. These are news. This is news. It's an eye-popping inclusion since the actress was fired from the show by Lucasfilm back in February over what the company called abhorrent and unacceptable social media posts. The statement confirming her departure from The Mandalorian went so far to say that she would not appear in future Star Wars media, essentially cutting all ties. And further, Carano didn't stay silent on the matter either, criticizing her former employees right back. Emmy submissions can be a tricky game. Studios and networks decide who to put on the ballot based on contractual obligations, likelihood of receiving a nomination, and other factors. In some cases, actors appear on ballots even if the studios decline to put them forward. Brooke Smith is running her own campaign for ABC's Big Sky this year, for instance, where multiple Games of Thrones actors, including Gwendolyn Christie and Alfie Allen, were nominated a few years back after submitting themselves without HBO's backing. So, number one, if you didn't know that, I didn't know that, actors or their camps can submit themselves for the Emmy, regardless of the studio backing it. So, as it says here, for example, Gwendolyn Christie, who was I can't remember her name now in Game of Thrones, but you all should know. The Lady Knight, right? You all know. She was also Phasma. Okay, so you can submit yourself. Now, here's where it's interesting. And again, this is just a solid confirmation. It's not that anyone presumed differently, but it's interesting. However, Carano did not submit herself for consideration. Disney did. The studio didn't hide her inclusion in its campaign for the show either, as the actress started to pop up in FYC materials back in the spring. Further, Vanity Fair has learned that the situation took Carano's team by surprise. It was added by Disney unbeknownst to us. A representative for Carano tells Vanity Fair via email of the ballot inclusion. The representative had first noticed Carano being featured in Disney's FYC marketing via a poster and was subsequently asked for a headshot, which was provided. But we haven't been involved in their campaign. Disney did not immediately respond to a request for comment. So, this is just generic, whatever. So yeah, the interesting thing. So the two takeaways here are one that actors can actually, and it might not just be actors, it might be other people involved in productions, can submit themselves. And number two, that a solid confirmation that Gina had nothing to do with that. That was 100% Disney trying to milk the cow, trying to get, the glory of her character when meanwhile they shit all over the actress. So there you go. Disney. Brianna of Tar, yes, thank you. Let's see what you guys are talking about. Disney should have said this. A Twitter thing? Fuck Twitter. Twitter people don't spend money; they just destroy things. Yeah, Twitter's insane. I love the Mandalorian. Star Wars Mandalorian is incredible. I agree with you there. That's what I call him. I call it Mandy Lorian, but yes. Welcome, Michael. There's 2 new Halloween movies made by John Carpenter, the original writer, producer, composer of Halloween 1 and 2 from October 15 and 2021 and 2022. Can't wait. Are you a fan of Halloween? Yeah, I mean, I like it. I don't know if fan is the right word, because it's not like I follow it and watch it, and I'm not really into the horror genre. I like sci-fi horror, like Alien, but I'm not really into the horror stuff. I've seen a lot, Saw and all kinds of stuff, but I'm not really into it, to be honest with you. I like sci-fi stuff. But my favorite Halloween, I don't remember which one it was. I want to say 3 is the one with the masks. 3 more days to Halloween, Halloween, Halloween. 3 more days to Halloween, Silver Shamrock. I always liked that one. It used to freak me out. The bugs and shit and the snakes and all that shit that would come out of the mask. But I don't know. For some reason, I always kind of clung to that one. So the New Warriors failed because Twitter people didn't buy it, and it was garbage. But feelings, yes. So yeah, I don't know if I'm a fan, but I don't dislike it. I've watched at least half or most of them, and I'm not big on the horror stuff or the Cabin in the Woods and all those Texas Chainsaw, and I've seen a lot of that stuff, but I'm just not big on it. Wasn't the Book of Boba Fett confirmed to start between 5 and 6? I wonder if they're going to do a Disney-fied version of SOTE. I had never heard there was anything but confirmed between 5 and 6. On the contrary, just last week I reported how Tamara was saying he was stuck they were filming something where he had been stuck in a place for a while, so he's going to be coming out of the Sarlacc pit. So definitely after Jedi. I have never heard anything about it being between 5 and 6. No, it's supposed to tie into Mandalorian, in fact. I wonder if they're going to do the Disney-fied version of Shadows of the Empire. Possibly. I don't know. It's not impossible. Last week I reported how Book of Boba is basically Mandalorian 2.5. Are you worried the Book of Boba Fett is going to be very disappointing or as bad as the sequels? Yes, I'm deeply concerned. But number one, they already screwed up in Mandalorian, so it doesn't. As far as me having any hope, they already fucked up. So you can forget about that. Number two, Disney screwed up everything Star Wars. So what's Boba? You know, I knew that if they ever brought Boba back, they're going to screw him up. So it's not like I thought for a second that they would do it right. So will I be disappointed? Of course. That's my boy. But would I expect anything less from Disney? No, of course not. So there you go. As bad as the sequels, I think it'll probably be better than the sequels, but at best it's going to be The Mandalorian, and that's half-assed, not George Lucas Star Wars, so Boba is a Mandalorian. I keep trying to find footage of him saying that. There's no such thing. Dave Filoni said that. Dave Filoni said that. George Lucas never said that. And that's why I have always said, if you go back to my first videos, first live streams, Boba Fett always is, always was, and always will be a fucking Mandalorian. That's Dave Filoni's Dildoni bullshit. And that's why he made him back a Mandalorian in fucking The Mandalorian, because he knew he fucked up. George Lucas never said that. That's Dave Filoni lying. One of his many lies. Brianna Tar. Is it Tar or Toth? But yes, Brianna. Is it Toth? T-O-T-H? Dave Filoni. Phony, baloney, macaroni, dildoni. Said that bullshit. He also had Mandalorians, hundreds of them, without their helmet on. And then he makes a show called Mandalorian and says, oh, well, we don't take off our helmets. Fucking dumbass. Frankly, madam, I don't give a damn. Some asshole from the Gone with the Wind, yes. I feel like that line is the only reason why people consider Gone with the Wind to be one of the best movies ever. That's what they always quote. This movie is beautiful. The movie that says slavery was good is beautiful. You're just a Gen Z kid trying to cancel it. I'm the kid in Gen Z that hates cancel culture. It's ridiculous when you look back on it, yes. But at that time, it was a pretty big deal, that film. I never personally gave a damn about it, but I know the significance in film history, yeah. And it did have very good actors. That's a big part of it, too, the actors who were in it. You know, you have to remember, back then, like, actors were superstars. It's not like today where they have Instagram and all that shit, and, like, yes, you get more exposure to them now. But back then, that's why they were super big, because the only time you saw them was on the silver screen or maybe on a talk show. So, you know, there was a lot of mystique behind Marilyn Monroe and Fred Astaire and these types of people. Gone with the Wind is the one movie that should get canceled, and they just don't. They don't. They cancel every other movie for the dumbest reasons. Oh, it'll have its day. Believe me, they're coming for all of it. They're not going to stop. So it'll have its day. Rob Zombie did all right with the first Halloween. Halloween 3, Season of the Witch. Yeah. Speaking of Mandalorian, with the little chip in the mask, and that was the commercial, right? 6 more days to Halloween. Mm-hmm. Speaking of Mandalorian, Filoni makes contradictions there as well. In the Clone Wars Mandalorian, you have to fight for the Darksaber. In Rebels, they hand it off. Yep. Oh, I've talked about this. Yeah, I've talked about this several times. Darth Maul, a non-Mandalorian, takes it through battle. Sabine finds it and picks it up. She puts it down. Ezra picks it up, and he's got it. Then he doesn't want it. He gives it to Kanan. Kanan's got it. Kanan doesn't want it. He gives it back to Sabine. Sabine doesn't want it. She gives it to Bo-Katan. Bo-Katan's like, I accept this in the name of Mandalore and my family to rule Mandalore. Sabine literally hands it to her. And then Dave Dildo Dumbass, oh, I can't take it unless I kill you in battle. So fucking stupid. So goddamn stupid. Which, you know, people don't realize that Dave Filoni himself is saying, well, Rebels, Clone Wars, that's irrelevant. Now Mandalorian's the canon. So if you liked Rebels or Clone Wars, well, fuck you, because Dave Filoni, his own creation, and people, it's not connecting in their brains that he just retconned and said, fuck all that. She can't take it. Bo-Katan's age is completely off. So that totally retcons the entire Clone Wars cartoons. Boom. Ahsoka being alive, all of it just destroys the Clone Wars. And people don't connect the dots. They don't understand that. Kenny Savage, thank you for stopping in. New Warriors, what a terrible time to be a Marvel fan it is. What happened to the days of Tobey Maguire Spider-Man? He'd stop that shit. Yeah. Shame that they don't do this great story the EU had with Boba Fett and his brother. There was a lot of Boba Fett stuff. He has a daughter. There's one story, I've mentioned it before, where I think it's in the Tales of the Bounty Hunters, where Bosk thinks he's going to be slick and tries to fucking steal Slave One, and he ends up getting trapped. And Slave One fucking traps him inside of it because Slave One is full of so much tricks and traps and sensors and defense and all this stuff. And Boba comes back to the ship and Bosk is in a cell. Slave One freaking catches him. It's a fucking badass. And in the EU, Bosk is always trying to outdo or compete with Boba, and Boba just is always embarrassing the shit out of him. Like, Bosk is decent, but Boba just constantly shits on Bosk. So, yeah, there's tons of stuff. But hey, we'll make him, you know, how we want to make him, and have him paint his fucking suit. How ridiculous. The bottle of vodka, yes. The giant bottle of vodka. I have two. Look, I already finished one. Oh, man. Why is it called The Book of Boba Fett when it's a TV show? I guess because they were doing chapters in The Mandalorian. And the original idea was they were going to close those chapters and now go to the Book of Boba. Like, they were moving on from Mando onto Boba Fett. You know, they don't want to admit it, but guys, I've said it so many times back then and just last week, and I'll say it again today. Mandalorian 3 isn't going to happen. That's done. Mandalorian's done. It's now Boba Fett. And we got more confirmation last week when I showed you completion of season 1, which means there's a season 2 and maybe more. Mandalorian's done. That's bye-bye. Mandalorian was a trial run for a Boba Fett show. That's what it was. So they closed that chapter, they closed that book, and now it's the Book of Boba Fett. Now, I don't work at Lucasfilm. Maybe in 2 years, the Mandalorian pops up again. But I'm telling you, and guess who's always right? There's not going to be any more Mandalorian. That's done. Because Disney loves making these weird titles to make it sound important. That's also why. Of Tarth. Okay, so we were both right. Yes, of Tarth. Yeah, there you go. They did all that with their straight-to-DVD sequels from the 90s and 2000s. They made these subtitles to make their DVD crap sound like it's amazing when most of them were good. The golden age of Hollywood and the studio system. The Return of Jafar, Belle's Magical World, Return of to the Sea. These titles sound just so basic. Yeah. Why couldn't they just be Aladdin 2, Beauty and the Beast 2, and The Little Mermaid 2? Those movies were trash. Because Disney liked money at one point. Yeah, that's true. They used to like money. Now they seem to hate it. Nowadays, we have big budget remakes. Back then, 20 years ago, we had a small budget sequels on DVD. Yeah, that's true. Those were dark times, but not as dark as now. We're in the darker times. Yes, indeed. The dark times is in the 2000s. The darker times are now. Movies are dead. They can't milk nostalgia forever. No, they sure can't. At least they had some good stuff in the 2000s. Pixar, Pirates of the Caribbean, Lilo and Stitch. Now we have the boring stuff. Was The Mandalorian even a success? Sure, Grogu was trendy for a while, but no one seems. But now it seems like no one gives a shit. No, and I was saying it the whole time during, and I say it throughout all my all the problems with The Mandalorian, that it's the Baby Yoda show. That's the only reason why people watched The Mandalorian. But now he's gone, and he has to die. So, which by the way, a video just came out. I think it was just today from Star Wars. And there's a new book, and the book is everything connecting from episode 1 to episode 9. So, like I've said many times before, all of it's connecting. They're not going away from it. So, Baby Yoda was a success. Mandalorian, nobody cares about Din Djarin. Solo lost lots of money. In the Clone Wars, Tarkin looks like the way he did in Rots. In the Bad Batch, he already looks like Peter from A New Hope. Yeah. Dave Dildoni. I have a feeling that once GL dies, Disney will remake 1 through 6 and make it woke. Yes. Well, they technically can't. Part of the contract in the sale was they can't touch 1 through 6. But they can do everything around it to fuck it up. They can do stuff in between the episodes. And this is why I tell people we cannot have a multiverse. But there's people that are so freaking thick-headed out here that are like, yes, it'll work. We can do a multiverse. Dave knows what he's doing. And the second you open that door of the multiverse, Disney's going to be like, okay, well, that stuff that George made, that wasn't really actually Star Wars. Now we're going to show you the real 1 through 6 that connect to our 7 through 9. This is Star Wars. And they're going to vault the shit out of George Lucas's stuff because it's not making them money, and just put it away, and they're going to make their stuff. So they can't remake what George did, but they can certainly make a brand new 1 through 6. They can't touch his films. They cannot alter them, but they can make their own 1 through 6. And that's what's going to happen. The second they do that multiverse Dave Dildoni bullshit, that's what they're going to do. They're going to remake the fucking OT and PT. So for anyone out there that keeps saying, oh yeah, multiverse, it's going to work, it's going to be cool. Holy fucking shit. Open your eyes. They are going to do 1 through 6. Yes. They just can't touch the originals. Luca just came out. Yeah. Haven't even seen Soul. Soul's the first Pixar movie I didn't bother watching. I didn't watch it. Up until that, I saw all of them from Toy Story 1 to Onward. I haven't seen a lot of the more recent ones. Onward was disappointing. So I hear. Yeah, that multiverse is literally what's going to happen is everything that you knew, George Lucas era, is going to be, that's an alternate universe. That's like, you know, that's not Star Wars. That's an alternate. And then Disney's just going to push the shit out of all their nonsense. Rebels and Resistance and all this mess. This is Star Wars. Look what Mickey Mouse made. Look what Kathleen Kennedy did. So keep on with that fucking multiverse shit. A lot of Pixar's new stuff was lame. Toy Story 3 and 4, Incredibles 2, Good Dinosaur, Cars 2 and 3, Brave, 2010s. What a dumb time for Pixar. I haven't seen one of those movies. Not one. Well, that's not true. I think I saw at least parts of Toy Story 3, and I did see Incredibles 2. The rest of that stuff, I haven't seen it. There's plenty of people asking for the Clone Wars remake of Rots. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm telling you, as soon as they do that multiverse, it's all over. All that shit that you ever knew, bye. The solution to this is all simple. Decanonize the sequels, separate the Clone Wars, Bad Batch, Mandalorian, and make it a side timeline like the EU, and have the core canon be 1 through 6. Well, that's what it's supposed to be, but Disney doesn't want that. Disney wants you and your kids to believe that they created Star Wars, that Kathleen Kennedy created Star Wars. And that's what's going to happen. I feel so sorry for people that are like, oh, but they're going to fix it. Oh, but George Lucas is going to come in and fix it. Okay. Oh, boy. Well, I heard recently that George Lucas is proud of what Filoni's done. Right. Shitting all over his stuff. I'm sure he's real proud of Dave Filoni. People are still going to watch Pixar stuff, say it's sad and the best animated movie ever. Then in 3 months, it'll be forgotten. Yep. I remember how big Finding Dory was. Everyone threw money at it and ate that crap up. Here we are 5 years later, and I hear no one talking about it. Was it that big? I didn't see it. Were a lot of people talking about it? I don't know. If they were, it's because off of the wave of Nemo, but yeah, nobody talks about that. When they talk about Ellen DeGeneres, nobody's like, oh, Finding Dory was great. James, a fan theory is the witch from Frozen makes all the Pixar stuff in the same universe or something like that. Huh. Did they also say they made The Simpsons? I don't know. Did they? Wouldn't surprise me at this point. Matt Groening and Fox hated Disney from what I heard. I'm sure they did. Oh, boy. All right. We're in an hour and a half. So I'll cover this next topic, and then we'll get into the Bad Batch, because the Bad Batch is the long one. I have 100 images this time. Last week was 85. But again, a lot of them are just quick reference. We'll get through them quickly. There's not a whole lot to talk about, but some things I need to point out. We're going to review that episode. And somebody that has a big YouTube channel said, this is the best one yet. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know. Some people are just truly clueless as to what Star Wars was. This shit is so fucking dumb. So, but, you know, I'm going to go through the episode and I'll show you guys. Battery low, be back soon. Yeah, no worries. I'm going to be here for hours. Anyways, like I said, I'm going to do, this is just a quick little piece of news. It's not anything overly important. It's a little Kathleen Kennedy thing, though. If you want to watch back later at an hour and a half, to come back and check. And then I'm going to take a break, and then we'll do the Bad Batch, the big bulk. So, Finding Dory, Frozen 2, or flops. Yeah, that's from what I know, from what I've heard. I heard Frozen 2 did okay, but Morgan 3000, thank you so much for stopping in and for inviting 2,600 fans. Wow, thank you so much. I don't know if you're still around, but I truly appreciate it. Thank you. Man, I'm getting close to 10,000 likes over there on YouNow. Yeah, I heard that. Well, I think when you say flop as far as like the fans, because I heard that it did make some money. But yeah, you don't hear people jumping up and down like Frozen 2 was amazing. Here's the thing, like Disney, I noticed how they measure things, and the Mickey Mouseketeers, the sheeplings, how they measure things. They look at it like, see, it made $1 billion. Look how great it is. But then they don't remember that in like 3 weeks from now, never mind 6 months, even they don't mention it anymore. No one remembers Finding Dory or talks about Frozen 2. Do Elsa dolls sell? I'm sure, but because of Frozen 1, not because of Frozen 2. So that's where Disney's argument is. But it made this much money, and it did all this, but to guys like me and D, we understand that something like Star Wars dominated for 40 years. That was in every toy store. That was loved by people all around the world. That had just endless merchandise and demand, and not just Star Wars, Terminator, Predator, so many things. Back to the Future. These things are timeless, things that people to this day love and talk about. I'd be kind of surprised if you could find a Dory fish stuffed animal. And you certainly won't find one in 5-10 years. But people are always going to remember that DeLorean from Back to the Future, and the rubber shark from Jaws, and, Darth Vader breathing. So, in Disney's eyes, maybe they weren't flops, but, to most of us, they're not enduring and endearing products. And when I say products, the films and the merch. It would be interesting to look at the box office of them, though. I'm sure they weren't that great. Yeah, no worries. I'll be here. Thank you for stopping by. Either way, Kevin Smith is a Disney shill since Clerks. Yeah, he's man. So many people used to love that dude, and he just went, I don't know. He's on another planet. Now he's on with this He-Man crap. Frozen 2 wasn't made by Pixar, even though it looks like it was. Oh, interesting. I would have assumed it was. Your tires, yes. 2 front tires were needed, and they are taken care of. Thank you for asking. At this point, Pixar and Disney feel like the same company. I always kind of regarded them as the same company. I mean, not from the very beginning, but since they bought them, I always kind of looked at them as the same thing. First episode was decent, then it went downhill. Bad Batch? I don't know. I didn't like a single. I thought they were all dumb, but or what are you talking about? Mandalorian? The first one was okay. In the cantina thing. it still had a bunch of stupidity in it, but go watch my All the Problems with the Mandalorian Chapter 1. You'll see it wasn't that good. Pixar was different because they made 3D animated films while Disney did 2D animated films. Now 2D is gone, and they both do 3D animated films, so they don't feel different from each other anymore. DreamWorks still around? I want to say they are. I don't know. Officially, I don't know. They recently got rid of Blue Sky, but I want to say DreamWorks still is. Still around. They made the Prince of Egypt, one of the best animated movies. Now they're stuck making movies like Boss Baby. Shrek would destroy Boss Baby. So would the baby from Roger Rabbit. I found a poster for Boss Baby where he's wearing thigh highs. Why is the baby wearing thigh highs? Who knows? Give Elsie a girlfriend. Disney, no way, we want China money. It's like when people cheered on a 4-year-old twerk for twerking. Wish I was making that up, but no, it happened. Yeah, well. Thank you for subscribing, Morgan 3000. I recognize that name. What is that, from YouNow? Oh, yeah. Appreciate it. I guess maybe you're over here now. Either way, thank you so much. They say Elsa gets a girlfriend in the movie. I don't remember her falling in love with a woman. Oh, wait. They took that out for China. Bad Batch, okay. I don't even remember the first episode right now, to be honest with you. I remember I tried to watch it like twice and kept falling asleep. DreamWorks equals Universal. Don't get me wrong, the first episode still had dumb stuff in it. When Omega shot the rifle out of Crosshair's hand, my Mary Sue flags went off. Yeah. I love the first episode of The Mandalorian. It felt like Star Wars was finally back. Then Grogu showed, and I realized that this is not going to be about The Mandalorian. Yep, they didn't even wait like 2 episodes. No, they just went right in. First episode, right at the end. Hello, look, a baby. And I was like, oh, boy, that's the show right there. This freaking baby. All right. We're at an hour and a half. Let's get to this next little piece of Kathleen tidbit. And I'll probably take a quick break and we'll get into Bad Batch. So, this is, again, not my Star Wars, digging, going down the rabbit hole and finding where's the other? Okay. I guess this should be it. Ryan. Yes, okay. So it'll tie in and it'll make sense here in a minute. How the man behind Loki is shaping Marvel's Phase 4 and beyond. Michael Waldron previews the surprising influences behind Loki, Doctor Strange, and his top secret Star Wars project. June 3rd, 2021, Vanity Fair, trusted source. This is, again, news, not a rumor. Humanity, look how far you've fallen. A voice drawled out of the darkness of San Diego's Comic-Con in the summer of 2013. Actor, some of this is not at all pertinent, so I'm going to skip some of this. Nate Moore, blah, 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 blah. Less than a decade later, with an Emmy-winning stint on Justin Roiland and Dan Harmon's fiercely beloved animation series Rick and Morty in his rear view, Waldron has become the chosen favorite of Marvel president Kevin Feige, who was so impressed with the now 33-year-old's work as the head writer on Loki that he tapped him to take over writing duties on the upcoming Doctor Strange sequel. Impressed with Strange, Feige then handpicked Waldron to work on his top secret Star Wars project. With Loki set to make a big splash next week, Waldron shared his unusual inspirations for both Loki and Strange, his rapid climb to the top of the Hollywood heap, and how really he just wants to be the next Nora Ephron. While still a student at Pepperdine, Waldron landed an assistant gig with one of his comedy heroes, blah, 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 blah. Okay. Now, for some context, years ago, there was rumors that Feige was going to maybe take over Lucasfilm, or that he was going to do a Star Wars sequel trilogy, or do a Star Wars trilogy, or that he was going to do a Star Wars movie. And then a lot of that got quelched and silenced, and you never got really any kind of confirmation. And then, like a month or two ago, Feige was in some interview or like walking some red carpet, some event, and they asked him about Star Wars, and he said, "No, I don't know anything about that. I'm not involved at all." Okay. Now, granted, many times they just blow smoke, right? They just say whatever to blow you off the trail. So, again, Vanity Fair, you can take as an official source. So it just said his secret Star Wars project. All right. So then, a lot of this is not relevant, and I could give a damn about these guys, Hartman and Waldron, and all this mess. Okay. With his eyes on impressing the likes of Marvel and Lucasfilm, Waldron took 2 weeks to whip together the first draft of a time-traveling sci-fi romance feature worthy of both Nora Ephron and the Rick and Morty writers' room, titled Worst Guy of All Time. Waldron's team was disinclined to share a copy of the script, possibly because it's in development, or its DNA will be found in some other project he's working on. But you can read write-ups of it here and here. The story about the worst guy in the world, the girl who was sent through time to kill him, and how they fell disastrously in love, landed Waldron on the 2018 blacklist alongside Emerald Fennell's Oscar-winning Promising Young Woman. It also caught the eye of Kevin Feige. Okay. Dan Harmon is no stranger to losing talent to Kevin Feige. Longtime MCU directors Joe and Anthony Russo were plucked from Community. And in 2020, Marvel hired another Rick and Morty writer, Jeff Loveness, to write Ant-Man 3. It's no mystery why, when sitting down for a lengthy interview with Vanity Fair in 2017, Feige was as eager to talk about the Rick and Morty season 3 finale as anything else. By the way, speaking of Ant-Man 3, I mentioned this on YouNow the other day in the stream, but here on YouTube, a little birdie told me that in roughly 6 months, they're going to begin filming Ant-Man 3 in Europe. So, I don't follow Marvel and Ant-Man 3 much. I don't know if it's been confirmed somewhere else, or I have heard many rumors of it, but I can't tell you the source. I can't tell you my little birdie, but I can tell you that Ant-Man 3 is going to start filming soon. It's coming. So that ties in again here with that Loveness was hired to write it. Now, is Loveness still the writer on it? That I don't know, although this article is just from the other day. But I can tell you that Ant-Man 3 is indeed about to start filming. Well, you can't fight Kevin Feige in the street, Harmon says. He'll just say, "Oh, I love that you're fighting me. This is so wonderful. And everyone will start booing you for being a bully. I am honored and validated by the idea that if people leave me, they'll leave me for Marvel. That's an amazing legacy. Yeah, thanks to Stan Lee, by the way. You know, the sheer hubris of Bob Chapek to say, we made all these things popular, and not say, you know, Stan Lee really made it create an amazing franchise, and that's why we bought it, and we're so happy to bring it to a larger audience. That's the proper thing to say. Not, nobody knew who Iron Man was, and we made him popular. You fucking dumbass. That was another one on Facebook. Oh boy, you should have seen all the people defending Bob Chapek, and it's just incredible. It's incredible. Anyways, when Waldron left for Marvel in 2019, he went with his Rick and Morty experience, his love of wrestling, time travel, romance, screenplay, and very little actual comic book knowledge. This last part might have appealed to Feige the most. The head of the Marvel Studios himself didn't grow up reading comics and has said that someone with an outsider's approach to a comic book story can be more valuable than a writer stuck in the weeds of back issues. I grew up a pro wrestling guy, probably more of a Star Wars guy, Waldron said, but my love for Marvel came from the movies. Okay, so first of all, the head of Marvel, Feige, didn't grow up reading the comics, so there you go. That's why shit is jacked up. Number two, outsider's approach is more valuable than an actual writer looking at the back issues. This is Disney. And here Waldron admits, my love for Marvel came from the movies, so your foundation is already jacked up. When Waldron met with Marvel for Loki, the executive team had already decided to set the show in the world of the TVA, or Time Variance Authority. Blah, 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 blah. I actually watched the second episode yesterday or today. It looks really awesome, and I don't know enough about Loki lore to say what's wrong or not, but it certainly feels out of place. But, you know, it looks cool. A lot of mumbo jumbo. Let's see. Let me see where it's at, because I don't want to waste a whole lot of time on this nonsense. Okay. I just noticed something I didn't see before. It's like swimming in the ocean over there. There's always going to be 10 movies that yours ties into. They're going to change Doctor Strange so that it will affect Ant-Man, and that'll affect season 8 of The Mandalorian. Oh boy. Let's read this whole. Waldron found himself in frequent communications with Schaefer and Loveness, creating a kind of friend-based network of writers who you don't often see across several MCU projects. He was still in the middle of a highly strenuous shoot and running another show and working on another secret movie. And he came onto our Zoom and collaborated on some story stuff. Loveness recalls, it's like swimming in the ocean over there. There's always going to be 10 movies that yours ties into. They're going to change Doctor Strange so that it will affect Ant-Man, and that'll affect season 8 of The Mandalorian. I think he's just talking out of his ass there, but Favreau did say something about doing a crossover. Oh, Lord. In 2019, stars came calling to see if Waldron would be interested in reviving the old wrestling show Heels. Arrow star Stephen Amell having wrapped up his superhero duties on the CW, was available. Waldron, of course, was a bit busy. I had surrendered control over the thing that I had been most maniacally obsessive over. Waldron says of giving the reins to actor turned showrunner Mike O'Malley. Mike, to his credit, was just so generous and patient with me as I did that. There's still so much of it that's mine. Waldron spent some of his 2021 working on a post-production for the show, which will debut this August. By then, Waldron would be even busier tackling another cinematic galaxy. Man, I can't read today. He can't say much about getting the call to work on Feige's Star Wars, but he can say, you've heard all my references here. Star Wars, Indiana Jones, Kathleen Kennedy. She's made so many of my favorite movies. So to get to collaborate with both of those entities is a dream come true. Waldron's Lucasfilm gig came with a lucrative overall deal at Disney, which we will look at in just a moment. But look here. He's referencing Star Wars, Indiana Jones, and Kathleen Kennedy, his favorite movies, to collaborate with both entities. And he has a big deal with Lucasfilm. Big deal with Disney. All right. Waldron's Lucasfilm gig came with a lucrative deal at Disney. Okay. Lucasfilm is not Marvel. Remember? Lucasfilm is Star Wars and Indiana Jones. Setting sail on a steady ship like Marvel is one thing, but dividing into a fractured fandom like Star Wars is a much bigger challenge. Then again, Waldron survived the Rick and Morty Szechuan Sauce Wars of 2017, so anything's possible. I think he can be the guy to really kickstart the cinematic grandeur of those movies. Loveness says that's probably laying it on a little thick, but I really think he's the guy to do it. Star Wars is definitely sticky because if you make it a certain brand of nerd happy, you're actually middle fingering an adjacent breed of nerd, Harmon says. If you take it too seriously, you're doing it wrong. If you don't take it seriously enough, you're definitely doing it wrong. It needs that total joy of the greatness of the greatest franchise ever, along with a kind of swagger. I do think that Waldron could make a good match for that, but I don't know if he would make a good match for the machine that's carrying that stuff. Okay. No, sorry, I don't agree with any of this here. You need to make it for one person. The fucking hardcores that have supported this franchise for 40 years. That's who you need to target. Then again, this is Feige's Star Wars, and it's not at all difficult to see why these two have forged a successful partnership. Feige and Waldron are both nice guys from the East Coast, blah, 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 the wives, blah, 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 blah. Okay. So, the gist of this here is that this article, again, is Vanity Fair on June 3rd. So apparently Feige is going to make a Star Wars film, and his boy is this Waldron guy who's making this Loki nonsense, and who is saying, well, you know, you got to make it cool, not Star Wars. You can't take it too serious. The guy that did Rick and Morty, which I know probably a lot of you are fans of Rick and Morty, but hey, Damien, thank you for stopping by. If you're still around, thank you, bro. I appreciate it. Thanks for inviting, bro. Wow, you broke 11,000. Awesome. So the gist is Feige is getting a Star Wars apparently, and his boy is this guy. And Waldron is a fan of Kathleen Kennedy, and that he got a deal with Lucasfilm. Okay, so now let's look at that deal. Come on. Deadline, another trusted source. This is, again, not a rumor. This is news. This was January 7th, 2021. Loki executive producer Michael Waldron tapped to write Kevin Feige's Star Wars movie as part of a new deal with Disney. Exclusive, after penning Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness and serving as head writer and executive producer of the upcoming Disney Plus series Loki, Michael Waldron is looking to stay in business with Walt Disney Studios in a big way. Sources tell Deadline Waldron has been set to write a new Star Wars feature film that Kevin Feige, president of Marvel Studios and chief executive officer of Marvel, will develop and produce for Lucasfilm and Disney. This is just one part of the recent deal with Waldron signed with the studios that will help him in business, help keep him in business with Disney for some time. Okay, so here, let's see. Besides writing this new Star Wars film, the deal also is expected to bring back Waldron in some capacity for season 2 of Loki. Not only is the deal rarity at the studios, it clearly shows how much faith Disney, Marvel, and Lucasfilm have in Waldron going forward, and surely should open doors for years to come and many more high-profile properties. This is the first piece of news about Feige's Star Wars film since the project was first rumored in the fall of 2019. Lucasfilm recently announced several films at Disney's Investor Day, including Rogue Squadron with Patty Jenkins. However, this was not one of them. The project was first rumored following the success of Avengers Endgame and before the launch Star Wars The Rise of Skywalker, the final installment in the most recent trilogy of the franchise. Lucasfilm president Kathleen Kennedy was looking to start a new era of Star Wars films, and given how much love Feige had for the franchise and how masterfully he navigated the Marvel Cinematic Universe over the past decade, he felt the perfect fit to spearhead a new feature on the beloved. He felt, I guess, like the perfect fit to spearhead a new feature on the beloved IP. Since Waldron has just been brought on, there is no idea when this film is getting into production or make it in front of audiences, but his attachment adds momentum to the film's development. As for Waldron, he is an Emmy-winning blah, 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 Loki series, Doctor Strange, blah, 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 blah. He's so great, Rick and Morty. Okay, so is this Tiffany? Hey, thank you so much. Thank you so much for inviting 5,000 fans. Thank you so much, Tiffany, and for the likes. I appreciate you so much. Thank you, Tiffany. Vanity Fair and Deadline are very highly trusted sources. They get insider information directly from them. Can I say without a doubt 100% that all of this is going to happen? No. But 99.9, this is fact. These are not rumors. This is news. Okay? Straight from the horse's mouth. So what can we surmise from these two articles? Number one, obviously, Waldron, they're investing heavily on Doctor Strange, Loki, and a Star Wars movie. Feige is indeed involved. He has a secret Star Wars movie coming. Waldron and Feige are both big fans of old KK. And as they just signed a big deal under Disney, Marvel, and Lucasfilm, and as they said, they're looking forward to these films this film in the future, and there's no release date, nothing's been announced. It's going to be a while from now. Guess who's going to be sticking around for a while? Oh, Kathleen Kennedy, who is looking for a new start in looking to start a new era of Star Wars films. And given how much love Feige had for the franchise and how masterfully he navigated the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Actually, that was a lot of Favreau, but okay, whatever. So you see how this is all tying in. Waldron is going to be doing a lot of Disney projects. He got a massive contract. They even said a rare contract that is Disney, Marvel, and Lucasfilm, and that Feige and Kathleen are involved. So if this movie isn't even announced or rumored yet, he just got a huge contract. They just finished Loki, like literally just finished Loki. Do you really think? And they just started Indiana. Do you really think that KK is going to get fired in September or October? Kathleen Kennedy isn't going anywhere. And furthermore, what have I been telling you guys for a while? Again, thank you so much, Tiffany. Love you. Thank you. Sebastian Miranda, hey, what's up? Thanks for stopping by. What have I been telling you guys? KK is about to get promoted. She is not going anywhere because now she's doing big deals with Feige, Marvel, Disney, Lucasfilm, Indiana, and now a secret project, not to mention all the stuff that they announced right back at that end of last year. Kathleen Kennedy is not going anywhere. She's about to get promoted. Like I said, she's probably going to take Alan Horn's position, which means she's going to look over Marvel, Lucasfilm, and maybe a few other, actually all the other properties, Pixar, all that. That's going to become Kathleen. Alan Horn is probably either going to retire or maybe get promoted or shifted elsewhere, but I think he's probably going to retire. Kathleen Kennedy is about to get promoted. She ain't going nowhere. I've been telling you this for a while. Now, I admit, last year I thought for a while, okay, they're going to can her because they're stuck. But as I've been reporting for quite some time now, she's not going anywhere. And there you go. You see the connection. You see how they have projects that are even secretly being worked on, and Kathleen's part of it. And we all know she's on the set with Harrison Ford on Indiana Jones right now. So anyone that thinks Kathleen is going anywhere, I'm so sorry to burst your bubble because she's not going anywhere. All right, let's see what you guys are talking about. Clone Wars was 22 minutes long. Every episode of The Bad Batch feels longer. Yeah, well, I think this one was 23, 26 minutes. Did all that I just talked about make sense? Are you guys understanding the connection between Waldron, Feige, Marvel, Lucasfilm, KK? I hope that I said it the right way and that it makes sense, the connection there. Already done, or is it still going? It's still going. It's on episode 8. It's actually at mid-season. There's 16, well, at least 16 episodes that we know of, but it should be 16 episodes. So, Victoria's Secret went woke. We're all doomed. Yeah, I saw something about that today. That's funny. I haven't even watched Loki yet. Endgame is the ending for me. Spider-Man Far From Home can be an epilogue and everything else won't matter. The MCU may still be going, but the Infinity Saga is over. What are they going to do now? Who knows? Well, Splash it was. Splash of idiocy. Idiocracy wasn't supposed to be the real. Ahsoka on The Mandalorian to advertise her show where she teams up with Ezra and fights. Thrawn, played by Robert Downey Jr. Also. RDJ as Thrawn feels just as weird as Zac Efron as Batman. Yeah. With those credentials, it probably will be the MCU, the Rick and Morty saga. I'd get Michael Fassbender to play Thrawn. Yeah, RDJ to Thrawn would be weird. I would have chosen the actor for Doctor Strange, but he already refused. Hey, Bad Kid, the Jedi. Not that Robert Downey Jr. couldn't do a great job as Thrawn, but it would just be weird because we all know him, right? As plus, that would complicate any crossover if they're going to do a crossover. So, although I guess he could play both characters. Funny, both Doctor Strange and RDJ were both Sherlock Holmes. Did anyone see Den and Nerd's video about George being part of Andor as a writer and producer? Oh, I debunked that months ago. No, he's not. No, I didn't see that. I don't watch Den and Nerds, but I debunked that months ago. That's a classic joke. Iron Man, Doctor Strange, and Superman have all been Sherlock. Imagine if Warner Brothers said The Dark Knight is why Batman is popular, or Man of Steel was why Superman was popular. Well, I'm sure they will one day. Why do people praise Superman and Man of Steel when he destroyed Metropolis? Yeah, I don't know. I haven't seen it, but I always hear about it. I'm like, man, it sounds all backwards. Seriously, in that movie when he's fighting Zod, it's the end of the world. Alan Clark. Y'all need to understandably get over it. It's the next gen's time. Best for you guys to just kick back in your rocking chairs and drink your dinners. Okay. Oh, that's hilarious. No. First of all, most of the people in this chat are much younger than me. And second of all, no, you need to understand that you can't just shit all over Star Wars. Mickey Musketeer. Superman from 1978 was cheesy, but it feels like Superman. And regardless of it being the next generation's time, you do not advance by shitting on the past. You must respect what has been established. It's not about it's a new time or new things. There's no problem with new things. The problem is disrespecting what was pre-established. But hey, it's okay. You'll figure it out one day when someone's shitting on you or your grandmother. Then you're going to care, right? Superman from 1978 was cheesy, but it feels like Superman, Man of Steel. I'd run away if I saw Superman flying. They're talking about Marvel on a Star Wars article. I love, how people like this come in here and like, oh, you're going to convince me and my 12,000 fans. Yeah, you're right, dude. How stupid. They're talking about Marvel in a Star Wars article. Yep. My phone died, and I had to find my charger. I missed a good handful of content. Well, there's always the replay. Not My Stars answered my question about, yes, I did. Wow, you've been gone that long? I said, I like the Halloween franchise, but I'm not a huge fan per se. I don't know all the movies and all the story and all that stuff, but my favorite is number 3 with the masks. 6 more days of Halloween, Halloween. 3 more days of Halloween, Halloween. Silver Shamrock. Superman in 1978. Wow, it's Superman. He can do anything. Superman in 2013. Run, everybody, run. And my favorite part, by the way, Alan, why aren't you watching The Last Jedi, dude? Why are you here? Why are you wasting your time here? We're just bunch of old idiots, right? So why aren't you watching The Last Jedi? Oh, that's right. That shit sucks, doesn't it? Rick and Morty is way too overrated. I never got into it. I know a lot of people like it, but I never. I heard the first 2 seasons were good. Then it went downhill after season 2. Never seen it. James Jar Jar Abrams is going to fuck up Superman. You haven't seen anything yet. Oh, yeah. We all know that's coming. Any other fellow programs fans of Halloween? Any thoughts on the new John Carpenter Halloween sequels? To make it short like that. James, have you gotten around to watch Battlestar Galactica or Caprica? Check out the old Battlestar Galactica with Aaron what's her name? Holy smoky hot babe. Ooh wee. Adaptive writer. I have a box set of Halloween and Freddy Krueger. Nice. I thought Man of Steel was going to be like The Dark Knight, where it's a realistic take on the character it's based on. Superman is just an emotionless destroyer that gets praise. I heard something like he couldn't save his dad, so he felt guilty, but then later in the movie he like stops time or reverses time or does some shit, so it's like, why didn't he save his dad in the first place? Or he could fly super fast or something, so it's like, why didn't he just save his dad to begin with? I don't know, something stupid. Man of Steel isn't as bad as Batman vs Superman or Justice League. Speaking of the DC, did you any of you see the tweet today that Zack Snyder put out with Superman between Catwoman's legs, like he's munching carpet, and it says the only thing that the tweet says is canon. I don't know what that's all about, but it's like they're on a rooftop and he's carpet munching. I don't know what's going on with that, but speaking of the DCEU, the MCU is kind of why all these cinematic universes are happening. Now everything has to be a franchise. Kathy running everything owned by Disney. We're fucked. Oh, it's coming. That's what's going to happen. Yo, what's up, Patrick McNeil? Gotta respect KK failing upward. Gotta respect the hustle. Failing upwards, yes. Keely, Roberto, I like Man of Steel and Batman vs Superman a lot. Oh wow, I never seen them. I hear they're terrible, but current Star Wars suck it. Yes, current Star Wars sucks. It's trash. I have a confession. I don't like Marvel films. At least for me, everything is plain and without substance. I don't want Kevin Feige on Star Wars. The Marvel formula and writing does not fit into Star Wars. I agree. I haven't even seen most of the new Marvel stuff. I have no interest because I know it's all freaking nonsense. Hey, Keely, good to see you. What's going on? Just hanging out, talking some Star Wars news. Exactly. Yes. FNT raid. Nice. Good to see you, bro. The MCU ended with Endgame the same way the DCAU ended with the Justice League Unlimited episode Destroyer. Hey, Keely. Hey, Patrick. Hey. The worst part is that there are people who want to give credit to Kaka for doing a good job on The Mandalorian. Yeah. Well, to be fair, she is the executive producer of that show, and she is the president of Lucasfilm. So, not that she's directly involved, and that's mostly Dave and Favreau. But on the same token, if you're going to bitch about KK, you have to bitch about Mandalorian because she's responsible for the Mandalorian. She's the one that put Dave and Jon Favreau together. So, Highlander will be better than Star Wars. Anything will be better than Star Wars right now. Until there's major changes at Lucasfilm, you're not going to see any real Star Wars. I see how I'm going to die. It's 2044, and Disney owns all the governments. I get executed for not buying a Star Wars show the very day it comes out. You have seen the Force. You can see sometimes into the future with the Force. You can't shit on Star Wars. Jar Jar Abrams, right? Ruin Johnson are doing that on their own, along with the rest of the Disney management. If you're going to criticize Superman for the destruction of Metropolis, you have to criticize the Avengers for the destruction of New York. Critical Drinker's new video about Picard Season 2. Haven't seen it, but I'm sure it's great. I'm sure it's fantastic. Sam Witwer is on Battlestar? Huh. I didn't know that. That's awesome that you really like Halloween 3. I skipped it for way too long and really enjoy it now. Sorry for bringing up Halloween so much, lol. I was excited to see this producer's cut. No, that's cool. Yeah, I like the Halloween movies, but what I was saying is I'm not huge on the horror stuff. I've never been a big. I like sci-fi and I like sci-fi horror, like Alien or Predator, you know. But just like straight up horror movies, I'm not big on that stuff. I've seen a lot. What is that? Cabin in the Woods or whatever it is, and you know, Escape Room, and what's the one with the guy Screwface with the little mask, the little doll, and you know, I've seen a lot of that stuff, but I just I like Resident Evil a lot. And yeah, the movies aren't, you know, like canon, like the games. They're different, but they're in the same vein. I mean, they have, you know, the same general, at least they're in the ballpark, and you have a lot of the characters, Jill and Chris and them, and, you know, I like them. I don't think they're perfect or anything, but I think they're fun, and you see like the liquors and all that stuff. I like them. At least the Avengers tried to save New York. They didn't really do that much compared to what Loki's army did. I saw that image, so there was going to be a scene in the Harley Quinn show where Batman and Catwoman are in love, but they took that out. So then why is he posting that as canon? Because he's mad they took it out, or what's going on there? Now, it's not a problem. Batman and Catwoman always had a thing. And, hey, I would munch that carpet. I don't have any problem. I get it why Batman would. I'm just saying, it was like, wow, like out of nowhere, I'm seeing this image, like, what's going on? I also missed if you are worried Book of Boba Fett is going to be disappointing. Yes, it absolutely will be disappointing. Like everything that Disney has done with Star Wars. Abso-fucking-totally, it's going to be disappointing. Will there be some cool stuff? I'm sure. But they're going to fuck it up, man. They already messed them up in Mandalorian. So, and it's a Dildoni production, so it's going to be jacked up.
Uba. Uba. Uba.
Give the people what they want. People only hate on Halloween 3, Season of the Witch, because Michael Myers isn't in it. Yeah, I know. It's kind of ironic. The one I like the most, it doesn't have Michael in it. And nothing against Michael. I think I was at the right age when I saw that one, and it really stuck with me, and like it freaked me out, the stinks and all that stuff coming out, and like, so I don't know. Plus the little song, you know, always stuck with me. But it's not to be like anti-Michael, because I like Michael. It's fine. It's just I don't know. That one just kind of always stuck with me. Everyone's telling me plus I thought it was kind of cool how they like shifted gears and like it did a totally different story, you know. Everyone's telling me Dave does a good job and George would be proud of him. Yeah, sure he would. I've skipped 90% of the new Marvel films ever since like 2007. I don't think I've seen a single one. They feel like Transformers, recycled BS, drenched in CGI for simple minds. Yes. Again, I haven't seen them all. A lot of them I kind of like went backwards, like Thor Ragnarok. I saw like after Infinity War, but like the main one, I never saw Endgame, like I mentioned before, because I saw Infinity War and Spider-Man was like this little crybaby jumping in people's arms, like, I don't want to die. And I was just like, oh man, no, sorry. That's not Spider-Man. Spider-Man would give his last ounce of blood for MJ and for New York and for humanity. Sorry, that's not fucking Spider-Man. That's not my Spider-Man. That's not my Peter Parker. Sorry. And I like the kid. I like the actor. I think he did an overall good job. I don't think that he did a bad job. It's just that the knuckleheads, Feige and Disney, they're fucking dumb. And that's not Spider-Man. Sorry. Well, if we were talking about horror, the Thing John Carpenter version is really good. It's slow but good. Then they did that remake. Yeah. Harley Quinn and Batman, and Batwoman. Zack Snyder loves to make fun of Warner Brothers for changing everyone's visions. They ruined Zack's visions for the DCEU, so they will ruin everyone else's vision of the characters. I would rather have Batman and Wonder Woman instead of Batman and Catwoman. But did they ever hook up like that in the comics? Did they ever flirt like that? Because it's, you know, I'm not huge in the comics, but from what I always remember, Batman and Catwoman always had this like thing. Was there any kind of era where Batman and Wonder Woman? Because outside of the movies, it seems like they kind of flirt a little bit. But the recent, right, the Justice League, but yeah. Yes, there you go. Always happy. Snyder's vision was always trash. The only difference is that it aligned with the vision of the executives, or else why would they give him 3.5 opportunities? True. Adapted writer asked for the well, that's true, but I was feeling an Uba coming on. Found an image of Wonder Woman leaning on Batman's back. An image of Wonder Woman leaning on Batman's back, and DC still won't make them a thing. She looks like she wants to fuck him. I mean, I suppose they could be a good couple. Other streamers have cats or dogs. We have Uba. Yes. We also have Video Man and Baby Jen. Kevin Feige needs to stop ripping off Josh Whedon's Buffy humor. They turned Robin gay. Yeah. I guess he really is Dick Grayson. In the DC AU, it's a thing Justice League animated always hinted at. Oh, okay. I'm not big on modern horror. I love most horror from before 2005-ish. I call newer horror movies gore instead of horror. That's true. They're a lot more gory as opposed to being like story. They're just trying to gross out and further fuck up the minds of viewers. Yeah, that's true. The Autobots should be criticized for destruction of the cities where they fought the Decepticons. True indeed. That is true, Keely. If a horror movie makes X amount of money, it's a thriller. There you go. Someone said they love that Tim Drake's Robin is bisexual, but believe it's homophobic that he's with Superboy. What do you want? Yes. Yes. Even they don't know what they want. Maysam and Ratchet, thanks for stopping by if you're still around. All right. Well, so, all right. So we talked about Gina. Gina, again, it's not huge news, but it is that little piece of confirmation that Gina's camp had nothing to do with it. It was a surprise to them. That's 100% Disney trying to come up off of that Emmy nomination. Yet they had the nerve to publicly try to trash her. Book of Boba Fett just wrapped again. This time Tamora Morrison confirmed it. The Dianoga is canon. And this guy Waldron got a huge contract, 3-way, Marvel, DC, Lucasfilm. Is working on a secret Star Wars project with Kevin Feige. And it's not been announced or even hinted at. So that means in the future. And if it's in the future, and Kathleen Kennedy's his favorite movie maker of all time, and she's involved in the deal, and she just started Indiana 5, And now she has a secret Star Wars project that Feige and Waldron are involved in. Just another piece of proof that Kathleen Kennedy ain't going nowhere. Once again, the links to all of these articles are in the description of this live stream. As in all my videos and live streams, the sources are always there. I'm going to take a quick break, and we're going to come back and dissect Chapter 8 of the Nonsensical Bad Batch. I'd like a gay character in which the sexual orientation doesn't matter, like Nagasonic Teenage Warhead. Oh, she's gay. Moving along with the plot now. Yeah, I mean, I think most of you will agree with me. We love seeing, Wonder Woman in her tiny little corset and her long, sexy legs, and Black Widow and April from the TMNT, and all these Starfire or Firestar from Spider-Man. Really hot babes. But at the end of the day, you aren't really like that pressed on who she's sleeping with or what she's doing. You just are like, oh wow, she looks awesome. I wish I knew her in real life. And you go on. You want to see, at the end of the day, no matter how great she looks, you want her to be a badass. You want her to have a good story. You want her to be connected and to support the team and be a part of things. And back in the day, the way that they used to do it was one day Iceman was the one that saved the crew. Another episode, it's Firestar who saves them. Maybe most of the episodes Spider-Man's the main hero, but it is Spider-Man and his amazing friends, right? But that's how they used to do. Even in Batman, like there was episodes where Robin was the dude that episode, he saves Batman. So we all loved the sexuality of the characters, but like their visual interpretation. But there was no thing like shipping them and worrying about, well, she's sleeping with this guy and he's doing this and he's had 3 girlfriends, and nobody cared, because what you cared about was Spider-Man kicking people's asses and saving New York. That's what you cared about. When Spidey was in trouble, was Firestar showing up and saving his ass? That's what you cared about. You want her to look good. It's fantastic to see her in that tight suit and her gorgeous body, but you weren't thinking about, well, but who did she sleep with last night? Is she hooking up with Spidey, or is she going to hook up with Iron Man? Or is she going to hook up with this guy? I mean, you didn't care. You cared about her personally. And now it's all about who are they sleeping with, what are they doing, who are they connected to, and no concern to what their actual character or personality is. It's all fucking backwards. Imagine if she wins the Emmy and says something bad to Lucasfilm. I pray that she does. She won't. She's just a side character. I can't imagine. I mean, it's not impossible. But the thing is, she's a beloved character. It's not, and I think she's a good actress. It's not that I don't like Gina or don't think that she did a good job, but she's also not like an A grade, amazing actress. She does very good in her role. So is she gonna get an Emmy for Cara Dune? If she did, it would be mostly off of popularity. Now, would she get one if it was based solely on popularity? Oh yeah, people love the shit out of some Cara Dune. But I can't imagine that she would win. But I would love if she did, and she could just hold that right over Disney's head. Oh, I would love it. I'm all for it. I hope that happens. I just don't think. Now, then again, it depends on what's the competition. I don't know. What other supporting actress roles are out there are nominated? I don't know. It would be pretty freaking ironic and hilarious, though. Oh, boy. Disney would get blown up that day. I can't even imagine Twitter. And what would they do? Are they going to congratulate her? Or are they going to... What is Disney going to do? I mean, it would be hilarious. Tim Drake's by. Okay. Kick his ass, Robin. Honestly, I was more of a Dick Grayson fan, yeah. Dog Day Afternoon was great. Any blowback back then about the ending? Not that I recall. I don't know if Dee's around, if he remembers. But no, not really. Like anything, I'm sure there were some people that, but nothing that stood out. Nothing like a major film industry or like pop culture. On the contrary, most people I ever speak to say that's a fantastic movie. Al Pacino in one of his finest roles, Yeah, no, I don't think. Now, if it came out today, yeah, there probably would be all kinds of freaking little pansies crying about it. Yeah. It'd be interesting to hear Dee chime in on that one, but from what I remember now, it's just a great movie. Okay, 2.5 hours is perfect time. I'm going to run to the bathroom, get some more water, stretch out, and then we have 100 images of the Bad Batch to... Thanks, Adaptive, supporting over there on the other end. Is that Walid or wait? Yeah, Walid Dilland. Thanks for stopping in if you're still around. Please leave your free likes, use your free spin over there on YouNow. Share the broadcast if you don't mind. All those things, remember, help me, but they also help you level up. So, in theory, if you're on YouNow enough and support enough, I know that most of you are just going to watch my stuff, but in theory, if you were just to like participate in it, never stream, but just participate like as a fan and gift and like and all that, so share, comment, you yourself can make money just for participating as a fan. That's what's cool about YouNow. And again, it has nothing to do, you're not connected to me. It's just that by supporting me or anybody over there, you're helping yourself as well. So anyways, I appreciate you guys. Bad Batch fans would be in shock. Give Dog Day an afternoon to watch. It's a bank robbery. Yeah, it's totally different, but you could almost kind of say it's like the original Heat. I mean, it's not, but it's a fantastic movie, though. And ironically, you just watched Scarface the other day with me, right, James? Which you didn't tell me at the end, your final, like, how did you feel about it? I think you loved it, though. I think you enjoyed it. So in that same vein, he's not Scarface, but that era, Al Pacino at his top, well, you could argue like Son of a Woman could be his top peak. I mean, he was also amazing in that. Everything that Pacino does is great. But Dog Day is known as one of his top movies. So definitely watch that. And it's strong like Scarface. Not quite as gory maybe or explicit, but it's a strong film. Definitely watch that, James. A Al Pacino classic. Dog Day After on DVD and Laserdisc. I forgot the ending. Without spoiling it, if you can help, what were you referring to in regards to blowback over the ending? You're the resident Gen Zoomer. Yes. I loved it. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Again, it's a little strong for some people, but nobody can really deny, the acting and the story. I mean, Michelle Pfeiffer, Al Pacino. I mean, it's like, holy shit. Great movie. Heat is an A+, 100% incredible film. I love Heat. Love Heat. Yes. That is a great movie. All-star cast. They all work together beautifully. Awesome. Badass movie. What's what? That your resident Gen Zoomer or Dog Day Afternoon? Either way, Wes, I'm sure can saw girls' nipples. Now you lost me. What? Okay, I'm gonna take a quick break. I'll be back in roughly 10 minutes, and then we will jump into the Bad Batch and the connection with Dengar. You are the Zoomer of the chat. I've always been General Val Kilmer fan. Been I guess your fingers are stuttering there. Been a huge Val Kilmer fan, I think is what you're trying to say there. Resident. Okay, you're a generation Zoomer, right? And resident as in like you're installed, like you're the fixture piece of this chat, of my streams. So you're like the resident doctor. Well, you're the resident Gen Zoomer. Huge Val Kilmer fan. Okay, there you go. Have you seen The Saint with Elizabeth Shue? It's a good one. The original Saint, Roger Moore, I think is better, but I really like The Saint with Elizabeth Shue. I always had a thing for Elizabeth Shue, but yeah, I think that's a pretty cool movie with Val Kilmer. Young person, yes. All right, I'll be back.
One last target, and no one will be able to stop me.
Charming to the last.
And this is only the beginning. This is just the tip of the iceberg.
Where is... Oh, okay. There it is. I don't remember which one I played last. Either way, I'll leave you with some George Lucas wisdom, and I'll see you guys in about 10 minutes. So hang tight, and we're going to deep dive into the Bad Batch episode Nonsensical 8. Did Dave Filoni... Hey, Dave Filoni, have you ever watched Star Wars?
If you think of the first three films as one film, which is what it was intended to be, Darth Vader comes in the front door, scares everybody, kills a few guys, and then you follow it through, and then you find out that Luke is his father, and then eventually it ends up with him not being the bad guy, but actually being a rather sad guy, and then eventually being the hero and killing the Emperor. That if you saw it as one movie, that's the movie you'd see. And one of the problems I had is that Darth Vader became such an icon of evil that when it got split up over 6 years, the impact of him as a tragic character got lost. So that was one of the inspirations for going back and doing the backstory, because it really is about, it's really the tragedy of Darth Vader is the story.
The struggle in Star Wars is about passion against compassion, which is greed against giving and giving up primarily. And the whole issue is the flip side of greed is fear of losing.
So you're either trying to get things or you're afraid of losing the things that you've got. And the idea is that to let go of those things and because once you start down that path of fear, then you're trying to protect things and you're willing to fight for things and you're willing to. And the Jedi's basic job in the beginning, which we never get to see too much of because we start really during the war, they were like marshals in the Old West. I mean, they would go from town to town and they would, help solve the problems and in a lot of cases the marshals and the judges were pretty much the same thing, and they would just travel and they would bring justice and solve problems for people, which is kind of what Jedi are. And they're negotiators, they're not fighters. Only they're negotiators, sort of like the mafia. They're compassionate negotiators with a very big laser sword, which they don't like to use, but if somebody, doesn't want to solve the problem, then they'll solve it for them, so to speak, which is an incentive for people to solve their problems without fighting. The first film starts with the last age of the Republic, which is it's getting tired, it's old, it's getting corrupt. There's the rise of the Sith, who are now becoming a force. And in the backdrop of this, you have Anakin Skywalker, a young boy who's destined to be a very significant player in bringing balance back to the Force and the Republic. In the second film, we get into more of that turmoil. It's the beginning of the Clone Wars. It's the beginning of the end of democracy in the Republic, sort of the beginning of the end of the Republic. And it's Anakin Skywalker beginning to deal with some of his more intense emotions of anger, hatred, sense of loss, possessiveness, jealousy, and the other things he's coping with. Then we will get to the third film where he is seduced to the dark side, which brings us up to films 4, 5, and 6, where Anakin's offspring redeem him and allow him to fulfill the prophecy where he brings balance to the Force by doing away with the Sith and getting rid of evil in the universe. A lot of the issues that are in films 4, 5, and 6 become much clearer when you begin to realize what's behind the issues and how things came to pass. Because there's a lot of things that really are alluded to in the last 3 films, but they don't make much sense unless you really get the gist of what happens, and you really have to have seen 1, 2, and 3 in order to get it all. You get to see the universe, kind of, in the first 3 films. You get to go to the Senate, you get to go to the center of the galaxy, you get to go to these very sophisticated planets and all this kind of stuff. And you're seeing things that are very sophisticated. You're seeing very sophisticated aliens, all kinds of things that are digitally created, large scope, very vast scale and everything. So then when you get down to episode 4, it's all very small. Everything's real tiny. There's no scope to it at all. And it's in a very small corner of the galaxy. You talk about those things, but you never ever get to see them. But of course in this thing, you'll have already seen all those things, so you'll know what they're talking about. And you'll know when he's saying, I'm stuck here in the far corner of the galaxy, you'll know what he's talking about. And you'll realize that he is stuck in a little dim corner of the universe. Found in all living things, around us, flows from us, controls individuals, yet we have free will. We have a destiny if we want to follow it. We live for a reason and must discover what it is. What happens when you go to the dark side is it goes out of balance, and then you get really selfish and you forget about everybody, and you ultimately lead yourself, because when you get selfish you get stuff, or you want stuff. Mm-hmm. And when you want stuff and you get stuff, then you are afraid somebody's going to take it away from you, whether it's a person or a thing or a particular pleasure, experience. Mm-hmm. Once you become afraid that somebody's going to take it away from you, or you're going to lose it, then you start to become angry, especially if you're losing it. And that anger leads to hate. And hate leads to suffering. Mostly on the part of the person who's selfish, because you spend all your time being afraid of losing everything you've got.
instead of actually living. Where joy, by giving to other people, you can't think about yourself, and therefore there's no pain. But the pleasure factor of greed and of selfishness is a short-lived experience. Therefore, you're constantly trying to replenish it. But of course, the more you replenish it, the harder it is to, so you have to keep upping the ante. You're actually afraid of the pain of not having the joy. So that is ultimately the core of the whole dark side, light side of the Force. And everything flows from that. Obviously, the Sith are always unhappy because they never get enough of anything they want. Mostly their selfishness centers around power and control. And the struggle is always to be able to let go of all that stuff. And of course, that's the problem with Anakin ultimately is you're allowed to love people, but you're not allowed to possess them. And what he did is that he, fell in love and then married her and then became jealous. And then he saw in his visions that she was going to die. He couldn't stand losing her. So in order to not lose her, he made a pact with the devil to be able to become all-powerful.
I am becoming more powerful than any Jedi has ever dreamed of, and I'm doing it for you.
But of course, when he did that, she didn't want to have anything to do with him anymore. So he lost her.
Anakin, you're breaking my heart.
Once you were powerful, being able to bring her back from the dead, well, if I can do that, then I can be Emperor of the Universe. I can get rid of the Emperor. I can do everything. I can make everything the way I want it.
And together, you and I can rule the galaxy. Make things the way we want them to be.
And once you do that, you'll never be satiated. You're always going to be consumed with this driving desire to have more stuff and be afraid that others are going to take it away from you. And of course they are. Because every time you get two Sith together, you have the master, you have the apprentice, and the apprentice is always trying to recruit another apprentice to join with him to kill the master. And the master knows that he's basically everybody below him wants his job. The only way to overcome the dark side is through discipline. The dark side is pleasure, biological, and temporary, and easy to achieve. The light side is joy, everlasting, and difficult to achieve. The great challenge must overcome laziness, give up quick pleasures, and overcome fear, which leads to hate. It's about good and evil in us, as well as our institutions. So, and the idea that some of us think we're really great people, but in the real world we're not. We're terrible people.
Or you can make bad choices.
Well, you make bad choices, but you run your life in a very selfish way, and you think you're doing good when you're actually not. And at the same time, it's how do democracies turn back into dictatorships? Why do people who have the power to have the freedom and everything turn it over to somebody who's going to take it all away from them? It's happened through history forever and ever, and all Star Wars is a way of updating that idea to say, watch out, because there are people out there who don't play by the rules, and if you're not careful, you're going to lose all your freedom. And at the same time, those people who may not play by the rules because they're selfish and greedy turn themselves into evil people who don't care about other people.
All right. All right. I broke 10,000 likes on YouNow. Woohoo! There's people with millions, but still. Being new and not having done a lot of streams over there, it's pretty awesome. So thank you to everyone that supports, both on YouNow and from over here on YouTube. I appreciate it. Roberto with 111 likes. Look at you. Awesome. Adapt if you're slacking. 2 likes. I'm totally teasing. So we will get into the dildoniness, the Filoniing. I tell you, man. Dildoni. He is something else. Oh, man. Well, if nothing else, all this Disney stuff has provided us with good comedy. Let's see what you guys are talking about. Whenever I don't make sense, read the following. Yeah. 17 years old, I could point out so many holes in Star Wars that 25 to 30-year-olds are afraid to point out. Yeah. A lot of them don't see it, but also remember that a lot of them just don't want to admit it. Because they liked it at first, and they don't want to have to admit that, oh, well, I was pretty dumb. The Saint is another really good film. Writer prediction text is a hell of a drug. Yes. If you haven't seen the original show with Roger Moore, it's really cool. It's kind of sort of James Bondish. That's what he did. That's how he got James Bond, was because he was the Saint. Madly in love with Elizabeth Shue ever since I was like 3 or so when I saw her in Adventures in Babysitting and rented it so much I probably wore out the rental copy. Yeah, she's always been a babe. Even now, like she was in The Boys. I mean, you can tell she's aged, but she looks damn good. Ellie Shue has always been a babe. She's she was a little bit. I feel like she was a little bit thicker, a little bit curvier in Karate Kid, and then as she got older, she kind of like stretched out. She kind of beanpoled a little bit, so she's a little thinner than my taste. Still gorgeous, but her face, I think she's one of those women that got prettier over time. She was always a babe, but I think she's as a woman, she's really beautiful. So she always has nice hair too. She always does stuff with her hair. She looks really good. Some of the music in Scarface was done by Elizabeth Daly, I think is her name. She was in Pee-wee's Big Adventure. She did voice acting in the 90s as Tommy in Rugrats and Buttercup and Powerpuff Girls. Oh, cool. Heard they ruined Rugrats. The live-action Powerpuff Girl reboot looks like it's going to be a disaster. My childhood is surrounded by gang in an alleyway. Yeah, well, that's how a lot of us feel. Powerpuff Girls, more like Powerpuff Whores. That's what they look like in the live-action show. They look like hookers. Weren't they 5 in the old show? Yeah, they were tiny little girls. There's a live-action Powerpuff Girls? Really? Sabine's voice actress is incredibly beautiful. Rebels. I don't know her. I don't think so. Leaving Las Vegas. Yeah. The Saint. Karate Kid. Cocktail. Yeah, she was awesome in Cocktail. Or looked great in Cocktail. Back to the Future. Trigger Effect. That one I don't know. Palmetto, Hollow Man, Natural Beauty, just like Natalie Portman, Ashley Judd, Tia Carrera. Yeah. Whatever happened to Tia? I don't know. She disappeared. Sabine is beautiful and sexy name. Reminds me of Princess Serenity's name. I just wonder why Sabine's armor is pink. Did she make it pink, or was it like that before she started painting her armor? No, remember that it's Beskar, so it would have been shiny like Mando. She did that. That's why I was telling you last week I have a problem. That's the only real problem I have with her. She takes off her helmet. She's got punk hair, whatever, tattoos, whatever. Okay, whatever. That's fine. That's her. I have no problem with her personality. I get it. A young girl being rebellious, whatever, fine. But that pink suit is disrespectful to her tribe. Last I saw her was Wayne's World. Yeah. Still a hottie. Tia, or who are we talking about? Tia? Elizabeth Daily, or Sabine's voice actress. I think he meant Sabine's, yeah. Still around. She's 53 now. Oh, I'm sure she looks great. She was never in my top list, but she's definitely a super babe. Who did she play in Wayne's World? She was the girlfriend. She was the rocker chick that they meet. She's got like a rock band. The eye candy. There you go. Has put on a good amount of weight, but she's still hot. It could almost scoop up 20-year-old dudes. So I have no doubt. Tia's was Wayne's loves interest and main character, even more so in Wayne Worlds 2. Sabine's actress wasn't Tia. He wasn't saying that she was. You're all confused, James. He said that the voice actress for Sabine was super hot, a beautiful woman. But Tia is a different conversation. We're talking about old school babes because we're talking about Elizabeth Shue, and Tia Carrera came up as an old school babe. Nothing to do with Sabine. Too funny. I do know that Tia's actress played Nanny from Lilo and Stitch. Oh, look at that. I didn't know that. Adaptive was talking about Tia. I was talking about the voice actress, right? Yeah, you got mixed up there. How did Sabine's mom and brother survive that laser again? That I don't know because I don't remember anything about a laser in Sabine. By Ray's hand. Correct answer. There was a thing that could destroy Mandalorian armor, turning them into dust, and her mom and brother lived. Oh, I don't recall that. Got here just in time for the Bad Batch. Hey, what's up, Commando? Yep. After watching Scarface, I kind of went Penguin in my show to look like Al Pacino. I kind of want Penguin to be in my show to look like Al Pacino. Harvey Dent can look like Robert De Niro. I thought it would be cool if Joker could look like Jack Nicholson. Then I realized he'd already played him. The show I want to be set in the 70s and 80s, and I want to base the designs off of actors from at that time. Thank you for subscribing. Weren't you already subscribed? What's going on, Commando? Or maybe you're a different Commando. Either way, thank you for subscribing. Maybe Bruce Wayne can look like Roger Moore, and Commissioner Gordon can look like Harrison Ford. I don't know. I love Roger Moore. He's my favorite James Bond. But Bruce Wayne, I don't know. Maybe because the voice would throw me off. I mean, I guess he would have an American voice, but just thinking of Roger Moore. The Shitty Beatles. I don't know about that. Was it? Old School Babes, Carrie Fisher. Yeah. Well, like I said the other day, I've dated and met absolutely stunning women in my life. But Linda Carter, oh my. That woman is, if you thought she was beautiful on TV, if you ever saw her in person, holy shit, your jaw would drop. Talk about absolutely stunning woman. Carrie was a babe. She was never, I mean, like every boy that at that time, yes, we all loved her. She was like, oh my God. But she was never really my thing. I think she's awesome, but too skinny for me. There will be a new Batman animated series exclusive to Cartoon Network and HBO Max. The only downside is J.J. Abrams will be involved. Yeah, well, the franchise killer, J.J. The stupid trilogy and Rebels break more canon than anything else Disney did. Bad Batch is doing a pretty good job. It wouldn't be the voices, it would be the looks. Yeah. I'm just saying that if I saw Roger Moore's face or something similar, I would still have that voice in my head. So I don't know. It would kind of throw me off personally. Same Commando Nightwing. Okay. This is just a different account because my phone is still charging. Okay. Gotcha. I thought it was you. I forget her name. The girl was in Cheers and Star Trek, Ratha Khan. The blonde? Who I don't remember her name for the life of me. Or Kirstie Alley. Kirstie, for a little period, was a hottie. I mean, she's still a good-looking woman. She just put on a lot of weight. She was also in a movie with Mark Harmon called Summer School. Yes, Kirstie Alley. How do you know Summer School? Where do you come up with this stuff? That's so funny. I love that movie. They're the horror, the two guys, they do the horror movies. There's an exchange student girl in that. It's pretty hot. They go to the amusement park for a field trip, school field trip. That's so funny, James. You pull stuff out of the bag sometimes. It's so funny. That's like a pretty obscure movie. Summer School. I always like that Summer School movie. Yeah, Kirstie Alley. My dad showed me that movie. Mark Harmon was in it. NCIS. Yeah, he's a pretty good actor. For a while there, I think a lot of ladies still like him in NCIS, but back in the 80s, yeah, he was a pretty big deal. He was pretty heartthrob for the girls. Yep. Girls like them, loved them some Mark Harmon back in those days. All right. We'll get into Bad Batch. First, I'm going to show you one little thing. Official banner on Disney Plus. Black Widow is coming on July 9th. That's when it's premiere access. It'll, of course, come out like a month later for free on Disney Plus. Last I heard, they were going to put it in the theaters as well, but I don't know. They're not saying anything now about that, so I don't know if it's going to come out in theaters. I would think it will. I know that in the past week, Scarlett Johansson was reportedly disgusted at how over-sexualized Black Widow was in the movie. And apparently some people have seen a preview copy of the Black Widow, and they say that it's pretty freaking bad. So I have no idea. We shall see. But even if this movie's pretty good, it's at the wrong time. Should have came out years ago. It's not going to do well. Outside of that, Scarlett as always looks fantastic, and her suit there I think looks pretty badass. Man, she is gorgeous. So I'll be watching it just for the black suit, because outside of that I can't imagine I'll be paying any attention to the Black Widow, but we'll see. A lot of people are saying that it's already not very good, so we shall see. I remember seeing that scene on TV when I was little. They faked the massacre, and I was like, what the hell is this? Don't they have like bunnies or something that they kill or something? Summer School is amazing. Everybody check that out if you haven't seen it yet. Dean Cameron as Chainsaw. Yeah, Chainsaw was awesome. Dean Cameron was a staple of great 80s movies. Yeah, that's a fun movie. Definitely. It's goofy, but it's fun. Definitely worth a watch. There was blood everywhere and hands were moving. And it's funny because Mark went to work on a show where he investigates murders like that. Yeah, true. You've been playing Black Widow since 2010. Now you hate how sexualized she is. Well, we haven't seen the Black Widow movie. Maybe there's some extra juiciness there, which good for me. Because that's the only reason I'm going to watch it. So, Jolene Goddess, thank you so much for inviting your 1,400 fans. I appreciate it. If you're still around, thank you so much. Yeah, I think that suit in that picture looks badass. Like, not just, obviously she's super sexy and her rack looks amazing, but I think it looks badass. From what I remember, it was just pretty, just flat black. So I think it looks cool. It's just unfortunately the timing of that film is wrong time. But hey, we'll see. The pregnant girl from Summer School was hot as hell. Pushes all my buttons. Her name is Shawnee Smith. She had a major role in Saw 2 and the Saw movie franchise. Yeah, she's a cutie. Yep. Praise the guy who made yoga pants. For sure. Kirstie Alley and Courtney Thorne-Smith were both in Summer School and were staple hotties from the 80s and 90s. Yeah. Yep. Indeed. Okay. So, Bad Batch. This episode is called Reunion. You should see Crosshair. Yep. Alrighty. So it begins with an exterior shot of Camino. It actually looks pretty cool. They're inside. One of the admirals, now I forget his name, whatever, he was from Clone Wars, is talking to, I think it's Lamasu, and whatever, they're having whatever conversation. Crosshair comes in and says, Admiral, scrappers on Braca reported a power surge on a Jedi cruiser. Now, Braca was in the last episode, which I covered last week. That's where all the crashed Star Destroyers are at. But Braca was also in the Clone Wars. Right now, I forget the connection. Who was there? Shoot, I don't remember. Anyways, most of you will know. That planet is Braca. Where have all the action stars gone? Bunch of soy boys everywhere. Need a new Arnold, Van Damme, Stallone. Yeah, there's none of that. Well, but the problem is that those are all toxic males. You can't have that anymore because all the Twitter babies, you can't have that. Things used to be sexy, both men and women. And now you can't have that anymore because all the little soy walkers, the SJWs will cry about it. It's a problem that they're not gay, that they look really great, that they are badasses. All of that is a problem. So, Crosshair always looks pissed off. Even before Order 66, I get that he's more serious than the others, but that doesn't mean you have to hate everything. Yeah. Well, I guess the argument there is that the chip has got him, and So anyways, this not only is the beginning of the episode, but there's a key part of dialogue here. Power surge on a Jedi cruiser. So, number one, that place is a total scrapyard. Granted, those ships didn't crash too long ago, but 99% of the time, a ship that sinks, a submarine that sinks, you might gain access to it, but the power isn't going to come on. And a Star Destroyer getting hit by, munitions, taking heavy damage and explosions, and crashing into the surface, falling out of the fucking sky, the engines aren't going to work. There's not going to be power. The cores, the cells, the wiring, the conduits, everything are going to be bent, damaged, broken, snapped. There's not going to be power on these damn ships. And if there's some sort of backup generator or something, okay, then you have to have these characters go find it, service it, reconnect it, link it, bypass something. You're not just going to go onto an abandoned, rusted out fucking Star Destroyer and, oh, look, switch on the power. So that's the first problem. These ships wouldn't have power. Second, Bad Batch is at it again. Oh, we're staying low. We're on the run. We're hiding. Yet we're giving out heat signatures and all kinds of energy signatures by firing up a freaking Jedi cruiser. Now, if they're on an abandoned planet, okay, fine. But even in the last episode, they make a point of the Empire's after them, right, for all the season, and that the Scrapper Guild, they're dangerous. You have to hide from them. And then at the end of the episode, they get spotted by the Scrapper Guild. And here these guys are making all this noise and firing things up and doing all this shit. Bad Batch is literally how to be noticed when you're pretending that you don't want to be noticed. Dave Dildoni's freaking logic is just, So, we will now dive into a little segment I like to call The Bad Batch is Nonsensical, a.k.a. Have you ever watched Star Wars, Dave Dildoni? So, let's see what you say in the chat, and then we'll keep going. Where action gone? Thank you for subscribing, G. Farrell. Appreciate it. Batista is all right. Batista? Crosshair did nothing for 5 episodes but sit around on Camino, and people say the show is really progressing. Yes, that's true. It's like, why isn't he out hunting or trying to find? He's just been chilling out. I've been wondering the same thing. Like, they made this whole thing about Crosshair in the beginning, and he's just been nowhere. So they can have this big episode reunion. Okay. I watched a lot of old movies with shirtless men. That probably explains a lot. But we can't see that anymore because it's harmful to people who could care less about these movies. Rocky Balboa, is that what you meant to say? No, that was West that said Batasta. Rocky Balboa. James, that would be Stallone. Yes. Rocky's harmful. Make him fight a woman and make sure he loses. Cancel Rocky. Stallone was awesome in First Blood. Yeah. He did quite a few good movies. Cobra. Of course, the Rocky stuff. He had some stuff. I always thought Arnold was better. I prefer Arnold, but Stallone was cool. There was it Expendables where they're all together? Stallone, Arnold. I think Van Damme is there. Was it Expendables? First Blood, man, I have not seen that in ages. I need to watch First Blood. Okay, so there shouldn't be power, and these guys are putting out signatures all over the place of, hey, we're hiding, but look at us. Here we are. Look at us. Here we go. So we go to Braca. The Admiral says, well, I don't care about stupid clones. Just eliminate them. All right. So we get to Braca. Omega and Wrecker are outside in the open and playing with this fucking bomb. Now, I get it. The kid needs some air. They probably all want some air. But you're supposed to be hiding. You are fugitives wanted by a million clones, wanted by the Empire. The rebels probably want to talk to you too. Why you didn't just leave with Rex in the last episode is beyond me. And here you are out in the open. You've been spotted by the Scrapper Guild. You know this. You know that they're around. And you're out here in the fucking open, in the light, in the middle of a section where everyone can see, playing with the fucking bomb. So Scrapper's explaining it to Omega. Omega's like, oh, that seems pretty easy. And he's like, oh, you think so? You got it? Okay, well, then here. And he acts like he arms the bomb. Well, I guess he does arm it. And he's like, you got 10 seconds to disarm it or we're both goners. And he's like, 10. And she's freaking out. 9. And she's just freaking out. So she picks up the little clipper, starts trying to decide what wires to cut. She's like, this connects to that. That connects to the other. She clips a wire. And then he's like, 2 seconds. And she's like, I don't know what to do. So she clips another wire. So then the thing starts beep, 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 beep. He's like, oh, no, we're goners. Just run for it. So they go running, try to hide. She trips over something, hides behind a little panel, and the thing explodes. And she's like, what? How come it didn't blow up? Okay. Well, first of all, it does blow up. It makes a sound. Is it insanely loud? Is it a bomb loud? No. But you're supposed to be hiding. You're out in the open. An explosion goes off. You can hear the damn explosion. It probably echoes through all the crashed ships. And it's a smoke bomb. Fine. Ha ha. I tricked you. I was trying to see if you'd be fast enough to disarm it. It was just a smoke bomb. I wouldn't put you in real danger. But a smoke bomb releases smoke, and smoke rises. So not only are you out in the open, but there's a kaboom, and then the fucking smoke is coming out from an open area saying, hi, everyone, here's our smoke signal. It's so fucking stupid. Holy shit. You're supposed to be hiding. Expendables, Chuck Norris showed up too. Yeah. Stop taking Omega on these dangerous missions. She's 12 and is the only one without armor. Yeah, I think she's 10, but maybe she's 12. I'm pretty sure she's 10 though, like the other. If you really want to see Hunter, watch First Blood. Rambo is Hunter, but better. Yes. Chuck Norris had a lot of cool films too. Check out Delta Force. It's kind of cheesy, but cool. So again, they're making noise. They're standing out in the open. They're talking and making sound. Then they're playing with a fucking smoke bomb that boom explodes and then is putting out smoke. And it's like, look at us. Here we are. Here's the damn smoke. Now, is it a super thick, big smoke cloud? No, but still, there's a boom and the fucking smoke is coming. I mean, it's just like, holy shit. So here he's laughing. Haha, got you. It's just a smoke bomb. It wasn't a real bomb. Fine, that's all cute and all, but not outside on the planet. They're just... Okay, so as you can see, they're totally out in the outside. They're not even by like a big opening where they could just duck in. No, they're like outside chilling. So they're like, okay, well, let's get back. So they start walking. I think Omega's here on the side. It's kind of hard to see, but this is Echo. This is Wrecker. Omega's like somewhere around here on the back side, whatever. They start walking. Look how close. These three dudes, Scrapper Guild, are right here looking at them. Because they're out in the open playing with smoke bombs like dumbasses. These are supposed to be elite special clones. And, you know, they're supposed to be hiding. And here they are hanging out in the fucking open. Right here. There's three freaking Scrapper Guilds guys watching them. So they're walking. Fine. Then the binoculars throw off a little glint, which was cool. Okay, that's not neat. And that's realistic as someone that was in the military. That's why if you ever notice, I mean, it's pretty obvious, but maybe you never connected the dots or paid attention. Snipers almost always have a little flap cap that goes over the scope. Why? Because it's dangerous as a sniper. If the sun glints, you can totally give away your position. So what snipers tend to do is use binoculars. They'll have a spotter often that's using binoculars. And the sniper only really uncaps his scope when he's ready to take a shot. Snipers aren't generally sitting around looking through their scope because it's dangerous. You can give up your position at distance. So, okay, there's the little glint. Fine. See, they're walking here. Which she doesn't... Yeah, I guess it's on her back, her little bow. Okay, so they're walking here. Okay, let me back up. So, to give them credit, they're walking, and Echo says lowly, hey, we've got eyes on us. And Wrecker's like, I know. And then Echo's like, are you ready? And Wrecker's like, well, I'm waiting on you. So then Echo throws on his helmet, starts running, and Wrecker right behind him does the same. And they come right here. And these guys are as soon as they start running, they're like, oh, these guys, right? So then they start running, and they come around. And these three guys run back off to their little platform, their little flying platform, trying to escape, which I don't know how they didn't hear them come on that thing, but okay. So they stun. There's three guys. They stun one. They stun the second one. But one naturally gets on the platform and starts flying off. Wrecker drops his rifle and jumps and grabs onto this flying platform. Fine. As you can see, he's hanging on here, barely hanging on with one arm. The Scrapper guy hits a button, makes a little like plate retract, and like all these tools and stuff fall off. He's trying to knock Wrecker off. Okay. As you can see, Wrecker's holding on just fine with just one arm, his left arm at that. Getting slung around and flying and all this, right? The pilot even like knocks into some rocks to try to knock him loose. Wrecker still hangs on with one arm, not having a whole lot of trouble. Yes, I mean, he's swinging around and stuff, But, and here you can see him again. Here's Wrecker just hanging on with one arm, no problem, on the little edge of this floating platform thing. Okay. This isn't a problem. It's just later it becomes a problem. But anyways, you see him there, okay? So, I'm trying to remember now. I think they echo radios like, hey, we've been spotted. And then someone on the opposite side shoots and stuns the pilot. So then the platform comes crashing down. Before this gets shot, Wrecker like gets knocked off and kind of rolls. He's like back here, a little ways back. So the pilot gets shot, the platform comes down, and the pilot like falls off and bounces and rolls. And actually, if you look closely, here's the pilot. He's stunned and like rolls off the edge and down the thing. Okay, fine, whatever. So, not too far back from that platform, Omega picks up all that stuff. Remember that I showed you had fallen off? All this stuff. She manages to pick it all up. Okay, whatever. It's a few seconds go by. She picks it up, puts it in the box. But it's the same problem as last episode. This big-ass rifle and this box full of stuff. She can barely get her spaghetti arms around it. Never mind, would she have the strength to lift this? I will repeat, I've been in the military. I've touched many assault rifles. They have weight, guys. These rifles are not light. Even grown men get tired of holding these rifles. That's why they have slings. That's why you carry them in a certain position, because they get freaking heavy. Even a solid handgun. Handguns are heavy. They're not just light little nothings. They're heavy. And this thing is freaking huge. And she's carrying the box and the rifle. No, she wouldn't be able to even pick that up, probably. It's silly. And she could barely get her arms around it. Never mind the weight. These things have weight, especially this big-ass freaking thing. So, they get back. They meet up. Rex warned us about the scrapper patrols on Braca. Right, but y'all are hanging out in the open, making noise and throwing smoke. Because you're fucking smart. And because you're trying to hide from the Empire and the Scrapper Guild. Alright, it's kind of hard to distinguish unless I point it out. Here's Wrecker, and here's one of those three guys. The other two are here. So basically, Wrecker comes out from in here with the body and like slings it over with the other bodies. Get the power online and whatever intel you can gather. Again, there shouldn't be power in a crashed fucking Star Destroyer. Not to mention, these are supposed to be scuttled ships. Scuttled meaning you disable it, but you also disable any information. There shouldn't be information, power, munitions, none of that. Scuttling it means it's completely inoperative. And here we are. Get the power on. Okay, so they all go into the ship. I want you to notice how rusted and fucked up these ships are, okay? It's not like they crashed yesterday. They're freaking all messed up. Now, this last one, I think is Echo maybe. Whatever. They all go running in here. 1, 2, 3. Here's the Scrapper Guild. Or sorry, 1, 2, and then 1 is kind of sitting against the corner here. 3. The 3 guys that they stunned from the platform. You're supposed to be hiding. Why are you leaving 3 bodies out here in the open? Wrecker literally walks from inside of here outside and drops the body. What the fuck are you guys doing? Leave the bodies inside. They purposely come out here and pile up the bodies outside. Why? Omega even says, well, but what about these guys? What are we going to do? I guess I didn't get that clip. And Hunter's like, oh, they want it. We'll be long gone before they even wake up. Okay, but patrols going around can see their ship crashed and 3 bodies laying here. What the hell? Put your chat here. Cancel Rocky. Okay, so they go in to the belly of the ship. Now, they're somewhere in the hull. I don't know how many levels are on these ships, probably a few. They're at least like in the middle section of the ship, but I would think in the belly at the bottom. There's this huge armory, all these munitions. So they're at the bottom of the ship. They open this. They're like trying to salvage parts and weapons and stuff like that. They open, Wrecker's trying to like rip open this gate, and Omega just hits the button and it opens fine. Ha ha. So then they go in, and then he's like, oh, proton torpedoes. You can see there's tons of them. He pulls one out of the slot and he's hugging it and kissing it like, oh, wow, this is so beautiful. It's so amazing. All right. Tech then radios Omega. Omega, I need you up on the bridge. And she's like, okay, be right there. All right. So they're like in the bottom belly of the ship. She just goes wandering off by herself, a 10-year-old girl in an abandoned Star Destroyer. She should have no clue how to even get to the bridge. It's dark. Everything's broken and rusted and nasty. There could be guards. There could be more of the guild roaming around. This little girl on her own. Nobody says, hey, wait, stop, or we'll go with you, or you shouldn't go alone. No. Omega, the bestest ever, just walks off and finds the bridge. Okay. So she's on the bridge, and she's talking to Tech. And Tech even says, whoever scuttled this ship didn't wipe the hardware's data imprint. Well, then you didn't really scuttle it very well, now did you? Because there's apparently all kinds of data stuck in these freaking computers here that shouldn't even have power to begin with. Look at all the rust that's running down. And, I mean, these buttons shouldn't even work. It's nonsense, but okay. Dave Dildoni, there's data still left in the ship. So much for scuttling the ship. Here you can see Omega takes a look outside the window. You can see that it's just a big scrapyard. Everything's wrecked and rusted and busted and just nasty and foggy. There's all kinds of moisture in the air. This whole shit should be just ruined. But, you know, they fire up the ship. No problem. So Tech's underneath, plugging in his little Etch-a-Sketch to get information from the ship. Omega asks, what was the war like? And he says, it was a primary mission objective comprised of battles on various fronts. Now, the key point I wanted to show you here is if you look here, what do you see? Tech's chin, right? The bottom of his chin. So that's showing you that the helmet is what I told you. It's just a loose bucket that they're putting on their head. It doesn't have a seal, so they can't go out in space or underwater or anything like that. It's not a sealed helmet. It's just a loose bucket like you would buy at Toys R Us and put on a fake helmet. It's a loose bucket on their head. So last episode, Wrecker's helmet should have gone flying off when he was upside down with the Dianoga, but it didn't. There's no seal or lock. Those helmets are just loose buckets on their heads. And you can see it clearly right here. So he explains what the war was like. She's like, but what was it really like? And Tech's like, hey, I got this, but I need some other data. So he gives her like this stick. And he's like, the panel's over there underneath. Plug in and, you know, get the other files. Okay. So that's when she walks over and looks out that window or whatever. So Tech's underneath on his back. She's looks out the window, and she's looking at the panels. And she notices that there's a little red light that began to blink. And she's like, Tech, is this light supposed to be blinking like this? So then Tech gets up and sees it, and he's like, that's the proximity sensor. And she's like, what does that mean? And he's like, well, that's an indicator to show when a ship's in close range. But he's like, oh, but I doubt there's any ships. It's just a short circuit. Okay, dude, you're a special forces freaking clone. If you're seeing the damn set proximity alarm going off, then why the hell aren't you like, we need to see what's going on. We need to check. Everything else you're relying on, turning on the power and stealing data, and everything's supposed to be intact and working. But now the proximity alarm's going off, and you're like, whatever. It's just a short circuit. So no sooner does he say that, 3 Imperial ships come flying above, right over them, and they like fly over here, the front window. And this is like just moments after where you see the ships, right? Like you're seeing them, and then it turns, or it doesn't turn, but it like cuts to looking out the window and the 3 ships. Hey, look, it's the shuttle Tidarian. I mean, it's a fake shuttle Tidarian, so we don't have to give George Lucas credit. So there's 3. Here's 1 with the wings folded up. It's kind of hard to see. And then here's 2 that's a little bit farther, the farthest, then the next second farthest, right? It's folding its wings, and then this one's coming in. And they all 3 fold their wings, and they all land here. Okay. So no sooner does he say it's just a short circuit, 3 Imperial ships come in. Okay, great, Tech. Your name's Tech, right? Just checking. So they land. Cuts back to Camino. This is the Prime Minister. This is, I want to say Tanway. I could be wrong, but she comes in. I forget exactly what she says, like, hey, you know, things are out of control or something. And then he's like, we can't delay any longer. So then he says, the Empire's mission on Braca poses a threat to our contingency plan. So we don't know what that contingency plan is, but I suspect that they're secretly working for the Emperor. That outside of their whole thing with the contract to make the clones, and then helping Tarkin and the other admiral, I forget his name, trying to get the clones, that I think that secretly they are tangled up with the Emperor. But I don't know. We'll see what happens there. But they do mention it. So then she's like, well, what are we supposed to do? We got to handle this. And he's like, we need to send assistance. And she's like, well, we already have someone handling it. And he's like, well, you know, we need something more. And she's like, but bounty hunter? And he's like, as long as one of these bounty hunters deliver the young clone intact, that's all that really matters. So naturally, they really want Omega. So that's why I'm saying the contingency. I think they want Omega because that's how they're going to clone Palpatine. That's how they're going to connect Rey's hand and Palpatine for fucking the sequel trilogy. So be prepared. Again, I'm speculating, but I'm going off what they're showing us. They're working with the Emperor to get Rey's hand from Omega, and that's how he's going to have his little Papa Palpatine clones. And Snoke. Okay. So I forget if it's Tech or Echo, whoever, looks through a scope, sees, it's probably Tech up top with Omega, sees the 3 shuttles landing, and you can see the rows of clones. Now, here is that 4 rows, I think it is? Or 3? I think it was only 1, 2, 3. Maybe there's a 4th. Anyways, there's 5 in each row. So you're talking about 5, 10, 15, 20-ish. I think there was only 3 rows. 15, right? Plus whatever, pilots, navigators, whatever. So there's a couple more in here. You're looking at least like 20 people in this ship. Times 3 ships, that's 60-ish soldiers. That's a platoon. All right. Let's see if it switches in full screen like this. Okay. So the main clones come out, fine. Then Hunter, with these 2 right behind him, Crosshair, with these 2 behind him, comes out of the middle shuttle. And Hunter's up looking through his binoculars. It's Crosshair, all right. Well, naturally. Now, these 2 are apparently like special guard, extra special, because they're with Crosshair. Fine, whatever. Tech, you won't be able to detect us because I'm blocking their scanners. Okay. You have a fucking extra sketch. They just landed with 3 brand new Imperial shuttles that probably have all kinds of sensors. You're literally like 10 feet away from them, but they can't pick up any life forms because you're blocking their scanners. You're so smart, Tech. Okay, whatever. Fine. You're blocking their sensors. Fine. Okay. Because Crosshair doesn't know these guys and doesn't anticipate that that's what they're going to do. But okay. So here you see 1, 2, 3, 4. That's 20, 40. Or sorry, 5, 10, 15, 20. Plus however many. Well, you've got at least 3 here because the 3 clones and Crosshair is 4. So you're looking at 25 right here, plus pilots, any other crew. It's probably another 3 to 5 guys. So roughly 30. By 3 ships, that's 60, 70, even maybe 90 troops. Okay? 90 clones that are here. Keep that in mind. So here's Crosshair again with those 2 that are behind him, right? And they're walking along. In this one, ES4, which I guess is, I don't know, extra special. That cruiser's where the power surge was detected. Now, for anyone that watch this, did you notice anything when these clones spoke? They're females. Literally, you can hear their girl voices. That cruiser's where the power surge was detected. This is her. Next line. She turns her head. Any life signs on board? Extra special 02. And you can clearly hear she's a female. Okay, for anybody that's new or that doesn't understand the point, myself, my viewers, we have no problem with females. We love female badasses. We love female soldiers and warriors and heroes. It's not a problem that they're women. The problem is they are clones of Jango Fett. You don't get girls by cloning a man bounty hunter. It's ridiculous. For virtue signaling, for diversity, they made 2 female clones right here. But they can't be female because they are clones of Jango Fett. Oh my God. And then there's the third one behind him who clearly is a guy. And he says, Can't tell. The scanner's not working. He's extra special number 3. Or extra stupid. Then Crosshair immediately says, no, you're being jammed. Well, first of all, they couldn't figure that out on their own. But second of all, if you know Crosshair, that they're going to jam you, you know what they do. You are a part of their squad. And then, number 1, why didn't you send troops in a different direction or to come from behind? Number 2, you know they're going to block your scanners. Do something about it. So Crosshair then says, take a shuttle and find their ship. So these 5 clones here turn and go back up the ramp into that same ship, and they take off to go find the Bad Batch's shuttle. Back inside, Hunter, they're already on board because they're like, we got to get out of here. Then Hunter's like, they're already on board the cruiser. We need a covert way out. Okay. Meanwhile, this clone minutes later, radios in. We found their ship. There's no one inside. Well, yeah, okay. But they found their ship. And then Crosshair says, secure the area. Or secure the perimeter. And he's like, yes, sir. Okay, first of all, it was only 5 clones. Why didn't you send more clones? But okay, whatever. Second, you just secured the ships. Shouldn't other clones come over to help secure the perimeter? No. Okay. You know it's their ship, of all people. They're fugitives. So, did you put a tracking device, some sort of tracking beacon on the ship? No. Did you disable the ship? No. You're just hanging out like, okay, well, we secured it. Hell, you could have destroyed the ship, but whatever. Sit there and secure it. All right, so the Bad Batch goes through the ship, and they come around. They're like this hallway here. They're looking. They shine a bright ass flashlight. Hey, look at us! And just as they like move the flashlight down, they notice, oh, here comes clones. So they run down this corridor and go hide here in this back kind of a little corridor here. Okay. 4 clones go walking by. You can see their helmets are turned towards us, right? 4 clones. These are trained soldiers. Not one of them turns his head to the right to look down this hallway. They're all like, we'll just look to the left and keep on walking because, there's this nook here that, why bother checking? Meanwhile, the Bad Batch are all sitting right there. How convenient, Dave. So they're on the radio. Crosshair says, push the targets towards the hangar. Fine. Naturally, Tech, I thought I had a picture of it. Oh, yeah, okay, here. Tech is like, oh, I got it. And he, taps into the regs network, into their scanner, so he can hear the conversation. Okay, so then they overhear Crosshair, push the targets toward the hangar. Fine, so they know which way they're headed. So then they're like, all right, let's go to the main artillery deck. All right. They get to the artillery deck. Here, you can see the curve, are these big cannons like we saw in the movies in Revenge of the Sith, where they're shooting those heavy cannons, and they show the shell coming out, the big shell. That's where they're at. Fine, whatever. So they get there, and naturally what happens? Here's Crosshair, and here's all the clones. Because I don't know if I got the clip, but at one point, did I show you that? Did I have it? No, I guess I didn't clip that. because Crosshair they start going through the ship, and he's like, check, search the ship, whatever. And one of the Bad Batch is like, oh, first they'll start, on this end and come sweep through the ship and whatever. They know their pattern. Fine. So then Crosshair says push towards the hangar. They decide to go another way. They come to the artillery deck, and of course, here's all the clones and Crosshair. So here's Crosshair with the clones, tapping our commands to track our movements. So Crosshair purposely said that he said like go towards the engines or something like that. So he fools them, which you guys should know how Crosshair thinks. He's part of your team. You guys are Bad Batch 99, and you don't think that Crosshair is not going to try to throw you off. Whatever. So Crosshair's like, so you were tapping our comms. Like, I didn't, that's why I said, go, what does he say? Search the engine. Yeah, towards the hangar. Sorry. Towards the hangar. All right, fine. Bad Batch should know not to believe that, but okay, whatever. So right here is Echo. They're all out in the open in this hold here. And Tech says, Echo, scomp in and reroute reserve power to the cannons. So here we go again with the power. But okay, whatever. And Echo's like, but if we do that, the ceiling's going to come down. And he's like, exactly the point. So Echo plugs his robot arm, his robot hand into a socket, starts turning shit on. Remember the girl, ES-04, Extra Special 04? Well, she's one of the commanders. So she says, clones, move into position. And you can see her arm pointing, right? So they get the guns online. The guns shoot. Here's the ceiling. It shakes and it's going to start falling. Here you can see pieces are falling. Omega, out of nowhere, pulls out her bow with perfect strength and accuracy. Boom. This clone is just looking at her like, oh, what should I do? And she just pulls out her bow and with perfect accuracy, first shot, takes out this clone. Not only does he sit there and watch it happen, but if you remember just that last episode or 2 episodes ago, they're in the cantina and Omega's like struggling to pull the bow and shooting all over the place. And Sid comes in and is like, because you got those little spaghetti arms, you got to build up your strength, kid. This is like 2 days after that. A week tops. It's not 6 months later, 2 years later, where she's been training and her arms are stronger. This is literally like 2 days later. And now she's with perfect strength and accuracy, just pulling out the bow, takes out a clone. Her arms don't shake. She doesn't hesitate. She just like, boom, like green arrow, boom. so fucking dumb. Okay, so then she has the nerve to do it a second time and take out another clone. Like it's nothing. Like she's just like bing, bing, perfect accuracy, no problem with strength. Now she's just great with this bow. Oh man. This guy. Let me see if did I have an image of it? I guess it's coming up. Okay. These clones are behind them. What are they waiting for? Just freaking stun them, tackle them, shoot them. They're doing all this mess and like talking and flim-flamming. These guys are right here. Just freaking stun them. Okay, so fire the cannons. All the shit breaks loose. She's taking out clones like it's all good. What part is this? Okay, so Bad Batch is standing there, the four of them, and this clone literally comes from around this corner, and as you can see, this clone has a big weapon, a big two-handed weapon that's off to the side. So that clone has to like raise it up and aim and to shoot, right? So these four knuckleheads see the clone come around, pull out their weapons, and just stand there. They don't do anything. They don't try to kill the clone, stun the clone, run. Nothing. They just stand there and look at the clone. They just literally just stand there with their weapons out. So that the clone now has the time to raise up the weapon and shoot a flamethrower at them. Which, this looks really pretty cool, by the way. But anyways, they just sit there and let the clone freaking... So, the clone is blowing the flames at those three. Wrecker's like, throws the proton torpedo at the clone, which is ESO4. Remember, one of the girls. She gets whacked by the freaking explosive and gets knocked out back here. Now, I would have thought that she would be knocked out of wind, knocked off the side of the ship, whatever. But no, she takes this massive fucking thing in the chest. Fine, whatever. 2 seconds later, the Bad Batch runs off. Most of the clones are buried under the debris that falls. And guess who's back? Literally 2 seconds later with their flamethrower. ESO4. They must be heading aft. Okay. You're not bruised, stunned, knocked out, nothing. A fucking proton torpedo hits you in the chest. All right. So the Bad Batch is going through the ship. And they come to this part where they have to like go down. And there's this curved part of the hull. So, I don't remember if it was Hunter or Tech. That might be Hunter. Whoever jumps down and slides. You can see him here sliding. And finishes here at the bottom. Fine. No problem. Keep in mind, this is a rusted, dirty, broken ship. Have you ever touched or seen rust? How it's like all flaky and coming apart. Even just the rust part is like all dirty and rough, and you could easily cut yourself. Okay, so he slides down, no problem. And then here, they're at the bottom. They click on the flashlights, and here's Omega, who slid down, and she's going to end up here, right? Finish sliding here. She just slides down, no problem. Now, I can see grown men in battle armor sliding down, but a 10-year-old girl with cloth on is sliding down this rusty thing. She would get cut, scraped, not to mention that's all rust, so she would get all infected. Her clothing would get torn and ripped and all dirty rust powder. No, she just slides down, like no problem, fine. By the way, you see Tech's neck. These aren't sealed helmets, they're just buckets. So Omega, with little clothy clothing, slides right down, even with her bow. No problem. It doesn't catch or bind or scrape. She just slides right down. Okay, Dave. Now, as you can see, they all have freaking flashlights on. They're supposed to be hiding and escaping. Here, they come to the edge of the engine. And you can see they're shining the freaking flashlight. Everyone outside can see you, dude. Here they are again. They're shining, all of them, shining flashlights in different directions, all inside. They come towards the edge of the engine, and of course, they're all shining their... Look, he's shining his flashlight right outside. And what happens? Ting! Crosshair shoots at them, misses, and there's the shot. Bing! And you can see all the sparks come off. That looks pretty cool. Yeah, when you all got your flashlights and you're giving up your position... So then they're like, double back, turn around. Then they hear this clanking. And I think Omega says, what's that? And Hunter's like, sounds like the engines are coming online. There's no power in the ship, but okay. Then Hunter's like, there's no way, could that be? And then Tech's like, well, I restored the ship's main power core when I accessed the central system. How, dude? It would be broken, leaking, freaking rusted out. Okay, you turn on the main power core. So there's a clone in the on the bridge, activates the engine. You can see it starting to fire up. So then they're like, what are we going to do? And Tech's like, well, what about Plan 7? And one of them's like, well, but Plan 7 doesn't work here. And he's like, what else are we going to do? So then I think Tech's like, well, actually, it's Hunter here. He says, everyone take an explosive. And when he says everyone, he means everyone. So here you can see little Omega with her little hand picks up this heavy mine. Okay. So here's the first one. I think this is Tech. Doesn't matter who. As you can see, he sticks it to the wall. And as you can see, his hand is completely like palming the mine. And he turns it here by the outer ring. And it clicks, it like lights up, it's clicked on. But he's turning the whole thing and grabs it and turning the outer ring, this section, to activate it. See, here's the very next shot. First he sticks it, and then the very next shot. He twisted his hand, and you can see that he twisted the whole ring to activate it. His hand is around the whole mine. So then they show 3 people, 3 adults that plant mines, and they all do the same thing, palming the mine, and then with the outer ring, turn it to activate it. Okay, Omega, of course, has one, comes running with it, jumps on the shoulders of somebody, and puts a mine up high. Now look where she's grabbing it, by the inner black button there. She turns her hand and activates the mine by the inner black button. So 2 seconds ago, all the clones had to activate it by turning the main ring all the way around. Omega, who wouldn't even have the strength to lift it up that high or to turn the knob, she just, no problem, sticks it, turns the little knob, and the mine comes on. Here you can see the light is activated. She's doing it with this little black button here, which is bullshit because all the others arm it by turning the outer ring. Details, Dave Filoni. So then Wrecker even announces it. Everybody get down. You can see the detonator in his hand. It's not like it's a surprise. He tells everybody. Are they down? Are they grabbing something? No. They all just are standing there and boom, boom, boom. Explosives go off. Okay. There's 5 of them. Hunter, Tech, Echo, Wrecker, and Omega. Am I missing anyone? Hunter, Tech, Wrecker, Echo, and Omega. There's 5 of them. They plant 5 charges. Meanwhile, it starts from down here. It looks like the towers on 9/11. Boom, 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 boom. You can see multiple explosions. Now, last time I checked, this is more than 5. But okay. Boom, boom. It's even going all the way around. Boom, boom. And then this edge here is what you see here. Moments later. And you see 4 more. Boom, 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 boom. 5 of them plant 1 explosive each. That's 5. And yet like 10 freaking, more than 10 explosives. Boom, 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 boom. All the way around. Oh, Lord. This is Crosshair watching it. The idea is to separate the engine so that they would go falling down. And Omega's like, what? We're just going to fall down? And Hunter's like, well, or Echo, I think it is like, well, it's better than getting incinerated. Okay. So here's right when Brecker hits that switch. You see the explosions. And they're all standing. Nobody's grabbing anything, bracing themselves. They're all just standing around like, okay, yeah, you know, this whole shit's about to blow up. The engine fires. This you can't, it's kind of hard to see this outer ring, but this section is starting to tilt down, right? So there's Crosshair looking at it. That part goes, the part with the Bad Batch separates. Here you can see where it's separated from, and it goes down. You can see the smoke of it hitting. And then this massive blast. Hell, it's even got lightning in it. Blast. Now, it's at an angle, but look at the size of this blast. Okay, so number 1, firing up the engine to this capacity, the ship should move. Creak, something. And look at the size of this thing. So that blast knocks back Crosshair, and it's hard to see, but there's 2 clones here behind him as well. Boom, they hit this little wall. Here you can see Crosshair in the air. He had hit the wall, now he's dropping down. Here's the clone. His helmet pops right off, as it should. And then he stumps down, boom, falls. The clones are knocked out, he's here. Somehow his big sniper rifle is intact and right here with him. Okay, whatever. He's screaming and groaning because of the light and the heat of this massive engine. And he's like, ah. And then he does this, right? Trying to block all the light and the heat. Can you imagine the intense heat coming off that huge freaking engine? Look at this thing. It's ridiculous. This is like 100,000 times the size of an airliner that we know on Earth. This is just a massive, look at this thing. It should have just incinerated Crosshair. But whatever, he's knocked out. So then this is the part that's fallen, that the explosive is snapped off, it's falling. So naturally they start all sliding now because, you know, they weren't holding on or bracing themselves. So they all start sliding and falling. Hunter lands here on his back, and then, oh, so convenient, Omega falls on top right on him. Doesn't go down the shaft, doesn't fall anywhere else, like literally right on Hunter. So they spill over, start falling. Hunter grabs on, gets Omega, and he's like, I got you. He helps lift Omega. Here you can see he's like pushing her up, and she climbs up and out. This is after it hit the ground. You can see all the smoke, and then it's tilting. It's falling. Okay, it's coming down this way. So it hits. It cracks open, splits in 2. And these guys go literally tumbling through the ship because they weren't bracing. They weren't holding on to anything. And here we have Crosshair again, like, no, this massive heat and light And he's just like, no, covering his eyes. So then he says, turn off the engine, and he turns it off. And then Crosshair just like slumps over because he's, now he's a little worn out, but is he all burnt and disfigured? And no, he's fine. Sitting there next to a massive engine. So then they get split up, Omega and Hunter and the others, but they all crash. I mean, they're all right there. It's not like they crashed on the other side of the planet. They're all right there. And Hunter's like, where are you? And then Hunter's like, we're by the engine and we've got company. Now this shuttle comes by, spots them, shoots a couple times, and flies off. It doesn't hover. It doesn't release troops. It doesn't fire more. It just fucking turns and flies away. So it flies over to where here's Crosshair at the close. It flies over, the ramp opens. CT-508, have you secured the enemy ship? Here you can see Crosshair. He's not all disfigured or anything, but he's beat. Okay. So then it cuts back to the hangar where the Bad Batch ship is at. Marauder, I think it's called. And the clones are all laid out. And he's like, CT-502 or whatever, why aren't you answering? So then, moments later, Omega and Hunter kind of pop up and are looking. And they see all the clones are knocked out. He's like, what the hell? So then Omega's like, what happened to them? And right here, leaning against the door opening, is this guy. We all know who he is. Cad Bane. All right, Cad's cool. Whatever, fine. Hello there. There he is. So then Hunter is like, who is this guy or something like that. I forget what he says specifically. And little 10-year-old girl's like, oh, he's a bounty hunter. How do you even know what a bounty hunter is? Never mind that guy's a bounty hunter. Oh, he's a bounty hunter. Cat even says, oh, you got it all figured out, huh, kid? So then they have a standoff. Of course they do. This is the deleted Boba Fett duel. They just repurposed it and cleaned it up. And there's the duel. So Hunter shoots first, misses, and hits. Cat has this little droid, which is called Todo 360. Everything 365. It's Spanish. So they have this little standoff. He shoots, hits the droid in the leg, blows off its leg. Meanwhile, Cad shoots back. Look at this. Dead center in the chest. Perfect. Dead. See, like right over his heart. Sparks, everything. Boom. Hunter gets hit, gets knocked down. Omega is just, chilling, hiding. Instead of fighting, doing something. So then Omega pulls out her bow again. She's about to shoot at Cad, and the droid comes around the corner and boom, knocks the bow out of her hand. And here you can see where his leg got shut off by Hunter. So then they have a brief dialogue, and Cad's like, oh, sorry, little lady, and stuns her, and of course, takes Omega, who isn't dirty, doesn't have ripped clothes, no dirty face, nothing. She's just perfectly fine in this rusty-ass, sharp cornered everywhere ship. Okay, so then we cut back to Crosshair up on that ridge. And the first thing they show is his leg is bandaged up. It almost looks like just the bone. Then it pans up and you see his face. And he's got this mask, and see how his head is all wrapped up? Now, 2 seconds ago, he didn't really seem to get very burned from the ship, but now he needs oxygen and wraps on his head. Okay. So then he gets up, like, pissed off, swing in this full wrap around his head, and he says, "Get me on the shuttle." Man, I'm tired today for some reason. I am really getting tired. So then, moments later, Hunter, of course, he couldn't just die, which he would have died. That freaking blast from Cad Bane, dead center in the chest. Okay. Hunter's starting to get his vision back, and Echo's like, he was shot in the chest plate. Now, this is a cool scene because everything you see is through Hunter's visor. I thought that was neat. So then, incoming, and Wrecker's shooting at them, and he's looking through his visor. And Wrecker's like, go, 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 get on the ship. So my assumption is somebody's helping him walking him up the ship, because he's like, you can tell he's like limping. This is again Hunter's view through the helmet. Hunter goes in, turns, is looking out the door. The door shuts, which is all cool. It's a cool view. And then they start to take off, and like in typical Star Wars fashion, they're shooting at the ship that's taking off. So then they're inside the ship. Hunter is sitting down, but they take off his helmet, and he's fine. He's breathing a little bit heavy, but he's fine. All he can talk about is he took Omega. Okay, I get it. They took the kid. It matters to you, whatever. Dude, you're supposed to be fucking dead. You have a huge hole in your chest. How many stormtroopers got killed with a simple shot? Now, granted, these guys might have a little bit better armor, but it's a pre-stormtrooper suit. It's not anything special. We have to find her. Naturally. Okay, so now the show's going to shift to Baby Yoda. We need to now go around the galaxy tracking Cad Bane to find and rescue Omega. And maybe they run across Ahsoka and she helps and finds her and saves her. Whatever the case, we had to find her. And that's what the show's going to now become, a goose hunt for freaking Omega. All right, I thought this was interesting. Number one, Todo 360. Again, Todo means everything. Everything 360. So that droid can do everything all the time in every which direction. Seth Green. Dude, Seth Green, you punked out and did this little Bad Batch bullshit? Okay, and again, like I told you, they're females. Tina Huang. Extra Special 02. Ness Bautista. Extra Special 03. And then the third, the guy in the back, Daheli Hall. ES 04. Hell, even most of the females are done by male voices. And these two are female clones. Oh my God. It's so ridiculous. Not mutated clones, just perfectly healthy clones that are his personal guard. And they're females. Okay. So that's basically it for this episode. Just stupid. Like all the episodes. Just fucking dumb. Now, when I saw this, I'm looking at his suit. I'm looking at he's all fucked up. And I'm looking at his head wrapped up. And I'm thinking to myself, that sure looks like where Dengar could have came from in Empire. So I'm trying to think, like, does it fit? Does it make sense? Now, Dengar was twice in the Clone Wars. Very brief moments do we see him, but he's there. But what I'm thinking, and this is just my speculation, which I don't normally do. You guys know I don't. But I'm looking at this, and I'm like, okay, Dildoni retcons himself all the damn time anyways. You barely saw Dengar. He didn't do shit, and he was solely undeveloped and unimportant in the Clone Wars. Dildoni retcons everything he makes, retcons the previous thing he made, so he could just say, whoa, fuck Clone Wars. He's already said that like 80 times, and fuck that was Dengar. I think, and I could be totally off, I'm totally speculating, but I think Dave Filoni thinks he's clever, and this is how Dengar gets made, which later ties into the Book of Boba Fett. Why? Because he's going to tie this cartoon into, naturally, Mandalorian and the Book of Boba Fett. He's saying, screw Clone Wars and that canon. I'm going to make shit fit with the Mandalorian. So he retcons himself. This guy's got the bandages all over his head and he's fucked up. I think that this is Dengar. That this is explanation for how Dengar comes about, why he's bitter, why he's dangerous, etc., etc. That's what I think, is that that's going to be Dengar. Now, with that said, Dengar, Wikipedia, or Star Wars fandom. Here he is. The bandages on his head. You see he has a long rifle. He's well within the size and height. He looks a little bit thicker, but could be. He has prosthetic eyes and various implants. Remember? Crosshair's leg was all bandaged up and messed up. So who's to say he doesn't get a bunch of implants? He gets the wrap around his head from the engine burn, and now he's Dengar. Now to further tie that in, here you can see him. He looks a lot more like Crosshair, doesn't he, than he does in the movie. I'm not gonna go through this whole thing, but again, Dengar, Crosshair, weaponry. Dengar carried with him an impressive array of weaponry. His weapon of choice was the Vulcan 38 blaster rifle, a sniper rifle that he used to kill or wound his prey from a long distance. I again am totally speculating on this one. I'm stretching, I admit. But knowing Dave Filoni, they retcon everything every other day anyways. Him, again, thinking he's freaking clever. Oh, I'll make this guy get burnt up. He's got bandages. And here's Dengar, because that's why Dengar is important, because he's Crosshair. And he's got an inhibitor trip. And the whole time, he's under control of Order 66. See, the sniper rifle. This is a deep cut. They won't see it. And it totally ties into Book of Boba Fett and The Mandalorian. I want to repeat here. This is my speculation. I'm totally guessing on this one. But knowing everyone involved and the situation, I'm betting that's Dengar. We will see what Dave Filoni ends up doing there. But I think that that's what's going to happen. He's going to retcon other shit and be like, oh, yeah, this is Dengar. Let's see what you guys are talking about. Rocky Balboa. Cancel Rocky. So, like you said, stop taking Omega on these dangerous missions. Yes, she's out in the open, playing with explosives, sliding on rusted-ass shit, not getting scraped, cut, dirty, nothing. All of a sudden, she's an expert with the bow. By herself, she's walking around in the ship and knows how to get to the bridge. But it's different because his face is tattooed. Wow, so original, Disney. Take everything in my wallet. Star Wars is saved, guys. Hunter's the next Luke Skywalker. Kathleen Kennedy and Dave Dildoni are our saviors. Yes. Rambo First Blood would be different if the story was following Rambo's daughter. I think I should put the Batch as second in my Star Wars ranking. A dude who weighs like 300 pounds and is wearing heavy armor is able to hold on with one hand to that speeder cart. Yes. By the way, I forgot to bring that up. When they get tipped over in that engine and stuff, they show Wrecker trying to grab on and hang on, and he can't hang on. He like slips and because Hunter's like, hang on. And he's like, I'm slipping. But 2 seconds ago, you're hanging on with one arm, your off arm on a zipping around speeder. Rambo is basically the most dangerous game. Instead of party hunting humans, it's one guy pissed at the cops. Yeah. Truly a masterpiece. And I meant the Bad Batch. First Blood's okay, I guess. My dad owns so many guns. I understand weapons more than Disney. Yeah. Now, different weapons have different weights, but in general, they have weight. They're not like plastic toys. They have freaking weight. Oh, wow, the chat just totally jumped on me. So I probably missed some of your stuff. Or maybe I can. Let me see. Maybe I can find it here. I could probably find it on the YouTube side, so just some moments. Rip off of Rambo, Masterpiece, Bad Batch, so many guns, right? I've done archery. My sister's done archery. How do I understand the functions of these weapons better than a company that's been around since before any of us were born? I don't like what has become of Echo after getting scarred. His character just isn't the same. I miss when he was a normal ARC trooper like Fives. Yeah. In the Clone Wars, Plo Koon owned a ship that said Plo's Brothers. Do they call each other bros in Star Wars? I've never heard anyone say bro in Star Wars. No. Maybe in the Dildoni verse. Leave your sins in the dark before you come to the light. Echo died in season 3 or 4 or 5 when he and Fives went to rescue Tarkin and Peel. Hail, Happy Black Man. Thanks for stopping by. I haven't seen you in a little bit. Good to see you. Jesus Christmas. Get the power back on a scuttled ship. How flipping retarded and out of touch in reality of the things they're writing can these writers actually get? You're telling me. Now, if they had found a fuse box or brought a generator or hot wired something, I don't know. Somehow explain it, but they're just like, flick on this power, dude. It's just so fucking dumb. The best ever sound like AZ, as Hales versus Baby says. Adaptive writer, they are lowering the bar for writing. They've been. Not My Star Wars was right. Scuttled ship or sub is basically destroying it and leaving a carcass behind, or sinking the sub and blowing it up underwater. Yes, the point of scuttling, guys, is that your enemy can't come along and get ammunition. They can't get information, and they certainly can't reuse the ship against you. That's the point of scuttling it, that it's inoperable. And they're claiming they scuttled these ships, yet they're, flick on the lights. It's so stupid. They don't even know what they're talking about, and they're using these words. Brown. What? Brown do its what? Plant's grave? It has electrolytes. Just a fool to believe I am anything she needs. She's like the wind. Not into CGI cartoon series even if they're good. Yeah, Star Wars, I've said it many times, is huge blockbuster films, not these ridiculous little cartoons. I love cartoons. I don't mind if they're an extension of the franchise, but I have a theory. Rey's hand is Omega's hand. Star Wars theory, make that video. It's coming, don't worry, I'm sure he does. Rey sucks, yes. To be honest. Absolutely. The whole point of scuttling a ship is to keep all of the technology, munitions, and power systems from being useful in any way to the enemy, besides as scrap metal, basically. Talk about ridiculous, exactly what I just said. That's the definition of scuttle, that you've made it inoperable for your enemy. It's so fucking dumb. This is so stupid. James, it's good to realize it. My question is, why does Omega have blonde hair? Shouldn't it be black instead? Yeah, she shouldn't be a girl either. If Rey was my girlfriend, she would get me pregnant. I'm sure she would. Just by touching me too, yes. I have yet to watch a Diglow single episode or movie of anything Star Wars. Disney Star Wars. I'm the one pushing it out of my tube, and everyone praises her for giving birth. Yes, I swear Disney's thinking of doing that with Rey. Rise was so dumb. Yes, it was. Characters faked their deaths 9 times. I kind of enjoyed it, but it was BS. 9 times in one movie. James, well, then maybe Solo is alive and Luke was a clone. Ryder Bear, you can't be serious. This is why nobody likes Star Wars fans, because instead of appreciating what you have, you sit there and complain over and over again. Oh, fuck off. You're an idiot, dude. Nobody's complaining about what we have, blah, blah, blah. You have to get the shit correct. That's the point of continuity. George Lucas always got it correct. Disney and Filoni cannot get it straight. How fucking dumb. You're just as dumb as they are. Holy shit. That's like having a girlfriend for 8 years, and then one day she just starts acting differently, and you're supposed to be like, well, but I'm just supposed to like what I have. It doesn't matter that she's lying and cheating and burning up my bank account, killed my parents, acting like an asshole. None of that matters because I should just be appreciative for the bullshit they're shoving down my throat. Grow the fuck up. Bleed what we have in episodes 7, 8, and 9 sucks. I dig the prequels. Palpatine doesn't even know how to spell death. It's like people complain about the Highlander sequels for good reasons. I'm glad they're remaking it. Weren't they regular humans? Well, if they are clones, I wish death wasn't a concept invented by the Jedi. They could have been manipulated clones' DNA to become female. Only thing I can think of. No, dude, that's not what a clone is. Clone, by definition, is an exact duplicate. A replica is not a clone. A clone is, I have this, I make a clone of it, now I have, surprise, surprise, Lando in disguise, the same fucking thing. There is no, well, it's kind of the same, it's this one's blue and this one's purple. No, they're identical, an exact duplicate. That is the definition of a clone. There are no female clone troopers. That's Disney's virtue signaling bullshit. Stop making excuses for Disney stupidity. I'm so sick of that crap. Why can't you just say, yeah, they fucked up? When Pops heals like that, it's laughable. It is laughable. Where the hell were these female clones in the Clone Wars if this is normal? Exactly. Where were they in Revenge of the Sith? Where were they in Attack of the Clones? All of a sudden, they have all these female clones out of nowhere. Order 66, the Jedi are all dead. And, oh, look, we've got female clones all of a sudden. It's ridiculous. That's called pandering. That's called virtue signaling. And instead of you questioning the obvious that they fucked up and they're bullshit, they're doing this bullshit, you're trying to make excuses. It's ridiculous. Where were they? Luke cutting himself off from the Force in TLJ. Yes, you can't cut yourself off from the Force. That's, again, not how the Force works, Disney. Dave Filoni, have you ever watched Star Wars? They just act like female clones were already a thing. If they were, then in Attack of the Clones, ROTS, and the Clone Wars, where were they? I guess they were doing death sticks or something. Exactly. Even in Dave's own stupid Clone Wars cartoon, there are no female clones. It's ridiculous. Ants was more violent than Fight Club. From a certain point of view, sure. I like how the clone troopers' helmets kind of look like the original Cylons. Battlestar took from Star Wars. Thus, Lucas took from Battlestar. Rex, those clankers wiped out many of my brothers, and maybe my sisters too, but we don't like to mention them because they didn't do much. Exactly. If the Boba Fett versus Cad Bane thing happens, I'm going to be so pissed off because it's a part of a show that breaks so much continuity. Well, I think they're not going to do that. That's why they did the Hunter thing. Not to mention Boba Fett would make sense because Boba Fett right now would be 11, 12 years old at best. So you can't really have a more adult Boba Fett fighting Cad. Then again, it's Dave Filoni, so Boba Fett versus Cad Bane, yeah, so much content. They should just remake the Clone Wars stories that were really good and bring back Clone Wars 03. It'll never happen. Does Disney think we're that stupid that Crosshair needs to take his helmet off to see it's him when he talks? Yes. James, yes, Disney thinks you are that dumb. Correct. Where's Crosshair? I can't tell which one he is. Takes helmet off to speak. oh, there he is. Even though he's the only one wearing black and he has an antenna, there's no way that that's Crosshair. And the only one with a fucking sniper rifle. The proton torpedo would also detonate if it hit her. Yes and no. That you can argue. Yes, you would say, well, that it's explosive and it probably would have kaboom. But here's the thing. With those types of ordinances, missiles on planes, torpedoes, and submarines, they don't explode until they're actually activated. So technically, they are designed that way so that if, let's say, a submarine hits a reef and it gets knocked around and a bunch of those shells were to fall off the shelving, they would not detonate. They're made that you have to activate it so that it will detonate on impact. So I'll give them that. That's accurate. But that girl clone took a proton torpedo to the chest thrown at her by freaking Wrecker. That proton torpedo weighs more than she does. She gets knocked back, and literally 2 seconds later, it's like, oh, hey, I'm here. Here's my flamethrower. Let's go. It's ridiculous. Someone was talking about Highlander. Yes, the remake is going to be retarded. These clones were so awesome in the PT and the Clone Wars. Here, they act like stormtroopers from Rebels. I know it's going to be retarded because most remakes are retarded. 95%, and Highlander 4 was pretty stupid. There's a Highlander 4. I didn't even know there was a Highlander 3. I have Highlander 1, 2, 3 on DVD and Laserdisc. I had no idea there was a Highlander 4. There's like 3 versions of Highlander 2 because it was that bad. There's also 3 versions of Superman 2. Theatrical cut, the Richard Donner, and the fan cut where they combined both cuts. 4 was the brother, and Kel was a priest that had other immortals weakened until the beheading after the TV show. Superman throwing the S on his cape to tie up Zod. That was weird. Superman 2. Richard Pryor does something to make Superman evil or something, and it becomes a comedy. Superman 4. A Quest for Peace was boring as hell. It's the worst looking one, too. Christopher was barely in it. The plot followed the TV guy. How does a movie from 1978 look better than a movie from 1987? Love, care, detail, talent. Superman and I were good. Superman 1 and 2 were good. Superman 3 and 4 were bad. Batman went through the same crap. Batman and Batman Returns were good. Batman Forever and Batman and Robin were bad. Then they became edgy. Batman and Superman are dark and edgy. Well, if they did Batsuit with nipples, I want to see Batwomen with nipples. Yes. They did that to Batgirl and Batman and Robin. They both had nipples, but Batgirl didn't. What's the deal? That's discrimination then. Free the nipple. It's treason then. Cancel Batman and Robin for discrimination against nipples. Batman and Robin made me feel things in Batman and Robin. Have you noticed how sexualized everyone was in that movie? That's the only reason why I watch it, because everyone's hot. The movie changed me. That it's set in the same universe as Batman 89 and Returns. 89 was dark and felt realistic. Batman and Robin in the 60s show, except it's not funny. Omega, who's that? Hunter, I don't know. Omega, is that a bounty hunter? Hunter, yes. Omega, what's a bounty hunter? That guy. The Shoemaker movies aren't canon to the Burton movies. That shot literally hit his heart. Literally hit where his heart would be located. And since clone armor isn't that good, it's impossible he'd wake up all fine, let alone wake up at all. All through the movies, all through the freaking cartoons, They get shot. They die. Stormtroopers. How many times have we seen them get shot? Their armor is like, what's even the point? People have always said this, like, what's even the point? Because they just die. And Hunter, he's special. He takes one in the chest from Cad Bane, who has a higher caliber fucking blaster, who's a specialized, customized blaster, who's not that far from him, right to the chest, and Hunter's just fine. He'd wake up all fine, alone, wake up at all. Yep. And it was you. Oh. Right down the line. Hunter gets shot and is knocked out 3 minutes later. Meh. Yep. That's like breaking your spine and still being able to speak, to walk. Yep. BNR was not purposely funny. James, are you saying Finn should be dead or paralyzed? Yeah, pretty much. Where did Finn get his spine broken? A Force Awakens. He's fighting Kylo Ren. He gets outdone by Kylo and zoop right down the back. Remember in The Last Jedi, he's in the bubble suit because he was recouping from the big ass slash down his fucking back that would have cut open his spine and everything else. Yep. But, Rian Johnson. Kylo Ren and a lightsaber up the spine. He had the best type of armor, plot armor. Hey, Guy Endor. Oh yeah, and he walks around in The Last Jedi like nothing happened. Correct, because back to bubble suits. He was the Star Wars Huck Finn, so naturally they needed that for the sequel trilogy because they can't be original. Thus, you have Finn. Not my boy Seth Green. Yes, your boy sold the fuck out for friggin' Dave Dildoni. He took the Dildoni up the butt. Seth Green does a bunch of voice acting. He needs that paycheck. Yes. He probably doesn't need the money. I'm sure through movies and Robot Chicken, he's fine. But, yep. By the way, if you haven't seen Rat Race, it's really good, and he's in that. Rat Race is a funny, clever movie. Seth Green does a bunch of voices. Yeah. Finn was meant to be the star. Then Rey forced herself in there and used her hand to push Finn aside next to Rose. And Rey is the light, the hope, the ray of light, the new hope or next hope. Rey is the bestest ever. Seriously, Rey was obviously the main character, even from a desert planet like the previous main characters, Luke and Anakin. Rey literally had nothing to do with the war, and yet she acts like it's centered around her. It has nothing to do with you. They're only after BB-8 and Finn, right? The First Order could care less about you, correct? She actually gets herself involved because she has such a freaking ego. Do you do your damn job, Hope? Me playing Final Fantasy IX was one of them. Hope would not heal for shit. Finn was in more advertising than Rey, yes. The Clone Wars show isn't Legends, is it? No, it was never canon, so. It was canon for like 30 seconds. True, she was like just there. As if it matters. No, it doesn't, because now it's broken. Tons of canon, somewhat over 100 times it breaks canon. Disney says it's canon when it's not. They sucked at writing. Finn was wasted. Hopefully in the next trilogy they do what they should have done with him. He has force power there. Yes. Legal canon according to Critical Drinker. I remember hearing about T-canon pre-Disney. Yes. But the problem is canon is like history. There's only one canon one history. You don't have multiple layers of history, and you can't have multiple layers of canon. I know that Lucasfilm, that's how they did it, like T canon, G canon, but that was to organize shit, because there's no such, you can't have more than one reality, understand? So just by virtue of them being, there being more canons means they're not canon. That was just a way of organization, and so that people could understand different levels of accuracy. But canon, there's only one canon. By definition, is continuity. You can't have more than one canon, no more than you could have more than one historical timeline. Hitler and the Germans invaded, were trying to take over the world and killed millions of Jews. There's no like alternate or other story or other canon. That's like literally reality. That's fact. And it's the same thing. 1 through 6 are canon. There's not other canons. There's supplements to the canon, but not other canons. But yes, they did have their, different canon levels. Is it legal? Yes. I'll make it legal. If they say Crosshair, I'm going to face palm so hard that I'm going to get a concussion. I bet Ray and Poe will be together in the next one, and Finn will be jealous and go off on an adventure. Maybe. Patrick, then they're going to push him aside in that trilogy for more Ray so China can give them money. James, that's right. Poor Finn. Even though China could care less about Disney. Lando will be there, though, maybe. China cares about Disney as much as Disney cares about Gay Pride Month. Spoiler alert, they don't. True indeed. Okay, I should be able to switch over to the other side here. No, not yet. Next fan, jealous and go run off. Put him aside, trilogy for more Ray. China, that's right. China cares about Disney as much as Disney cares about gay pride. Disney's going to try to squeeze money out of Omega for the next 5 years. Yes, and Baby Yoda. They finally realized no one likes Ray, so they're going to replace her with Omega. Trust me, we're going to be seeing Omega all over the place for the next 5 years until people get sick of her and Disney gets a new Mary Sue character. Finn will be the lost Luke, the next Luke. Nah, it's Ray's hand. Yes, Ray's hand is the next Luke. Correct. What the fuck? I don't get it. Patrick, you have too much faith in the writer's ability. They will introduce new characters. Luke's hidden kids, probably. Luke doesn't have kids. What hidden kids? I accidentally started a joke on YouNow where Ray's not the focus, it's Ray's hand. Yes. Wes, I hope it does better, to be honest, Lil. Finn was useless, not because he's back, because he doesn't have a character arc. Yes. He's a former stormtrooper. Not My Star Wars said something. I thought he said Ray's hand, and he thought it was funny, so we made jokes about Ray's hand, right? Because it's about raising your hand, but he thought I meant Ray's hand. He's a former stormtrooper. Yes. Ray will be cloned. Yes. Patrick, he was a janitor. After 3 minutes, he was okay with killing other stormtroopers after his friend died. Yes. What was Finn doing in 8 and 9? Nothing of noteworthy. Actually, he was doing something very noteworthy. Ray! How can we not complain of all the nonsense of Bill Doney? Yes. Wes, he was a cool trooper. Wes, he could have. Not really. Finn sucked and a coward. Maybe it doesn't suck. Well, the way he was promoted and the way he was set up, he could have been amazing. But yes, absolutely. They fucked him and he was fucking dumb. So both are correct. Maybe it doesn't suck. Where did Bleep go? I want to see how this guy reacts to you correcting things. And Luke is alive. I'm not attacking you, Patrick. Hope you don't feel I am. TLJ Luke was a failed clone. Maybe. Wes, nah, I know. If only Star Wars would not have sucked. Yes. Han lives. The real Luke lives. Bubba would be 13. Yeah. They need to disown the sequel trilogy. The Highlander 2 was disowned. Yeah, but the problem is Disney won't do that. Unfortunately, we're stuck with that nonsense. Well, we're not really stuck with it. That's, it's not my Star Wars. I don't watch it. I don't pay for it. I'm not going to support it. Highlander, the First Dimension as the true Highlander 2. Yep, Highlander, the series was cheap and pretty good first time. Highlander 2, Renegade. So stupid. Wes, it was just there. It has good atmosphere. TLJ is a copy of Highlander 4 Endgame. Ryan was a fan of that film. Connor turns his back on the world like Luke and goes into hiding. Duncan Ray searches for him, finds a emo Connor Luke. The villain is even defeated at the end with an illusion from the older hero. Of course, Luke should have popped up and saves both of them in TFA. Han should have lived. Seth Green does Chris Griffin on Family Guy and does Robot Chicken. He should be loaded. Yeah, he should be loaded. Plus, he's done movies like Rat Race. He most likely is and doesn't have to work except do Family Guy. Yeah. No, what it was is Dave is like, hey, dude, you want to come over and do Star Wars? And he doesn't know the story. He's just like, come over and read these lines. Oh, I'll give you a part. And he's like, yeah, and I get paid? Okay. So he went over for a day, read 3 freaking lines, got paid, and was out. Not thinking of, like, is this going to be freaking dumb? It's Star Wars. I'm so excited. Highlander has alternate timelines. We don't talk about Highlander 2 like we don't talk about Fight Club. Rey is just Peter Pan with a vagina. Correct. Wish Finn had an amazing character arc. We all did. They were like 3 episodes of the Clone Wars that didn't ruin the lore. Yeah, there might be even a couple more, but overall that show's a freaking train wreck. You give us Star Wars fans a bad name. Seth was in the Austin Powers movies. Yeah. Yeah. Sure indeed. He was Scotty, Dr. Evil's son. Correct. Seth Green also did Without a Paddle. Yep. Seth has done well. Oh, yeah, I'm sure that kid's loaded. I'm sure that kid is loaded. All right. For some reason, the chats are like totally... Richie and the It miniseries. The chats are different for some dumb reason. Scuttling ship. Good to realize. Why does Omega have blonde hair? Shouldn't it be black instead? Okay. Omega and the Bad Batch, as they explain, are altered clones. So you can, when cloning, splice things, change things, alter genetics. That's not the argument. The argument is, number one, that the definition of clone is identical. If not, it's an altered or defective clone. And people don't understand that there is a difference between the word clone and altered clone and defective clone. There's a reason those words are different, because they mean different fucking things. It's not, well, but it's still a clone and it's just defective. No, it means it's not a clone anymore. It's something else, because a clone by definition is an exact replica, not half a replica, not kind of a replica, not, oh, it's exactly the same, but one has a vagina. No, that's not how that works. The second it's different, it's not a clone. Number two, as James pointed out, if there were any female clones, well, where the fuck were they throughout 3 years of Clone Wars, Order 66, all the Clone War cartoons? Where were they? Oh, that's right, there were none, because you can't start making females out of Jango Fett. It's nonsense. The whole point of cloning is that you have something as pure as possible, not altered, error, defective. No, the point is that it's an exact duplicate. That's the point of cloning. If they're going to be cloning for shit to just be defective all the time, there's no point in cloning. The point of cloning is I clone this and I have another one of this. That's the whole freaking point. If Ray was my girlfriend, she would get me pregnant. Yeah, you said that earlier. The chat's like got way out of sync here. Let's see. It's so stupid that two of those clones were females. It's literal inserting, oh, look at us, we're diverse. Oh, look, we've got two females here. They did it for several reasons. One, pandering. Oh, look, girls, look what we did for you. We put females here. Look. Meanwhile, doing what Disney always does is just disregarding like reality and science and continuity. Like, well, we'll just put girls here just so that the girls get excited. It was also Dave Filoni and them being like, oh, look how clever I am. I know this is going to trigger the fanboys. As soon as they hear the girls' voices, they're going to lose their minds. Why would you want to screw with your fans? Why do you want to piss people off? Why don't you want to make real fucking Star Wars and maintain continuity? I don't understand it. It's like you go to the pizza shop because you love the pepperoni pizza, and one day he's like, well, I'm going to put salami instead just to mess with people and see if they even taste the difference. And they're going to notice, but I'm going to do it just to mess with them. Why? They're not going to come back and buy your fucking pizza, you dumbass. It's so fucking stupid. Omega and Ray crossover. Yeah, that'll be great. Disney Omega will have a girlfriend. Ray. I mean, Kathleen. I mean, Rose. I mean, the Martez sisters. They'll do a three-way with the Martez sisters. And then they edit the girlfriend out for China. Correct. It'll be a big lesbian scene, a three-way, and then they'll edit it out for China. For the China cut, they will call the girlfriend her sister or something stupid. Correct. Just because they're clones, Clone Wars fans, just because they're clones doesn't mean they have to look like Jango Fett. Me. All right. Everyone line up. I'm about to give you all the ass whooping of a lifetime. Yes. Again, I made the post. I showed you the literal definition from the dictionary. There's no arguing it. There's no bending it. There's no debating it. A clone is an exact duplicate. Not a variant, not a defect, not I'm blonde, but my kids are red. No. A clone is an exact duplicate. That's the whole point of cloning, so that you have consistency, whether you're cloning computer files or you're cloning soldiers. Anything that deviates from the original specimen is defective. And by being defective, no, they're not going to become mutant superheroes. They're going to be jacked up. So not only are you risking yourself of the quality of the product, like you could lose the war or get, poor results from your computer or whatever, but also you trying to sell a product, it has to be consistent. Why do you go to McDonald's for the fries? Because they're jacked up and different every time? No, because you know the taste, the flavor, the salt, and yes, often the fries aren't exactly the same, but you go because they try to make the fries the same. Whoppers, they try to make them the same because people want that same experience. Not every time you buy a Whopper, the shit is different. Kaminoans would be totally out of business if every clone they made is different. Oh, here's 1.2 million clones. By the way, there's some females in there. The client would be like, what the fuck? I ordered 1.2 million Jango Fetts, not female variants and Omegas and, clones 99. No, clone 99 crew would be disposed of immediately at birth. The second they find they're defective, to be flushed down the fucking toilet and move on. That's how business works. Not, but they're special because they're genetically altered. Whatever, making people happy is hard, guys. Yes, canon, whatever. Reasonably sure they have some kind of woke quota they have to meet in every single episode or movie. Imagine if I was cloned and it was a girl. I would be asking so many questions. Yeah. Nah, Disney is ageist. They could have made a kick-ass story. Older Luke, Rey as Kenobi, who had to learn. It wasn't given up. It wasn't given to her a la Mary Sue. I would have to deal with two of you. Yes. A girl and boy. Why does this clone that's supposed to be an exact copy of me have a taco down there? Twitter, stop mansplaining. It writes itself. At least I would have someone to sleep with. Yes, there you go. You would be sleeping with your female self. You could get yourself pregnant. How exciting is that? At least I would have someone to sleep with. Wait, it's still me. That would be weird. Canon, whatever. Clones, whatever. Yes. James, don't do that. It'd be weird. And family get-togethers would be awkward. We find out that Luke is really pushing Rey to learn because Force Ghost Yoda foretold him that he's going to die, and he has two children hidden. Now Rey is the only one who can teach them. So he has to be tough and strict. Well, first of all, what is she going to teach when she hasn't even bothered to take the time to learn? Second, Luke has no kids. Jedi don't marry. As much as I love Mara Jade and the sentiment, Jedi don't marry, so Luke would just be training 2 to 3-year-olds like George Lucas said. My sis also said she doesn't know what a clone is. Like to see more Darth Rey. Yeah, that's another thing they could have done. They could have really explored the Darth Rey. What do you want me to tell you? All right. Thank you, Jolene Goddess, for inviting your fans. I appreciate it. Truly, I do. Blah, 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 blah. All right. I need to stretch out. My eyes are heavy as fuck. I don't know why I'm so tired so early today, but Well, I've been up since 7:30 a.m. That's why I'm researching and doing all kinds of stuff. So I got to get up and stretch. I got to take a quick break. I probably should get a little bit of water. I am pretty tired though. So when I come back, I've covered all the news that I have. I'm not sure if I can think of something that I was maybe can mention, but worst case, I'll come back. We'll do a little bit of chat, and I might call it, which we're already 5 hours, so it's all good. But I'm a little bit tired on this evening. So Darth Vader definitely could have been something cool. All right, so I'll leave you with an intermission. I need to take a quick break. I'm just, I feel like there's weights, like literal weights on my eyes. They're like, So let me get up, move around a little bit. I think I have a little bit of coffee left over. I can warm up real quick. That'll give me a little boost, and we can hang out for like maybe another hour or something, talk some smack. But yeah, I don't think I'm going to make an 8 or 10, 12-hour one out of this one because I am freaking tired, man. All right, so think about if there's anything you want to talk about. I will be back in a few minutes. I will think of some stuff as well. And I love it when people come in my chat and say nonsense, and then normally, of course, what do? They fly away. They run away. And it's like I've always said, you like what you want to like. I'm not here to tell you what to watch, what to like. But one, come in here with some fucking logic. I'm sitting here breaking shit down and showing you why it's absolutely nonsense. And you want to be like, well, you just want to hate. You just don't want to accept and like what we have instead of just being happy. No, dude, I'm not going to just be happy with my wife all of a sudden acting completely different and half-assing everything. No, I'm sorry. I'm not going to be happy. If you're happy with that mediocrity, then fine. But it's like I said, why the fuck are you here? If that shit is so great, why aren't you watching the Clone Wars or the Bad Batch right now? Why don't you pop in fucking TLJ? Because even you that don't want to admit it know that shit is fucking trash. I'll see you guys in a few minutes. Have fun with the very special and very adorable, if I can find him. Where'd you go? Keeper of the Wells.
Fade in.
Another mechanical creature from the movies, R2-D2 from Star Wars.
Funding for this program is brought to you in part by
historical fiction thriller called All Up. Basically, it's supposed to be, I tried very hard to make it an entertaining, page-turning book about the first space age. It comes out on July 14th. It's you can get it as a Kindle book or Apple book, and there'll be an audio book, but it won't be coming out. The audio book will be a little bit later, August or September. And it's, it's a book about what I consider to be, the great adventure of the 20th century, the development of the rocket, which happens during World War II and before World War II with Robert Goddard, and then with the secret German weapons program during World War II, and MI6 is trying to figure out what the Germans are doing. There's a lot of cat and mouse and a lot of intrigue, and it's all very interesting, I thought. And it was a ton of research behind it. So about 90% of the book, I'd say, is based on what really happened. 10% is either speculation or stuff that can't be proved definitively. But and then it goes into the space race and the Apollo 11 trip to the moon. And I think people who give it a chance and read the first 50 pages will be hooked. I'll go out on a limb and say that. Obviously, no book is for everyone, but I hope people who have read my other books will give it a chance, because it's a behind the scenes book. In the same way that's making a Star Wars and Indiana Jones and Alien the behind the scenes books, this is also a behind the scenes book.
And by the annual financial support of viewers like you.
I'll just have to run him over and wreck it, otherwise he'll put me out of business.
A brave, bold future without limits for each and every storyteller.
Leaving all of us wondering, where's the story gonna go next?
I will be the most powerful Jedi ever. I will even learn to stop people from dying. It's all Obi-Wan's fault. He's jealous. He's holding me back.
Oh, my poor circuits. It's all so very complicated. I don't see how they ever put all this together. Well, really, R2. Of course we all want to see how it worked out.
Wipe them out. All of them.
Star Wars is for fucking kids.
Star Wars, it's a journey, y'all.
Streaming our favorite shows, keeping in touch with our loved ones, and even our banking is mostly done online these days. We'd like to think our information is safe, but as our online footprint increases, so does our need for proper security. Surfshark adds an extra layer of security when you're online to keep all of your passwords, photos, and videos safe. There's a lot of websites and hackers that take your info without you even knowing it, but you can swim under their radar using Surfshark VPN, a virtual private network. Surfshark is a VPN service that protects your information by encrypting all of the data that you send through the internet. You can stop websites from tracking your info and selling targeted ads to you. With the click of a button, you can forget about data mining and intrusive advertisements. One of my favorite features of Surfshark is that you can see content not available in your area. Disney Plus or Netflix, for example, have different movies for each country. Access should not be tied to a region. In China, YouTube and most social media websites are banned. With Surfshark, you can solve the problem by simply changing your location. Just connect to the service and refresh the page. Surfshark is an app and browser extension that enables you to place your laptop or phone anywhere in the world and allows you to access the internet as if you were in that country. You can watch any content anywhere in the world on any of your devices. Surfshark turns you into an anonymous and hard-to-trace online user and makes the internet a safer and more enjoyable place for you. I use Surfshark every day. It automatically starts up whenever I start my PC, and whenever I need it, I activate it with just one click. Surfshark is the only VPN to offer one account to use on an unlimited number of devices. If you want both protection and freedom online, use my code NMSW, short for Not My Star Wars, to get 83% off plus 3 extra months for free. Surfshark offers a 30-day money-back guarantee, so there's no risk to try it out for yourself. The link is in the description below.
We had ideas going up on the board and Daniel scribbling dinosaurs. It was so great.
It was so great. Just accept it. It's for the new generation, man. You enjoy your fucking dinosaurs. What? Boy, you guys are chatting away. Highlander has alternate timelines. Clones, whatever. She's young, though. Practically perfect in every way. Mary Poppins. Yeah, and failed miserably. Bring Ben back to the light. Because Disney. I don't see anything about Omega. Nope. And by the way, he was dead. Don't know Ben Solo is Han and Leia's son until later on. Well, and there is no Ben Solo. It's Ben Skywalker, but, you know, canon, whatever. I haven't gone to sleep. Well, I've been up since 7:30, dude. How long you been awake? And I only slept like 3 hours. All the Mary Sues that Disney has. Rey, Omega, Rose. Well, I wouldn't say Rose is a Mary Sue. Switch to birth or something. Does Holdo count? Rose doesn't count as Mary Sue, as she has done nothing correct. She doesn't deserve Mary Sue status. Rose is Roseanne. Yes, she did. She screwed the Resistance over. Yeah, that's true. And Finn. Rise, she gets all serious with no humor. A week or two to get the hang of a bow and arrow. Took Omega one day. Yes. Benicio del Toro's character, he was like a Gary Stu. He was the least of the problems. Rosa was a spy for the First Order. Who's that, Patrick? The guy from TLJ. The code breaker that's at Canto Bite that they free. It talks funny. He has a kind of stutters, kind of has a lisp. Sells them out. Yes, the stuttering guy. Yep. Nope. And in fact, he's just conveniently there to help them break the shit. Break in. Sure does. Like Bugs Bunny. It's a stranger that agrees to help them, and he actually stabs them in the back. The movie is so amazing for changing it around. The people who don't like it, they're just toxic haters. Yeah, imagine wanting shit to make sense. Guy was never afraid. Walk in the park for him. Yep. Remember hearing the term, no one hates Star Wars more than Star Wars fans. Why? Because we actually want to watch Star Wars get better? Okay, keep feeding me the same shit, Disney. Yep. Because we actually want you to respect what Star Wars is. The film teaches people that it pays to be like him. Yes, it sure does. That's what they're teaching kids. That's what people forget. That's what people don't understand, why a big part of why this channel exists is because I know what Star Wars is. Disney's crap doesn't hurt my feelings or isn't going to change my life or affect me. It's the fact that it lies to children. That's the problem. Give me the most toxic, most pandering, most law-breaking Star Wars content in history. And to be like Laura Dern's character, it's unwise. I'm a toxic male. I know how to change the oil in my Jeep. That is very toxic. I don't mind changing a movie, but Ryan said he did this to piss everyone off. He sure did. He's a hack. That he is. Can't tell if Patrick is talking about Jar Jar Abrams or Ruin. Ryan. Corporate wants you to spot the difference between the two pictures. They have the same picture. Maybe episode 7, 8, 9, where Luke's nightmares when he falls asleep in one of those caves. This shows one of their interferers from Empire. Maybe. They filmed that in 97. Then 2 years of complete effects. Phantom Menace. That film was okay. Or it could have been better. It's better than nothing. Someone actually told me that if a youngling fails, the Jedi turn it to meat and feeds it to other Jedi. Dave broke into my house and assaulted me. Yes, that would be the Dildoniverse. Thank you for subscribing, Edge and Jenny. Numbers. Thank you, Jenny. Jenny. Edge and Jenny. The actor Hayden never looked like he had the cojones to play the guy who becomes Vader. Yeah, I liked him. Jedi are cannibals. Gross. Yoda is one. What do you think he had in that little stew on Dagobah? What he fed to Luke? That was younglings. Youngling stew. George would be proud of Dave. Yes, I'm sure he's glowing with pride. Luke died straining a shite. Yes, I believe that is exactly what happened. If Disney says the Jedi are cannibals and people still say Dave knows what he's doing, those people are not fans. Anakin was a bastard, but a crafty one. That he was. I'm running around Fallout 76 as a cannibal. So now the kid that told me that now has the thought of Jedi eating failed students. I think he's 10, 12. Thanks, Disney. Another brainwashed soul. Disney Star Wars is magical and floating Leia. Yes. And the broom kid looking up in the sky dreaming that we never see again. In Force Healing. Woohoo! I can't be mad at him because he's young. He'll grow and learn Disney stuff. Ruin Star Wars. My friends are 16, 17. It's too late for them, probably. It's never too late, James. Yoda, whatever. Mickey Mouse needs to show up as Yoda's mentor. It's like, why not? Add equals dinosaur, yes. Imagine having to pay off the mafia so they don't kill you. Instead of trying to find ways to make money, you decide to piss everyone off so they don't give you money. Enjoy your cement shoes. Since 5 a.m. Why the hell are you awake? Mister, I come home and take a nap. I remember after The Force Awakens came out and my mom and aunt made theories about Han surviving. I said, there's no way he survived. Really? They were doing that? The person who says we complain, he just thinks we're some angry dudes. Angry dudes, yes. I remember in second grade. Well, the thing that always kills me is, number one, I don't go in people's streams or videos and talk shit. I'm not going on your channel and being like, here, you got to look at this, you got to watch this. You're finding me and seeking me out and coming to bother me. And then second, like I said a minute ago, if your shit is so great, if Disney's so great, then why the fuck are you here? Why aren't you watching Bad Batch right now? Why aren't you watching TLJ right now? Because we both know that that shit is unwatchable. It's really pretty simple. You wouldn't be wasting your time trying to convince me or others. You'd be enjoying it. It's so great. It's for the new generation. So then why aren't you enjoying it? Link on YouTube chat. Oh, can't copy the link. Well, I don't think I can. Maybe. If I go over here, maybe. reveals pivotal origin of its mysterious child character Omega. This ought to be good. Might be fan theory. At least the Phantom Menace felt like Star Wars. Yeah, well, it is Star Wars. For better or for worse, it's genuine Star Wars. Casual fans think we must accept Disney because if we don't, Star Wars is dead since 2005. Youngling Stew. I was actually typing that when you said it out loud. You know what they say about great minds. Yes, Youngling Stew. That's exactly what Yoda was eating. And fed to Luke. Wahaha. Phantom Menace was the last natural-seeming Star Wars, even though it had so much CGI. It didn't have that much CGI. That Phantom Menace had the most practical effects of all the Star Wars movies. I need to take that clip from Madagascar and do a short of cannibals. There you go. Then it ends there. Going to need Star Wars poster in the room. In this room, it would be cool to live in the KOTOR world of Star Wars. That's a video game. Yes, I have KOTOR 1 and 2. Right after the stream ends, I'm doing that. There you go. Revenge of the Jedi poster. Yeah, that would be sick. I think you could find a reprint of it. I'm not sure where, but I'm pretty sure you could find one. My room. Yeah, can't argue that. Let's look at this mess. Star Wars: The Bad Batch's premiere episode is not out on Disney Plus. Now out. And it answers one major question that the Star Wars fans have had since the Bad Batch trailer dropped. Who is the kid? When is this article? May 4th? Yeah, this is the first episode, so... As we learn in the Bad Batch premiere aftermath, Omega is no normal child. She's indeed the Omega of the enhanced clones the Kaminoans geneticists created, along with the 4 original members of Clone Force 99. After Clone Force 99 finishes a series-defining mission on the planet Kalar during Order 66, they are brought back to Kamino for scanning. It's there that Omega quickly bonds with them, inserting herself into the group. Omega begins to observe the Force is in danger. Which, in theory, being Omega, she's the end, so she's the last. They're saying here she's the last of the defective clones, but I think she's the last of the clones. Because what Filoni's probably going to do is say that the clones in reality were just a big experiment so that Palpatine could make clones of himself. That's what this is leading to. Or clones of Force users. So then that's where Snoke's going to come in. Omega is one of their own enhanced clone. No, they are defective clones. and commits to escaping with her. Omega proves her worth in the breakout, helping Clone Force 99 escape their cell and helping them at key moments during the Battle of Kamina to escape Kamina. Everyone seems to forget 99, that he was a hunchback, freako. They are defective clones, not enhanced clones. They are mistakes. Mysterious by the time we're in. Her enhancements give her a heightened state of awareness, but what exactly that means. Omega shows serious cunning and strategy when investigating Tarkin. She also seems highly empathetic, able to interpret what Crosshair is thinking in a pivotal moment of doubt. Omega seems to be unusually intuitive and to take up a blaster during battle, presumably for the first time, and shoot with better accuracy than Crosshair. Right? Because that's totally realistic, which is a feat in and of itself. It seems easy to infer that the Omega is one of Kamino's finer products, which is why geneticist Nala Say kept her close at all times. It remains to be seen what Omega's full potential really is and who she may become later on in the franchise. Heightened state of awareness? Where? Interpret Crosshair's thinking? Huh? Yeah, that article. I don't really read comicbook.com because they say nonsense like that. The door in the picture looks like enough space. Yeah. What do you think is stupider, The Last Jedi or The Rise of Skywalker? Last Jedi. Do you all still count the sequel? Do you all still count the sequel trilogy? Can we continue from there? No, we can't. Sequel trilogy breaks everything. There's nowhere to go from there because they've defiled the entire franchise. That's the problem. And you could do something like, oh, it was just a bad dream. But then why even keep those movies then? Disney has no reason to get rid of them. So, no, there's no way. The only way to fix this is to delete all the Disney stuff and start back at zero where we were when George first sold it. October 30th, 2012. And from there, make correct, proper Star Wars. But Disney's not going to do that. There's nowhere to go. Jake is Jake, so where's plot, where's character, where's effects, where's continuity? All of those are tough because there's so much of a mess of all of that. Worst writing. The Last Jedi is worse. What the hell, George? What the hell, Google? Thought they would give a current article, not a month old. My bad. No worries. It's not, the problem isn't that it's a month old. The problem is that the information they're going by is off of episode 1, which is kind of dumb. Like, how can you base what Omega is off the first episode? Now at episode 8, you can say, okay, I have an understanding somewhat, not much, but at least something of her, and it makes more sense. Like tonight, I occasionally refer to older articles if it makes sense, you know? That is a tough film to rewatch, yes. I haven't watched any of the Disney films again. I've seen them in pieces just for my videos, but I haven't actually sat down and watched them. I mean, there's no point in watching them. They're freaking terrible. It was on the news, blurb on cell phone, yeah. It happens. It happens. The only nice thing I can say is the effects look nice. That's it. I can try to say the acting's fine, but the actors didn't care, so there goes that a point on the acting, yes. The Last Jedi is just hollow, yeah. Rise of Skywalker, I can get a laugh out of for sheer stupidity. The Last Jedi makes me cry. I haven't seen a movie more disrespectful to the franchise. It's in than The Last Jedi. The Never Ending Story 3, Batman and Robin, and X-Men Dark Phoenix are better than that. I never liked other actors playing Luke or Han. Yeah. Rise of Skywalker is worse because it brings back Palpatine, which makes Anakin not the chosen one. Yeah. Those three are like The Empire Strikes Back, Toy Story 2, and Godfather compared to The Last Jedi. Pops was Darfin. Snoke did talk to him. Smoke. 8 episodes in, and we don't know shit about Omega. Half the show's over, and we still know nothing about Omega. We don't know what she is or why she's there. Yep. Nor do we know, like, what the fuck Bad Batch is doing. They're just, like, floating around. They owe this chick money. I mean, it's just so dumb. It's just a big waste of time. Disney has become this, like, side quest, go around in circles shit. There's no main story. There's no point to all of this. Going to do a 7 or 9, like Star Trek. Little kid then, years past. And a Borg hottie. Omega is there because why not? There's 13 Star Trek movies, and the last 3 are by JJ. Only 10 Star Trek movies. Disney Star Wars is fucking clown shoes. It sure is. There are 10 Star Trek movies. Yes. The clown shoes. Magical clown shoes. Yes. Like good old Disney magic. Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, man.
Now, as far as the characters in these stories, how closely did you work with the artists on creating characters? As you said, we didn't have the canon to pull from, aside from a couple characters like Yoda.
You know, Yoda, whatever.
I'm sorry, Charles is Yoda, whatever.
And sure, Yoda's in it, whatever.
And Yoda, whatever.
And Yoda.
Yoda, whatever. I'm
And
so
not
gonna
nice
get you a
pirate.
shirt, Charles. It says, and Yoda,
Yoda,
whatever.
whatever.
And then also Yoda. Whatever.
Yeah, Yoda, whatever.
Yeah.
Speaking of those twits, Not this Monday, but the following Monday, the 28th, 6 p.m., I'll be doing a stream, which is those twits. They got together with Barnes & Noble, and they're doing some Zoom thing talking about their latest book, whatever. It'll be cringe. It'll be freaking nonsense like all their shit, but I'll be covering it. I'm sure I'll get some clips out of it. I have to record it because they say that they can't guarantee a replay, which is their way of saying, we know this shit's going to bomb, it's going to be cringe, and depending on the fans' reaction, which is going to be negative, we're not going to show the replay. So anyways, Monday the 28th, 6 p.m. A night with the High Republic twits. Because Yoda, whatever. Clown shoes. Jar Jar Trek is decent. How closely did you work with artists? Yes. Yep. 2 Highlander movies. Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure they're going to say all kinds of nonsense. She needs to back out the zoom on her camera. All I can see is teeth and gums. Teeth and gums while listening to yuck, yuck, yuck. Yes. Oh, boy. First one in the final dimension. True. Monday, good. I don't have work on Monday. Yeah, not this Monday, but the next, 28th. Search for Vengeance, the anime film. Don't recall that one. Yeah, it's going to be a Zoom. So it's dumb. You have to like register and get a virtual ticket and blah 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 to be able to sign in, and like that's what I don't like about Zoom. It's not very good to begin with, but you have to do all that extra nonsense, and it's like, man. Why not just do a live stream on the Star Wars channel? You all stand by Christina Ariel, so why don't you do a fucking High Republic live stream on the Star Wars channel? All right, if you guys support it so much and believe in it and you're pushing it, why aren't you doing it a live stream on the Star Wars show? Oh, that's right. They know everybody laughs at that dumb shit. For some reason, they're going to be ripped to shreds. Because they know they're going to be ripped to shreds. For some reason, I keep forgetting the title for Star Trek 6. Oh, I couldn't tell you for the life of me. Undiscovered, right. It was the sixth film. The sixth film was Highlander, the Search for Vengeance by Ninja Scroll director. Ninja Scroll is badass. I haven't seen Ninja Scroll in at least, I would say, a decade. yeah, Ninja Scroll's badass. Ugh. It's about another character. I remember the titles for the other 9 movies, but the undiscovered country escapes me. Insurrection. Adopted in a Clan McCloud. That Wes would probably know. I don't know. I'm freaking tired. Might have to call it. I'm so tired, my vision is a little blurry. You know you're tired when your vision starts to get blurry. Oh wow, 800 likes in the stream. Sweet. Sweet. Crazy things happening. Can you imagine being in the studio with the animators with the bad snatch? I'm sure they are now at the point where they see the contradictions and shit that makes no sense, like Now My Star Wars just pointed out. I hope so. Freaking tired. I'm dead. Sleep calls. The odd number Star Trek movies are either average or below average for some reason. Star Trek 3 was the only good odd number film for you. Yeah, it is calling. 5 is underrated, or at least it's watchable. And they just give up and won't even ask about correcting or addressing it, knowing the higher-ups won't care and tell them just to animate it, even if it doesn't make any sense. Yeah. Five I've seen so far: Wrath, Voyage, Search for Spock, Motion Picture, Final Frontier. Man, I haven't seen any of those in a million years. Generations was really good. I don't remember that one. It's a journey, y'all. It sure is a journey. It most certainly is.
Star Wars. It's a journey, y'all. Fun. Fun.
Oh, man. With Starship. Picard and Kirk. Ellen back. It's just an alien, not a god. Hey, what's up, Zarnod? Thanks for stopping in. Cool hair. Thanks, I appreciate it. Kind of Star Trek movie we will never see again. Seeing both captains team up. Why bring up Stargate? I love Stargate. Highlander Endgame did that sort of stuff. It's another one I haven't seen in a million years. Stargate. Kirk for 100 years and goes on an adventure with Picard to stop Malcolm McDowell. Interesting. Wes, I didn't. Wes, oh, okay. He's an alien, not a god. Same as Stargate. How am I feeling? I'm feeling pretty tired, Zardan. To tell you the truth, it's been a very long day. And I usually go for longer, like 8+ hours, but man, I'm feeling it today. The sleepies are creeping on me. How are you feeling, Zarnod? If only they did 2 and 3. Roland Emmerich. There will be delays.
I can't imagine that.
Good, Zarnod. It's good to hear, man. That clip wasn't for you. It's just random. Godzilla 98 was seen as you know, I think the last Godzilla I saw was the Matthew Broderick. Stargate on VHS, DVD, and Laserdisc. I'll make you a copy if you ever have time to make a list of DVDs. They copy, no rush. Just reminding me. Yep. Just smile and wave. Freddie Prinze. That's the one. Dave Filoni. Just remember.
Star Wars is for fucking kids.
There's something very important I forgot to tell you.
What?
Don't cross the streams.
Why? Because
fuck them, that's why.
Arrogant punk, if I didn't have more important things to do, I'd let Video Man put you in your place.
Sticky, a stick? I suppose so. How about Daisy Ridley singing on that show? You can't stop me. I'm a Jedi from Jakku. That shit. I don't have it's in my well, it's not in my intro anymore. I think did I have it at some point? I can't remember. I know it's in some video I've made, but I don't have it in my clips though. I never clipped that one because so many people were using it, but it might pop up at some point. Yes. Sure are. Return of the Jedi makes me kind of sleepy if I watch it when it's dark. You always say that. I'm so curious why. I love Jedi. She'll never live it down. Or for empty movie theaters since his career no longer exists. I wouldn't say poor thing. She made those decisions. Daisy sing that made me believe music is ruined. If I need sleep, I put on Jurassic Park 2. It's so boring. Bad Batch is good for that too. Lord, she didn't know why they would suck like they did. Yeah. I mean, first, you guys, you have to have an idea. You're filming the shit. And second, after you saw the first one, and even worse, the second one, then, you know, like, what the hell are you doing? Now, I'm sure they probably signed Daisy to like a 3-film deal to lock her in for, 3-4 years. But nostalgic stuff makes me tired sometimes. Star Trek, The Next Generation makes me tired. Good after the Borg shows up. The Borg. Well, boys, it's been 6 hours. And my eyes are freaking heavy. Tired when watching Return of the Jedi in the day, but when it's 9 p.m. and I watch it, I go to sleep. Sometimes nostalgic stuff makes me feel so relaxed. Your zone. Q will return in Picard. I heard something about that a while ago. But I really don't follow Star Trek stuff. Mojo. Did you just come in, Mojo? Or were you being quiet? You came in right now when I'm about to fall asleep. I should be excited that Q's coming back, but why should I care? They're gonna fuck him up too. Well, I'm sure they will. The jug of vodka. Yeah. Believe me, if that was a jug of vodka, I would have been out. And I would be really talking dumb. Jug of vodka. No way could I drink straight vodka like that and that much. Holy shit. That shit will send you to the hospital. Can you imagine drinking all that vodka? Holy crap. I'm sure there's someone out there that could drink it, but good grief. Not me. Been in and out. I catch a few hours usually. You get on like 4 a.m. $4 a.m. for you? Daisy would seduce us all. She wouldn't get very far with me. Jug of moonshine. Daisy's not an unattractive girl, but she really doesn't do anything for me. Could drink all the vodka and pass a breathalyzer and TWI. Of course she could. She could drink that in one sip. Float the bottle and everything. She's a good girl. Doesn't do it for me. Daisy's kind of a show-off. Yeah. First of all, she dresses awful. Holy shit, I don't know who dresses this girl. But her dresses are absolutely horrid. Second, her voice kind of annoys me. And it's not the UK thing. It's just her voice annoys me. She has those big chompers on her. She always got her mouth open. And, I don't know. She just doesn't do it for me. She's also very thin. But again, she's not an unattractive girl. Tessa Thompson drink in one sip in Thor Ragnarok. Daisy does not push my buttons in terms of attractiveness. I haven't met a single person who finds her attractive. She ain't ugly, she just doesn't do it for me. She has the same stylist as Van Halen did, apparently. I've met a couple, 2-3 people that are attracted to her, and then of course there's the Daisy pages where they're all like, Daisy, we love you, you're so beautiful. She's pretty average to me, but whatever. She's no Padme. No, that she is most definitely not Padme. That's for sure. Not even on the same planet. Bree is hot. Yeah, Bree. I mean, Bree's not a bad-looking girl. You know, she is a not a bad looking girl at all. She again is another one that doesn't do it for me. But if I had to choose Bree or Daisy, I'm going with Bree. She at least has a body, and Bree's not a bad looking woman. She just her personality sucks. But both of them are like not at all my type of woman. Zombie feet do nothing for me. Have you seen her in Scott Pilgrim? She's fine. Get Daisy something to eat. Yeah. I love how Daisy in so many interviews is like, my guns, and she like tries to flex, and I'm like, girl, your arms are like toothpicks. You don't have any guns. She's misunderstood. I don't know about that. I think she's a twat. But to each his own. I definitely would take Bree over Daisy. See, the thing with her is normally actors are never like characters, but she is just ever bit as bland in real life as her character. Yeah. She was vegan. Introverts. Misunderstood. Bree or Daisy? No, I'll be off in the corner with a magazine. Skinny as hell, but stronger than Hulk. She's nice in her streams because nobody's watching. Bree over Daisy. Plank of wood, yeah. Yep. But again, at least Bree has some lumps. Daisy's just an ironing board. To me, and again, we all have our tastes and opinions or whatever, but to me, Daisy has a boy's body. So I have no interest in Daisy. None whatsoever. Bree.
Please like the video if you liked it. If you didn't like it, keep your comments to yourself.
That's your girl. Oh. Yeah, I mean, just being honest, just being real. When I see Daisy, that's what I think. She's got a boy's body. Look at her shoulders, and like, she doesn't have a chest. I mean, literally nothing. She doesn't have an ass. She doesn't have hips. She doesn't have anything. She just has a boy's body. I can't imagine she looks very interested in a bikini or naked. Honestly, she just. Ruby Rose does nothing for me. Not until little boy bodies. Attitudes who aren't perfect. I don't expect them to be perfect, and I love little snappy attitudes, but it's the difference between attitude and being a twat. And Bree's a twat. Daisy, where Han asked her how she fixed the Millennium Falcon, and with that giant horse mouth and ugly wide open grin, yeah. I bet he plays the converter. Yeah. Yep. Brie? I mean, if that's your taste, it doesn't do anything for me, but her legs look fine, but in real life they look like twigs. Photoshop? Who's in Batwoman? Brie? Ruby is a guy. I think my legs are thicker than Ruby's. Oh, you're talking about Ruby? John Wick 3, they tried to do the butt shot of Ruby Rose. It was pretty bad. Yeah, Captain Marvel, that was pretty bad too. She's got no booty. When you say she has a boy's body, I can only think of a hungry and sickly Abraham Lincoln. Devilish Hannah, hello. Thank you for stopping in. How are you? Ruby Rose. What is that? Quit Batwomen. Oh, man. Sleepy, sleepy. Don't blame her. Not blaming her for quitting. She saw the writing on the wall. That women. Oh, man. Starting to feel delirious. From the bat whammons and the raise hand, and Victoria's Secret has the soccer player who has a boy's body. Stunning and brave. Yeah, I saw that. I'd rather watch the paint dry than I'm a woman. Brie is charming. Ugh. Hey, if you like her, teach his own. Beauty's in the eye of the beholder, as they say. I'm pretty sure if you spent 5 minutes with her in real life, you wouldn't think she's very charming, but teach his own. Gotta read Black Paint. Dated a woman that looked like her. Brie. She sure is cheesy. All right, boys. I can barely keep my eyes open. And I'm thinking the same for you because the chat is slowing down. And none of us are very snappy right now. I didn't know one because I'm not good at asking people out. I think people in general, but men, overcomplicate the thing. The truth is that most girls don't expect you to say some miracle fucking line if they like you. In fact, most women would tell you it doesn't really matter what you say. If they like you, they like you. And often guys overcomplicate the shit. You know? Stop worrying about it. Just go say hello. You could talk about any nonsense as long as you vibe off each other. That's all that really matters. Daisy has an error about her, like she thinks she's hot or some important person, or like a well-regarded actress in the same league as Carrie, Mark, and Harrison because of her part in Star Wars. Yeah, she does. Sleep 3 hours. Well, I'm going to sleep more than that. Punchline. It's the type. I see that in her, I suppose. Carrie Fisher. No, I wouldn't dream of Carrie Fisher. I would dream of Felicity Jones or Natalie Portman, which neither one of the are my deal chick either, but much closer. I use a roll of duct tape and say, "You're my new girlfriend." There you go. That works very well. For some reason, when I'm alone, my voice is deep, but when I'm around others, it's high. Do you feel like you're nervous, or Leia in the OG trilogy? Yeah, I mean, I always thought Leia was sexy, but she's not really She's skinny. I don't like skinny girls. I like curvy, thick girls. Not ridiculous thick, but yeah, I like some juiciness. Padme, what would you do for love? Anakin, kill all of my kind. Yes. I'll kill the women and the children. Don't treat chicks like they are goddesses. Like, don't sip other guys. Let me think. The best way to treat a woman, doesn't matter if she's 17 or 57, you treat her like she's your little sister. It's exactly how you treat women. You will see how magical that works. It might not sound logical, but when you start to think about it and you actually do it, you will see. Treat her exactly like she's your little sister. Leia's okay. Yeah. I mean, she was pretty. She was sexy. But I think a lot of her appeal was that she was Leia. Tough and feisty and, but confident, direct, add a dash of charming, a splash of humor, and compliment her like a man, and don't act coy or like beta male. Don't date your little sister. No, I'm not telling you to date your little sister. Treat them like your little sister. Isla Sakura and Zam Wessel were played by models. Yes, they are both real life models. Yep. And both of them are thin for my taste, but I would take them both over Brie or Daisy, especially Isla. Oh, for women who have confidence. Candy is dandy, but liquor's quicker. I don't know. Some candy's pretty fast. A lot of Carrie's appeal also came from the iconic bikini. Yeah. Yep. Indeed. Indeed. She was a toothpick on Jabba's barge. But nice. Candy's dandy, but liquor is quicker. Kiss her like you're kissing your sister. Sweet Home Alabama. No, I said treat her like your sister. I didn't say kiss her like she's your sister. Oh, Lord. Kelly Marie looks great. Rose is not, no. Yeah, Kelly Marie's cute. She's not my thing either, but she's cute. We feel sleepy. Need to make that short now. There you go. Yeah, I think we're all sleepy. I know I am. So I'm not going to force it anymore. As much as I enjoy hanging with you guys after the stream to see how sleepy we all get. So yeah, trying to think if there's anything this week. No, I'll put some video together. I'll do something. I'm right at the end of The Mandalorian, so I'll probably put that out, The Child. I know I've been saying that forever, but as I'm not working on anything else, I should be able to wrap that up. And then Tuesday night, I'll be on YouNow. Friday, again, as always, the Star Wars show. And maybe I can start the gaming stream. I really want to get into KOTOR. So we'll see. A little sleepy too. Yeah, I just been up since real early and just burnt. Fat chicks need love too. That's true. Community post to piss off the haters. Yeah. True indeed. I haven't seen anything really too juicy to post, so that's why I haven't really posted anything, but there's some memes I could probably post, actually. There's been some really good ones coming in the Facebook group. Episode 3 for Xbox. Episode 3, what? Don't kiss your sister, James. Oh, you mean the game? I'm like, episode 3. Why would you buy a movie for Xbox? The game you're talking about? There you go. See how tired we are? Or I am? James, think real hard. How do you treat your sister? Do you give in to everything that she says she wants? Do you tease her a lot? If someone hurt her, would you not do your best to defend her or protect her or fight for her? Think of those types of things. Your little sister, even though you probably argue and fight and disagree and you're like, you're a little shit, you're so dumb, and she's probably like, you're dumb, bro. She knows that you love her to death. And even though you tease her and ignore her and get feisty with her and take the remote or shake your head at her, she always knows that you'll be there for her and protect her. So think of that. Even if I wasn't related to my sister, I wouldn't kiss her. Too funny. Okay, but don't think of your 13-year-old sister. Think of you're 30 and she's 25, something like that. Or maybe not so old. I don't know. You're 20 and she's 17, maybe. She barely brushed her teeth. I never kissed them on the lips. Chain cop. I'd fight the asshole who hurts her. That's what I'd do. Well, then there you go. Do you tell your sister that? Do you have to explain that to her? Or does she just know that because she knows deep down inside that you really care about her? So then how does she know that you really care about her? Because of your actions, because you're always there, because you fuss with her. Don't be a fool, wrap your tool. I've never heard that one before. Oh, that's funny. Keep your door open. Sis, close his door. I'm picking up Rebel Strike. That's funny. Me, keep your door open. Sis, close his door. I'm picking up Rebel Strike Rogue Squadron 3 for GameCube later this week for $8. Nice. What happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. Syphilis will follow you back though. Yes, it's very sticky. She'd probably be mad at me for saying ass. Kiss her like she's your hot stepsister, like they do on YouPorn, right? Kiss her like Leia kissed Luke. Pro tip: don't stick your dick in crazy. Yes, that's always a smart thing to do. Although not always avoidable. Sometimes you find out after the fact. Oh boy. Yeah, probably most of them. A lot of them are real shallow too, but not all of them. Crazy chicks are fun. Yes, they are fun, but they're really bad for you. And they're not going to take care of you. They're not going to be loyal. They're not going to. There's an old saying, you can't change a party chick. So if you want to party with her and have fun, well then, but just don't expect that you can change her or make her, change her behavior, because redheads are fun. Yeah, I love redheads. Yes. Crazy chicks are fun. Too funny. Don't be a fool, wrap your tool. That's a good one. Oh man, that's so funny. I don't think I've ever heard that. Yep. All right, boys, and any girls that may be out there. It's been real. I never counted on women helping me out. Yeah. Yeah, redheads. Yeah. I mean, they will. Remember that women are never about, it's never really about what you look like or what you have or what you say or what you buy, or at the end of the day, it's all about how you make them feel. That's what girls are react to, is how you make them feel. If you know how to get an emotional rise out of a woman, then there you go. That's the key. Women are all emotion, all feeling. If you make them feel a certain type of way. Crazy chicks are fun until they are posted or get involved with drugs. Then they fuck your car or motorcycle up, make up lies, tell some simp lies upon lies, and get him involved. Yeah. Yep. Men take care of the women. I mean, financially. Not always. Crazy chicks are fun until they get pissed. Yeah. Until they get triggered. True indeed. All right, guys. Never leave chicks on. Yeah. Oh. So yeah, not this Monday. The next Monday is the High Republic cringe. So keep that in mind. Anyways, you'll see the notification, whatever. Hopefully, 6 p.m. and we will do it all over again. Man, I don't know why I'm so tired today. Hard to find love because you can get in trouble for anything. Yeah, that's true. That is true. But it's not impossible. If you have confidence and come off like you drive a Lambo, can give her double orgasm and can paint her house and walk her dog, she'll feel it and believe it. It's all about how you carry yourself. Yeah, a lot of it is. It's chicks sometimes. Yes, indeed. Alrighty, boys. You have a great weekend. Get some rest. I know I'm going to sleep for a lot of hours. And we'll take care of myself like I know. It doesn't even bother me or affect my life. It ain't easy, but it works. Yeah. Well, life is never fair. It's often very difficult. But almost always life is what you make of it. So just remember that. Even in the worst of times, even when things are going wrong, a lot of it is your attitude and approach towards it. And sometimes that means you can course correct to get out of that. But what I mostly mean is that even if something's totally not your fault, even if things are just jacked up because life is being a shit, how you handle and react to it has a huge impact. It's not to say you shouldn't care about anything or worry about anything, but a lot of times human behavior is we allow emotions to control us. We let external things, external circumstances dictate how we feel or how we react. And you just need to keep a level head and know that more often than you realize, you control your own destiny. You can't control, someone liking you. You can't control that you're going to get every job you want. You can't control a lot of things, but you can control your attitude. You can control your reaction to that, whether it be a rejection or accomplishment or whatever. You can control those types of things. And how you go about your attitude towards all these things on a day-to-day basis can have a huge impact on your life. So you have to try to stay positive and make the best out of whatever situation you're in. And that can have a major impact on your happiness and your success and those types of things. So just keep that in mind. A lot of things are out of our control, but what we do have full control of is ourselves. And that's the main thing. Mail order brides exist. They do. They certainly do. Life don't care. No, it doesn't. I've been getting a lot of friend requests on Facebook these past few months from like Philippines and Malaysia and all that. I'm looking for a serious relationship, blah, blah, blah. It's like, man, you literally live across the world. I mean, anything's possible, but it's like, it's just weird. When I was like 15, I had realized nobody would ever promise me life was going to be fun. Then when I was like 18, nobody ever promised me life was going to be fair. Or when I was in my accident. If the girl has 3 kids for 3 different guys, nope, out of that. Yes, probably not. Was paralyzed for a few days after 2023. I had to accept that nobody ever told me life was ever going to be worth it. Again, you know, it's all what you make out of it. You still get to enjoy a lot of things. You still have the capacity to read and write and speak and absorb things, and so, and again, at the end of the day, you do have control over yourself. So if you have control over yourself, then the best course is to always try to find the positive. People so quickly always want to find the negative. Find the positive in whatever situation. And often you can change course on things, or if nothing else, at least you find some happiness, some satisfaction, whatever the case, out of even a crazy situation. Life is what you make out of it. I'm super fucking blessed. I can still do the things I can. Yeah. You could be gone, or you could be you know, just confined to a bed. There's people that all they can do is blink, never mind move their head or do anything. So, you know, here's the thing. In life, no matter how bad things are and you think how jacked up things are, there's always somebody in a worse situation than you. Always somebody that has less than you. And I know that none of us want to compare ourselves to that. We want to compare ourselves to the greatest person with all the money and all the stuff and all the girls and all the cars. But it's just not realistic. And those people aren't happy anyway, so. Don't sweat that stuff. Do the best you can. Try to find the best in everything, and just keep going. Just keep going. Never. The biggest, easiest mistake, still alive, have my arms, hands, and mental faculties. Yes, absolutely. Oh shit, I lost my thought of what I was going to say. Totally slipped my mind. It was good too. Shoot, I totally slipped. Yeah. Mm-hmm. It always could be worse. No matter how bad things are, it always could be worse. Indeed. It could be much worse, man. You could not have Not My Star Wars. But in all seriousness, homeless and realize it could always be worse. Yeah, absolutely. You could have nobody to talk to, no, no capacity to even speak. But yeah. Indeed. Well, I hope that doesn't happen. Isn't everything nowadays, though? I mean, I don't know, but I just feel like there's all these laws that everything has to be accessible. Maybe not. Talk to the voices in my head. Well, at least you have someone to talk to. Did they tell you that you're all the Jedi? I have no siblings or any other living family in my life, but I can still drive my 2 sports cars, ride my 2 motorcycles, enjoy my home theater equipment. Yeah, absolutely, man. Absolutely. Absolutely. I teach myself to act when I'm alone. Super blessed to be able to enjoy Star Wars again, thanks to Not My Stars. Well, if I was at all able to do that, then, that's a big part of what I do, or try to do. Try to be a beacon, Try to be a beacon. Because I, of all people, know how fucked up it all is right now, but it makes me happy to be a place where people can go to be themselves, know they're not crazy, see something unique. I'm good, but when someone else is there or I'm recorded, I feel like I'm not the best. A little bit of stage fright, maybe. Which nowadays, with YouTube and all this stuff, you don't have to be around anyone, but work on it. Go back to school and become the most hated person there for not taking Dave's shit. Yeah, well. What, is everybody a Dildoni in your school? Is your school full of Dildonis? Is that what I'm hearing? A long time, about 13 years to get to the point I'm at. An insane amount of mental gymnastics, and have thought about checking out of this realm quite a few times. Just remember that life is difficult and that a lot of times are shitty by design. God does that on purpose so that when you have a really good day or a really good moment or a really good memory, it really sticks with you. It's really special. That's the point. The things are difficult most of the time so that when something good happens, it's special. Because if every day everything was great and fun and happy and easy and perfect, then nothing would be special. Nothing would matter because it's just another day. And humans don't know how to appreciate things. So therefore, we are meant to go through so much stuff so that when you do have a triumph, an achievement, a moment of happiness, it now means something. It sticks to you. It becomes a memory. But I know if I do, my soul will get recycled, and I'm pretty sure it will be even worse. With the same. What is that? Be even worse of the same life I've got now. We are here to learn lessons and to learn to appreciate those small things. Yes. Sometimes when my eyes are getting heavy and I get delusional, I imagine I'm getting pinned down. I have a mind. Yes. I know I'm here for the long haul until my natural death, and it's up to me to enjoy that time to the best of my ability and to make the best of it while I'm here. Yep. That's all you can do, man. That's all you can do. Wow, my eyes are so blurry right now. Just always remember that. It could always be worse, and that most of the times things are shit, so that when something good happens or comes along, you understand to appreciate it and it sticks with you. That's what makes it special. Starting to get tired too. Yeah. All this vodka, I gotta go pee. And I'm tired as hell. So you guys have a great weekend. I will see you very soon, if not sooner, Friday, but Tuesday I'll be on YouNow. Hope to see you guys. Maybe I'll do a gaming stream or something. There'll be a video. Something will pop up this week. The sweet wouldn't be as sweet without the sour, correct? For some reason now, I'm getting gross images in my mind when I close my eyes. If every day was Christmas, it would get boring and annoying. Yep. Christmas morning wouldn't be Christmas morning if it was every day. Yep. Absolutely. All right, guys. Not that I want to leave, because I love hanging out with you guys, but I know I'm fighting it, and I have a feeling a lot of us are fighting it. So you guys have a wonderful weekend, and I will see you very, very soon. Be good. You know how to reach me if anything. And just keep your head up, because tomorrow's always a new day, a new chance, a new opportunity. Typophobia. Typophobia. May the force be with you, James, as well. With you as well, James. Great morning, everybody. Enjoy your weekend. Yeah, you guys have a great weekend. Take care. As always, I'm here if you ever need to reach me. And I will see you very soon. To chill with, yeah. I'm glad to have you guys too. Remember that you guys make this channel, not me. I do have to do a lot of work. I do put a lot into it. But at the end of the day, you guys are what make this all happen. So remember that. I appreciate you guys. All right. Not this Monday. Next Monday is the High Republic Cringe. I will see you Friday. I will see you Tuesday on YouNow. And a video or two will pop up in a few days. All right. Take care, guys. See you soon. Please like, subscribe, and comment on the video. May the Force be with you.
Impressive.